refusing to yield any power to Washington or local civil rights leaders, was unmovable in his insistence that he alone should have the power to appoint the members of such a board. Los Angeles thus became the only major city in the United States, Shriver declared in August 1965, that has failed to organize effective local anti-poverty programs. Everywhere else in America, almost without exception, elected officials have been extremely helpful. 11 As a result, a summer program that would have organized recreation for 20,000 LA teenagers was canceled, and several thousand youth jobs, the funding already budgeted by the OEO, were left in limbo. 12 Summer 1965, as Robert Conant later wrote in his account of the August uprising, was the worst ever, one of chaos, disunity, and suspicion. As no jobs had materialized, kids lounged around getting high on cheap wine and marijuana, discussing among themselves which white motherfuckers and Uncle Toms were making a killing on the anti-poverty program. 13. We've come to life. 14. As spring turned towards summer, Tom Bradley became increasingly worried about the imminent possibility of an explosion on the streets of South Los Angeles, a concern shared by his council colleague Billy Mills, but not by the white members. Earlier, the Johnson administration, recognizing the likelihood of summer disturbances, had offered Yurdi and the mayors of 9 other cities the services of federal conciliators to help expedite the expenditure of anti-poverty funds and to act as conduits for rapid information exchange between municipal officials, civil rights groups and Washington. To the consternation of Bradley and other black leaders, Yurdi was the lone mayor to refuse. 15. Bradley believed that the likely epicenter of any explosion would be Watts, home to 80,000 of the poorest people in Los Angeles. The statistical profile of the area, publicized by John Buggs, executive director of the County Human Relations Commission, was deeply disturbing. Between 1960 and 1964, in a time of unequaled prosperity, the Negro unemployment rate in the poverty area rose from 12.6 to 19.7%, while in Watts the male unemployment rate stood at 30%. 16 Watts, moreover, had the greatest concentration of debilitating health problems, the most congested public housing, and police community relations beyond the breaking point. Although the community was outside his multiracial 10th district, Bradley decided to spend a day there fact-finding. Taking the bus to emphasize his identification with the people he was serving, his biographers write, he spent the day walking the streets and listening to members of the community. He was surprised at the lack of even the most elementary reading and writing skills, and moved by the depth of the hopelessness and the lack of self-esteem. He returned to his office visibly shaken by the trip. 17 Meanwhile, Sam Yurdi sat on $22 million in OEO funds that represented thousands of youth jobs. Chief Parker, for his part, made one small concession to ominous social reality. In June 1965, Elisa Kramer reports, Parker, seeking to mollify black civic leaders and to attempt to discourage challenges to his authority, appointed a liaison to the black community, Inspector James Fisk, commander of the Bureau for Stations in Black or Mixed Neighborhoods. Parker asked him to do something about blacks in Watts and to gather all the intelligence he could about them. Parker told Fisk he had been selected because he was the only one Parker knew who was interested in blacks. Fisk later told a reporter that he did not know whether to be flattered or appalled. At the time, Fisk said, having good relations with the black community was tantamount to treason. 18 The UCLA graduate and Presbyterian elder had only a few weeks to settle into his new, underfunded role when the volcano, as black activists had warned, erupted. The events of August, starting with a bungled drunk driving arrest on the evening of Wednesday, August 11, and ending with the lifting of curfew on Tuesday, August 17, became universally known as the Watts Riot. This was something of a misnomer since the uprising, which claimed 34 lives and 1,034 major injuries, actually encompassed the entire 46.5 square miles of the LA ghetto as well as outlying black communities in Venice, Pacoima, Long Beach, North Pasadena, Monrovia, Pomona, and even San Diego. On the other hand, it started on the outskirts of Watts, reached its crescendo there, and was forever symbolized by images of the burning business district, Charcoal Alley, along 103rd Street, so Watts was not an inappropriate metonym. Indeed, the international notoriety of Watts was widely embraced by its residents in what might be considered a pioneering instance of community branding. The name became a universal talisman of Black power and pride. Describing the uprising became a battle of hyperboles. After the first night, the Los Angeles Times editorially characterized the event as a summer carnival of riot, but by the weekend it found riot too banal a description and instead ranted about armed looters, terrorists and the guerrilla war of South Los Angeles. One of its columnists, Maury Raskind, called it an anarchistic holocaust of shooting and looting ominously reminiscent of the Mao eruption in British East Africa. 19 The New York Times was lazier and just characterized it as blind, smashing madness, while London tabloids screamed race war and insurrection. 20 But riot generally sufficed for the white media and its audience, although it had always been an ideological term freighted with connotations of mob violence, mindless destruction, and the absence of any moral restraint. Rebellion, the gradually adopted moniker in the black community, was a much better choice, although it needs to be modified by the absence of any central leadership, despite the conspiracy theories popular in the LAPD and on the extreme right, or platform of specific demands. But the uprising did have explicit grievances: police abuse, mercantile exploitation, unemployment, and so on, articulate voices, usually ignored by the media, clear, if informal codes of behavior. Homes and black-owned businesses, for instance, were off limits to looting or arson, and an emotionally infused but rational strategy, the destruction of white-owned property as a means to force reforms and create a sense of urgency that nonviolent protest had been unable to achieve. The sequence of events was accurately recounted in two mass-market paperbacks about the rebellion. Jeffrey Cohen and William Murphy's Burn, Baby, Burn. 1966, was the semi-official Times account, containing poignant interviews with residents, albeit within a narrative that reflected all the prejudices and limitations of the mainstream media. Robert Conant's luridly titled Rivers of Blood, Years of Darkness, 1967, took a different tack, relying more on residents' testimonies than those of the police and carefully reconstructing the circumstances surrounding each of the riot deaths, mostly unarmed looters or bystanders shot by police or National Guardsmen. Together with Paul Bullock's previously mentioned Watts, The Aftermath, 1969, Conant's remains the fairest and certainly the most vivid account of the rebellion. What follows, drawn from these and other sources, including personal recollections of MD, who was living in the curfew area at the time, is a précis that makes three fundamental assumptions. First, both sides spontaneously adapted new tactics as the days progressed, with the initiative held by the community in the first 3 days, and then taken back by the police, reinforced by a division of the National Guard, during the last 3. The riot, in other words, metamorphosed from day to day, starting on the first night with groups of young people battling the police, not unlike the April riots of 1964, then changing on the second and third nights into widespread community retaliation against the police and exploitative local businesses, and then, over the weekend, turning into neighborhood resistance to military occupation, followed thereafter by what can only be characterized as a vengeful reign of terror by the LAPD. Second, mob was almost as inaccurate as riot in characterizing the actual dynamics of the rebellion. Initially, groups of teenagers and young adults, often attracted simply by sheer curiosity or the sight of crowds, converged on hotspots and joined in stoning the police or looting. There was a festival-like atmosphere in the first few days, and attacks on whites were confined to the Watts area and the southern borders of the ghetto. On the afternoon of day 3, with police nowhere to be seen, I watched an interracial crowd happily looting furniture and appliance stores on Vermont just west of USC and north of Santa Barbara Avenue, renamed M.L. King for the 1984 Olympics, then a mixed area with a substantial ethnic white presence, including La Tosca Filmbühne, a German-language theater MD. But the rebellion quickly became more organized, albeit on a decentralized neighborhood basis, with familiar local personalities providing tactical initiative and flamboyant bravado. Point 21 There were informally organized cells of resistance, often gang cliques or bands of neighbors, but no evidence whatsoever of participation by outside groups as alleged by the police. The black Muslim sold Muhammad speaks on the street but played no part in the disorder. Those who painted the whole event as a result of primitive mob urges or irrational anger, the clichés preferred by much of the media, simply failed to visualize or understand the microstructure of collective action. Third, the August Rebellion was not primarily a race riot, since Mexican neighbors were for the most part left undisturbed, and the whites who were stoned or beaten were mostly a specific group, commuters crossing the ghetto on Imperial Highway to their homes on the white side of the Alameda Wall. Despite lurid stories in the press of rioters chanting "Kill! Kill!", there were few, if any, attempts to actually murder whites, apart, perhaps, from attacks on police. White civilians, if pummeled by the gangs of youth, were usually rescued by older residents, or by activists such as Wendell Collins of CORE, and Woodrow Coleman and Robert Hall of NVAC. And the prevalence of snipers and organized guerrilla warfare was more legend than fact. The real mortal danger to the cops was friendly fire, the cause of the only police deaths: 2 officers. A diary. 3 days before, Sunday, August 8. The magnificent Montague, emperor of KGFJ Soul Radio in 1965, tells it best. I'm on stage, me and Wilson Pickett, on a broiling Sunday night inside the old 5-4 ballroom 54th and Broadway in what's now called South Central Los Angeles but was then known simply as the Negro area. We're 1 floor up a flight of wooden stairs, face to face with a crowd of screaming fans. Pickett wants to do Midnight Hour, which had just come out, but he has this problem: the whole Stax Records review has been hammering the audience for a solid hour. Rufus Thomas and Booker T and MGS and William Bell and Carla Thomas and the Mad Lads and the Marquis, each of them pumping up the boys and girls with machine gun-like 1 and 2 song sets. I'm promoting and emceeing the show, keeping that frantic rhythm going, jacking up the pace, trading my line with the crowd: burn, baby, burn. Shouting it on the mic during the songs, on the right beat, so it sounds like part of the mix, and the echo from that feverish congregation comes back at me 1,000 times as strong. Burn. 22. Day 1, Wednesday, August 11th. LSMFT, let's shoot a motherfucker tonight. Informal motto of the 77th Street LAPD. Point 23. A catalyst is not a cause, a UCLA professor writing about the uprising in the Saturday Review later reminded readers. But by the same token, a catalyst is seldom a single incident, however universal the narrative custom of beginning with a unique event. In the case of LA in August 1965, the story always commences on a sweltering Wednesday evening with a motorcycle-mounted highway patrol officer pulling over the drunken Fry brothers, the shy, genial Ronald, the passenger, and the more combative Marquette, the driver, a short block from their home near 116th Street and Avalon Boulevard, just inside the LA city limits. Initially compliant, even joking with the officer, while onlookers laughed at his failure to pass the standard straight-line sobriety test, Marquette became obstreperous after his mother Rena arrived and bawled him out. He refused to be handcuffed, and the patrolman called for backup. The response was an embarrassment of blue power. A seemingly endless stream of highway patrolmen and LAPD officers, 26 cars and motorcycles in all, started arriving with sirens screaming. The previously complacent crowd on the sidewalk, its numbers swelling as word of the confrontation spread through the neighborhood, turned angry at the menacing show of force. One of the early reinforcements initiated the violence by jabbing his nightstick into the solar plexus of Ronald Fry, doubling him up on the ground, then subdued Marquette with a baton blow to his forehead. His mother rushed to his aid, grappled with the cops, and was roughly pinned over the hood of a patrol car. Her younger son came to her rescue and was then arrested as well. Rena Fry was only 5 feet tall, and the spectacle of her arrest and the subsequent beating of Marquette as he attempted to escape the police car enraged onlookers like Virgie Nash. Mrs. Nash, wrote Cohen and Murphy, who had arrived with daughters Janet, 24, and Justine, 11, and grandson Lance, 3, had remarked seconds before to a woman standing alongside her that she thought it a shame Americans were fighting in Vietnam if this is the way they're going to treat people. Then she shouted, "Does it take all these people to arrest 3 people?" 24. Nash was soon joined by another daughter, Joan, 22, and Joyce and Gaines, 20, who cut hair, along with her 2 sisters, in her father's barbershop down the street. Her blue barber's smock over capris was easily confused with a maternity dress. As the patrolmen and cops began to depart on their motorcycles, one of them, an Officer Gilbert, claimed that Gaines spat at him. She said later that she merely jeered him. In any event, he dashed furiously into the crowd and grabbed her. Nash rushed to her aid and ended up in a tug-of-war over Gaines with the cop and a fellow officer. Gilbert put Gaines in a stranglehold and dragged her backward into the street. "Goddamn," a woman called out. "Goddamn. They'd never treat a white woman like that." Another turned toward the men in the crowd. "What kind of men are you, anyways, to let them do that to our people?" 25. A third woman who had been standing next to Nash and Gaines later told Cohen and Murphy that "I could see the look on especially the men's faces when they saw the highway patrolman grab the girl around the neck. This is when the crowd became angry." She emphasized that the crowd, though upset, had gone along with the arrest of Marquette, but seeing Rena manhandled and then Gaines being choked was a different story. But what really started it was, as I say, when the highway patrolman grabbed the girl. Battery charges against Gaines for spitting were soon dropped. 26. The brutality escalated. Another witness told the Times that "My husband and I saw 10 cops beating one man. My husband told the officers, 'You've got him handcuffed.' One of the officers answered, 'Get out of here, nigger. Get out of here, all you niggers.' All the residents who talked to the newspaper were unanimous that the police and patrolmen had triggered the explosion. 27. As the remaining police finally attempted to leave, they were bombarded by bottles and cans. On such a hot night most bystanders had a drink of some kind in their hand, and someone, presumably a fan of Magnificent Montague, shouted, "Burn, baby. Burn." Hence began a 5-hour-long melee involving about 1,000 residents and scores of cops, many of them white Southerners, from the tough 77th Street Division. But this standard account, variously retold by different authors, has always been incomplete because it ignored the presence of a ghost in the crowd, someone well known to every black resident, even if whites had never and would never hear of her. Her name was Beverly Tate, 22 years old. 5 weeks earlier, on the morning of July 1, she and her escort were pulled over by 2 LAPD officers. She was placed under arrest and driven away in the patrol car to a deserted street, and, while one cop waited outside, the other raped her. Her assailant, Officer W.D. McLeod, was fired the next day but never brought to trial. Her story immediately circulated in the black community and soon was reported in the national black press, twice in Jet magazine, for instance. The Times, without using Tate's name or her assailants, printed a short column on July 31 on her prospective testimony to the grand jury, which was coming up in August. In October the paper again mentioned the case but only as one of the false rumors that had incited rioting 2 months earlier. 28. 2 days after the article appeared, Tate, almost 5 months pregnant, died mysteriously, of unknown causes. 29. Since her name had never appeared in the Times, whites were totally oblivious of Tate. But in the ghetto it was a different story. On Wednesday night, at the beginning of the riots, Nelson Perry, a bricklayer who had been active in the Communist Party in Cleveland before moving to Watts, was passing a group of youngsters outside the Imperial Courts project when he heard this exchange. "Hey, man. What the hell's going on up there?" "I don't rightly know, but hell's fixing to bust loose." Looks like two cops raped some woman. Tate. I'm about sick of them stinkin' motherfuckers. Who the hell they think we are, some kinda dog? You be less than a man letting them white bastards beat your women and children and you don't do nothing about it. I ain't talking no beatin's. I'm getting my shit and going back there. 30. Day 2, Thursday, August 12th. Thursday started off as a normal day, with people going to work and conducting their ordinary routines. Schools and businesses were open as usual. The lightning of the previous night seemed to have discharged all the anger in the air, and the word in City Hall was that the LAPD was in complete control of Watts. But at the parking lot, a well-known open area in the Jordan Downs projects, 103rd Street and Lou Dillon Avenue, scores of youth, gang members, and not, met informally to discuss the resumption of the uprising against the police. Similar gatherings, spontaneous for the most part, were being held across south-central LA that morning and afternoon, but Jordan Downs became the Pentagon 31. County human relations officials, headed by John Buggs, were simultaneously meeting with residents at Athens Park to talk about their grievances and how to end the disturbances, but the television coverage focused on a single teenager who made wild threats about invading white areas. The footage was replayed over and over again, each time sending out waves of alarm across the west side and the valleys. 32 Parker, meanwhile, told reporters that the riot began when one person threw a rock and then, like monkeys in a zoo, others started throwing rocks. He also repeated the charge that the riot was an outgrowth of earlier civil disobedience by CORE and NVAC, an ironic accusation given that both groups were out on the streets that week rescuing trapped white people and attempting to cool down the temperature. 33 But long pent-up anger was not so easily abated. By 6 p.m. several thousand people were back on the streets in the area around Avalon and Imperial Highway, and confrontations with the police quickly resumed. Once again LAPD tried to intimidate the crowds with a show of a force, but of the 103 patrol units dispatched to the scene, not one police car returned to the garage without significant damage caused by rock and bottle throwing. Supervisor Kenneth Hahn, who was observing the scene, suffered a serious cut on his neck when his car window was smashed. 34. Day 3, Friday, August 13th. Friday was Watts Day, wrote Paul Bullock. For the first time, 103rd Street was struck en masse, and the building housing stores became infernos. 35 Billy Mills, whose city council district included a corner of Watts, wanted to hold an emergency council meeting to hear out indigenous leaders, but some of his white colleagues feared that such a discussion would only bring the riot into City Hall. I can imagine the drapes being torn down and the furniture slashed, fretted council member John C. Holland, a conservative Republican. Mills replied that he wasn't afraid they'll come in here and tear down the granite pillars. I'm willing to run the risk of being told some embarrassing things. 36 But such testimony was never heard in a council meeting, although Mills did invite Watts residents to meet the press in his office. Later, when the McCone Commission was investigating the events, open hearings were banned specifically to prevent such things from being publicized or the Commission's procedures challenged. Meanwhile, the magnificent Montague, who had been playing a lot of Wilson Pickett while carefully refraining from his trademark interpellation, finished his morning program and then toured around the riot area with young men who would soon call themselves the Sons of Watts. Montague, as usual, basked in his celebrity. I talked with my listeners. On approaching them, up came the Fingers riot code. 1 meant you were from Watts, 2 meant Compton, and 3 meant Willowbrook, an area next to Watts. I saw a lot of smiles and heard the greeting, "Burn, baby. Burn." Everybody was cool. Some were rummaging through stores, looking for items to take home. Some were dancing in the street. Some were still being chased by police. It was odd, watching people loot and jump with jubilance. They didn't ask me if I thought they were wrong or right. We didn't have no political discussion. I was out there because I felt that I had to go and see for myself what my listeners were going through. 37. Looting, wrote Robert Conant, had started along Avalon Boulevard again shortly before 11 o'clock, and by noon mobs were roaming up and down the few blocks directly north of Imperial in numbers at least as large as the night before, with one difference. Everyone was participating. Women and older people were not just standing and watching. 1:20 and the first building in Watts went up in flames. By midnight the Los Angeles Fire Department, more segregated than the LAPD, had 100 engine companies deployed, but they were overwhelmed by the 1,000 fire alarms received that night and next morning. 38 north of Watts, the gang called the Businessmen were hanging at their regular haunt in South Park. When police attempted to arrest several of them, all hell broke loose. The businessmen stormed a police command post at the edge of the park and rushed out to Avalon Boulevard to stone cars. Someone yelled, "The blood down in Watts need our help." By early evening a second front of the rebellion had been opened up in the South Park/Jefferson High School District. 39. Paul Bullock later explained the looting and arson by analogy with the behavior of his infantry unit during the last phase of the war in Europe. In those days of rigid segregation, my battalion in the 102nd Infantry Division was lily white, and essentially, a pretty representative cross-section of the dominant racial and cultural groups in America. Yet, as we proceeded through Germany in the wartime years of 1944 and 1945, we looted and stole and, sometimes, raped. Even the most moral and moralistic among us felt no guilt about taking souvenirs from the closets and drawers of houses in which we were bivouacked, including items of some value. The High Command issued directives that the looting must stop, particularly in the light of criticism directed against the Russians for the same practice, but they had little effect in my outfit. All of us, at one time or another, liberated liquor, articles of clothing, guns, watches, silverware, radios, and anything else that we valued and could carry. We felt especially justified in these practices because we were taking from the Germans, who had systematically looted and pillaged throughout Europe and murdered millions of innocent people. I do not claim an ability, he continued, to penetrate the mind of a black rioter while in the act of rioting, but surely some of my own reasoning in our confrontations with the Germans must be identical to his. The conditions and circumstances are remarkably parallel. Ditto for the moral economies of the two situations. The whites, especially the white merchants, are seen as exploiters and parasites, and the decades of brutality, discrimination, and repression directed by whites against blacks become highly relevant. If stores are burned and goods are looted, this must be measured against the systematic exploitation of blacks by whites throughout a long and painful history. 40. In their pursuit of looters, the police attacked women and children, as well as adult men. A resident of Watts, not a participant in the melee but what a later study would call a close observer, told the story of one troubling incident. This Friday night, I was standing in a phone booth watching. A little kid came by carrying a lamp he had taken out of a store. Maybe he was about 12. He was with his mother. I remember him saying, "Don't run, mommy. They said we could take the stuff because they're going to burn the store anyway." Then, suddenly, about 5 police cars stopped. There were about 20 cops in them and they all got out. One came up to the booth I was standing in. The cop hit me on the leg with his club. "Get out of here, nigger," he yelled at me. I got out of the booth. Another cop ran up to the boy and hit him in the head with the butt of a shotgun. The kid dropped like a stone. The lamp crashed on the sidewalk. I ran out of the phone booth and grabbed the cop by the arm. I was trying to stop him from beating the boy. 2 cops jumped on my back. Others struck the boy with their clubs. They beat that little kid's face to a bloody pulp. His mother and some others took him away. That's when I thought, white people are animals. 41. Then came the National Guard. The 40th Armored Division's spearhead, a Glendale battalion with secret riot training, moved out of their armory around 8 p.m. 500 citizens had gathered to cheer them on. Glendale was Los Angeles County's most notorious sundown town. No blacks were allowed to live there, apart from a few servants, and any person of color on the streets after 7 p.m. was automatically arrested. No one could have selected a worse unit to send out into the streets of South Central LA. They soon showed their mettle by killing 2 innocent people. One victim was simply standing in the doorway of his hotel, and the other was a Chicano resident in a car trying to evade a crude roadblock that he believed had been set as a trap by rioters. Meanwhile, the unleashed LAPD was slaughtering unarmed looters and bystanders, 10 shot dead Friday night and early Saturday morning. An unborn child died when its mother was shot in the head, and another looter was killed by store owners. A day or two later, firemen exhumed the charred bones of a mentally ill woman who had wandered into a burning store. A young, well-liked cop was accidentally shot by his partner, and a firefighter was crushed under a falling wall. As for the famous snipers, one cop was nicked by a bullet, and another suffered a flesh wound from a ricochet that might as well have been a police bullet. Hundreds of looters were wounded or beaten, then jailed. 42. Day 4, Saturday, August 14. More Americans died fighting in what Saturday night than in Vietnam that day. Nelson Perry, Black Radical 43. On Saturday, Mayor Yurdi finally ventured into the riot zone. Overhead in a fire department helicopter, an 8 p.m. to dawn curfew was declared, and all National Guard units were ordered to load their M14s. Tanks were assigned to defend the USC campus. Looting resumed in the mid-morning, with increasing numbers of looters simply looking for food and household items. Meanwhile, new reports of snipers, this time in Hollywood and downtown, terrified whites who believed that rioters were about to invade their neighborhoods. As Conant reported, television and radio faithfully transmitted each of these reports without evaluation, and the listener, who was in no position to make any judgment, and who never learned that the ominous snipers downtown were a couple of drunks, or that the location of the men seen loading shotguns was that of the Hollywood police station, assumed the worst and made it a banner weekend for gunshop owners. 44. With thousands of guardsmen now available to support them, the LAPD began its campaign to retake the riot area block by block. Chief Parker observed, "This situation is very much like fighting the Viet Cong 45-2 VC, looters, one of them desperately trying to climb a fence, were soon killed." The Vietnam illusion soon became rampant. Guardsmen were warned about dangerous groups of blacks wearing red armbands. A guard officer indicated that according to intelligence reports available to him, it was the Viet Cong who were behind it. 46. Early in the evening, a group of nervous, excited guardsmen, newly arrived from Northern California, killed a young Chicano, the 21st fatality, who purportedly had refused to stop his car. The LAPD shotgunned a Japanese-American teenager, Eugene Shimetsu, as he purportedly was looting a liquor store. A toddler was killed in his front yard, the shooter unknown. The beat went on. Later that night, Jimmy Garrett, the local SNCC organizer, was sitting on his parents' porch in the dark listening to a transistor radio and watching National Guard jeeps with mounted machine guns drive by, when he heard nearby bursts of gunfire. The radio newscast reported snipers being killed by police and National Guardsmen. I looked down the streets and, seeing a police car driving toward me, turned the radio low. As they approached and passed, a cop yelled, "Get your black ass back into your house." I scooted back into the shadows and kicked my door open with my foot. They drove back. I saw the shotgun being lifted as I stood to enter the house. 3 quick thunderous bursts as I scampered up the stairs, slamming the door behind me. I ran to my parents' empty bedroom and lay shaking on my back for the rest of the night. 47. Garrett narrowly escaped the fate of Aubrey Griffith, who was executed by a firing squad of shotgun-toting cops 24 hours later. Cohen and Murphy recounted the inquest into Griffith's death. His widow was the first to testify. She said that she and her husband were in bed. They heard a noise. Aubrey got up, slipped into a pair of trousers and went to the front of the house to investigate. Their son Aubrey, Jr., on leave from the Air Force, was in the living room watching television. Mrs. Griffith heard the front door slam. There was the sound of gunfire. She ran from the bedroom and found that her husband had fallen by the front door. He told her to call the police. Her son knocked her to the floor in the kitchen to protect her from shots crashing into the house. He testified, "I was sitting down watching TV. Mom and Pop had gone to bed. I heard shots. Some time elapsed. There were more shots. One hit the house. The door closed. I went into the hallway. My father had been shot. I seen him walk outside, then return to the house. A volley of shots followed. They came through the door. Aubrey, his body almost torn apart, had been hit by 11 shotgun blasts fired by 15 cops outside his house. Their story at the inquest was that a National Guardsman had pointed out the Griffith house as the possible hideout of a sniper. When they ordered the inhabitants to come out, they reported that a voice answered, "Fuck you. Come and get me." They then emptied their shotguns into the front door of the house. In a subsequent search of the home, investigators failed to find a recently fired weapon or any other relevant evidence. The verdict of the coroner's jury, nonetheless, was justifiable homicide, wrote Cohen and Murphy. 48. Day 5, Sunday, August 15. By this time, according to Nelson Perry, the military, Nazi-like occupation of Watts, the increasing brutality of the police, the shoot-to-kill orders issued to both soldiers and cops, the rounding up and detention of thousands, and the round-the-clock struggle of the combatants was having its effect. Although fighting continued sporadically along 103rd on Sunday, August 15, the people were worn out and it was beginning to show. The police kept it going, pulling new forces into the fight by shooting randomly into crowds or homes they might suspect contained snipers. After visiting his wife, who was hospitalized in Linwood, Perry went to pick up his infant child from a neighbor. "You better hurry," she warned. "The guard is shooting at anyone that's on the street." He almost made it to his yard, in sight of his older son on the porch, when he was accosted by 3 soldiers in a jeep, one of them pointing a .50 caliber machine gun. A young officer approached him with a drawn .45. "Drop whatever you're carrying and put your hands in the air." "I'm carrying my baby." "I said drop it and raise your hands or I'll shoot." Perry was a combat veteran of the war in the Pacific and not about to beg this white Nazi son of a bitch for mercy. Besides, his older son was watching the confrontation. "I'll tell you what, Captain. I was a damned sight better soldier than you are. I'm not going to drop my baby. You shoot." The officer reluctantly holstered his .45. "Fucking nigger." 49. In another incident on Central Avenue, police, believing they had come under fire from the roof of an apartment building, stormed inside. Frightened residents were ordered, "All of you niggers stay in bed," as police tossed tear gas grenades into the attic and then left. No sooner had they exited than other cops outside thought they saw muzzle flashes from the top of the building. Guardsmen in a jeep, who were accompanying the cops, opened up with a .30 caliber machine gun. As its sharp chatter resounded, Conant reported, troopers all along the line took it as their cue to open fire on the apartment building. Every window collapsed. The entire front of the building was riddled, police and troops combined directing 200 rounds in its direction during a span of 2 or 3 minutes. As the residents were flushed out of the building, they were made to lie down in the street. One of the women whimpered, "Ain't nothing here but babies and 1 or 2 half-husbands." "You shot right into a house full of babies. Just because I'm a Negro doesn't mean I don't love my black babies just as much you love your white ones." 52 were arrested, but charges were later dropped, and the alleged sniper remained an unsolved mystery. Day 6, Monday, August 16. Billy Graham, en route to a Bible conference at Disneyland, took a helicopter ride over the curfew zone. The previous day he had told an audience, "We are caught in a great racial revolution. We may have a bloodbath. What we have seen in Los Angeles is only the beginning." Graham now warned that a hardcore is at work to destroy our country. 51 Many of his hardcore fans, meanwhile, were lined up at local gun shops. In a buying frenzy that would last for weeks, whites were arming themselves with shotguns and pistols and debating, so the New York Times reported, what they'll do if the niggers attack. One parent in the San Fernando Valley reported that his teenage son had joined an adolescent vigilante band organized to fight marauding Negroes 52 without arresting any of them. The LAPD turned away armed whites attempting to cross Alameda into the Watts area. 2 carloads of whites from La Puente were stopped in South Central with caches of Molotov cocktails. 53 Levi Kingston, walking on West 27th Street near USC, was shot at by someone on a nearby fraternity house rooftop. 54 There were many other incidents like this, but white snipers and vigilantes did not fit into the master narrative of black criminality. The only major fire Monday night was at a drive-in restaurant on Avalon, but there were scores if not hundreds of accounts of snipers, although no casualties. A second policeman was killed, this time in Long Beach, but the culprit again was a fellow officer. Meanwhile, nearly 4,000 arrestees, including 500 juveniles, were crammed together in the old Lincoln Heights jail and elsewhere in the county, under generally squalid conditions and mostly without access to lawyers. Looters of soft drinks, diapers and baby formula faced felony burglary counts with bail set at $5,000 unobtainable for most of them. 36 adults were booked for homicide, but 33 of them had been arrested for merely being on the scene when police killed a looter or another suspect. 55. Day 7, Tuesday, August 17. With the killing of a scavenger in a burnt-out furniture store, the riot was officially declared suppressed, and Governor Brown lifted the curfew. Chief Parker gloated, "We are on top and they are on the bottom." But his old friend Senator Robert Kennedy, deeply shaken by LA events, told reporters, "There is no point in telling Negroes to obey the law. To many Negroes the law is the enemy." 56. Martin Luther King had wanted to fly out to LA earlier, but Governor Brown, Bayard Rustin, and local civil rights leaders had all discouraged him from coming, presumably because none of them wanted to see the Nobel laureate and apostle of nonviolence associating himself with rioters. There was also justifiable concern that he would simply be repudiated and heckled by the militant younger members of the community. But King was insistent in a phone call to Reverend Thomas Kilgore, pastor of the historic Second Baptist Church and the SCLC's Los Angeles representative. "Tom," said King, "if Billy Graham can ride over in a helicopter, why can't I come out there and talk to those young people?" On Tuesday, with a reluctant Rustin in tow, King arrived at Lax. It was a difficult visit. At a community meeting in Watts, he was insulted and denounced before the audience was willing to hear him out. According to historian Taylor Branch, one man told him, "All we want is jobs. We get jobs, we don't bother nobody. We don't get no jobs, we'll tear up Los Angeles, period." King then held a press conference with Governor Brown that had little content beyond a vague promise of cooperation. The 3 hours he spent with Yurdi and Parker, moreover, must have reminded him of trying to negotiate with George Wallace or Ross Barnett. King emerged shaken after nearly 3 hours, reported Branch, and had to endure Yurdi's rant to the press that King's visit was a great disservice to the people of Los Angeles and the nation, and that to call for a civilian review board, as King did, was simply to justify lawlessness. 57. Finally, King had a strange but emblematic encounter in Watts. In his own words, "One young man said to me and Andy Young, Bayard Rustin, and Bernard Lee, who were with me, 'We won. We won.' I said, 'What do you mean, we won? 30-some people are dead and all but 2 are Negroes. You've destroyed your own. What do you mean we won?' And he said, 'We made them pay attention to us.'" Later King wrote that there was joy among the rioters of Watts, not shame. They were completely oblivious to the destruction of property in their wake. They were destroying a physical and emotional jail. They had asserted themselves against a system which was quietly crushing them into oblivion, and now they were somebody. 58. 14. Whitewash, the McCone Commission and its critics, 1965–66. The coroner's inquest into the shooting deaths in the Watts uprising was a sham. When Hugh Maynes, the lawyer representing the family of one of the victims, demanded the right to cross-examine police witnesses, he was ejected from the room. In every case involving death at the hands of the police or National Guard, the jury ruled justifiable homicide. Meanwhile, the nearly 4,000 arrestees, especially those crammed into moldy cells in the old Lincoln Heights jail, stewed in the little judicial hell created by District Attorney Everly Younger's opposition to setting bail until the background of each defendant was studied and evaluated, a process that could take weeks. A.L. Wiener, the ACLU's legendary counsel, got the courts to overrule Younger, only to have the judges throw out the state judicial council's bail guidelines by doubling the standard bail for misdemeanors and adding $3,000 to the prescribed bail for specific felonies totally beyond the means of unemployed and indigent defendants. The Compton courts, meanwhile, stubbornly refused to set any bail at all. As prisoners were arraigned, Younger's prosecutors tacked on other petty charges such as disturbing the peace, unlawful assembly, participation in a riot and refusal to disperse. 2. Chief Parker, in a dizzying succession of angry press conferences and statements, blamed the uprising on almost everyone but himself. First, he accused the pseudo-leaders of the Negro community whom he had refused to meet with during the previous week for deliberately concealing the high criminal element in Watts and then preventing the police from quelling rioting by their appeals for the police to withdraw and let community leaders quiet the crowds. Then, 2 weeks later, he told NBC's Meet the Press that the California Highway Patrol was actually responsible for the riot because its officers at the scene during the arrest of the Fry family were untrained in crowd control. He said he has concluded after study of reports on the incident that if city police, who have handled hundreds of arrests in that area, had made the arrests on August 11, the rioting would have been averted. As for the community's supposed grievances, he produced another of his astounding statistics: only 8% of the Negroes interviewed felt any resentment against the city police. In September, he claimed County Supervisor Kenneth Hahn had been a riot instigator because he attended a meeting with residents at Athens Park on August 12, during which one youth captured television attention with the wild claim that black gangs were going to invade white neighborhoods. Then there were the persons with bullhorns who, Parker charged, were actually directing the riot. In fact, a bullhorn had been borrowed from the police by a city employee in order to warn white motorists from driving into Watts. Finally, in his testimony to the McCone Commission, Parker accused Sheriff Peter Pitchess of deflecting blame for any misconduct onto the LAPD. He just sits there and keeps his mouth shut and doesn't get in trouble with anybody. 3. But Parker's real wrath in 1965, as in 1962, fell upon his default scapegoats, the local members of the Nation of Islam. On Monday, day 6, he had hinted ominously to the press that the black Muslims had moved in on the riot, although he offered no evidence of their criminal purpose other than the fact that those arrested were quickly bailed out of jail. 4 So Parker moved in on the Muslims. At 2 a.m. Wednesday morning, August 18, 100 cops and sheriff's deputies, backed up by National Guardsmen, launched a surprise military-style assault on Muhammad's Mosque No. 27, 5806 Broadway. The LAPD would later justify the berserk attack by saying that an anonymous informant had witnessed the Muslims moving a large cache of weapons and explosives into the mosque. Several cops also claimed that they had come under heavy fire from a gunman lurking on the roof of the two-story stucco mosque. In any event, the raiders laid down a wild fusillade of hundreds of pistol and rifle bullets and shotgun slugs, blowing away every window in the mosque and pockmarking every wall. Charging into the building, they found 19 men on the blood-stained floor, 4 of them badly cut by flying glass, whom they handcuffed and dragged away. 5 They ransacked the interior in their search for firearms or any evidence that might link the Muslims to the previous week's riot, but found nothing, although they carted away all the mosque's files, business records, and membership lists. On their way out, Billy Mills would later allege, the enraged cops set the building on fire. 6 Then, the Times reported, as the Muslims were led away with shotguns at their heads, a sniper reportedly fired at officers 2 blocks away at 58th and Broadway. That set off another barrage of gunfire and heavily damaged the United Veterans of California Club and a barber shop at 5865 Broadway. The police stayed at the scene to arrest other Muslims who arrived after hearing reports that the mosque was under attack. Bored National Guardsmen, having missed all the shooting fun, dropped tear gas grenades into manholes in case armed Muslims were lurking in the sewers. 7. In the end 59 people were arraigned, the original 19 for assault with intent to commit murder, but all the cases were soon dismissed by Municipal Judge Armand Jewell for lack of evidence. The only evidence of any shot having been fired from within the mosque, the judge observed, are statements from some witnesses that they heard or saw flashes or reports or puffs of smoke. It wouldn't take much imagination to see reflections of lights on windows and to hear the sound of firing to believe they were fired upon. When Billy Mills subsequently asked Parker to appear and explain the raid to the city council, especially the logic of shooting up the entire neighborhood, he was predictably rebuffed, as was Assemblyman Dimely when he asked for a federal probe into the affair. 8. Parker, meantime, was buttressing himself with commendations and statements of support from the Alabama State Police, both of L.A.'s daily newspapers, Robert Kennedy, William F. Buckley, all 239 Los Angeles County posts of the American Legion, the Downtown Businessmen's Association, a large delegation of conservative housewives, and so on. He also enjoyed for the first time the fulsome and uncritical support of Uribe, who himself was basking in the love of his white voters. In his History of the Department, Joe Dominic describes the new Uribe as the 60s equivalent of a cheerleading Laker girl for the LAPD, 9, and both of them knew that riding to their rescue was wealthy LA industrialist and ex-CIA director, John McCone. The Commission. In all of California, Paul Jacobs wrote of McCone, it would be hard to find a man less qualified by training and attitude to investigate a social phenomenon like the one that shook Los Angeles in August 1965. Even before the lifting of the curfew, Governor Brown had canvassed the idea of an investigative commission with his special counsel Warren Christopher, a partner at O'Melveny and Myers, L.A.'s most prestigious and powerful law firm. Brown was looking ahead to the 1966 elections, when he would face formidable challenges from the right, Sam Uribe in the spring primary and probably Ronald Reagan in the fall. He and Christopher both felt that a riot study that read like a civil rights manifesto would be political death. They sought a diagnosis of the city's sickness which would be acceptable to the very groups in the city which bore a heavy responsibility for creating the cancerous environment, Jacobs wrote. Threatened by a real possibility of political defeat from the right, they gave the initiative to the right. In particular, Brown agreed with advice from Christopher and his senior staff that in order to bring the establishment along with the process, the chair of the commission had to be someone with unassailable conservative credentials and an impeccable reputation in the business community. 10. McCone, who sat on the boards of many of California's largest corporations, fit the description to a T. In the late 1930s he had co-founded the engineering firm Bechtel McCone, which during the war operated a shipyard that employed many black workers, thus giving him rather ludicrously standing as someone who knew Negroes. Despite accusations of having been a war profiteer, he rapidly ascended the ladder of power in post-war Washington, appointed chair of the Atomic Energy Commission by Eisenhower in 1958, and then director of the CIA by Kennedy in 1961. As CIA director he oversaw early attempts to assassinate Castro and played a central role in the Cuban Missile Crisis. He resigned in 1965 in protest over LBJ's refusal to widen the air war against North Vietnam. In the 1970s, as a director of manufacturing company ITT, he would be involved in plotting the overthrow of Allende in Chile. McCone reluctantly accepted the governor's invitation to chair the commission and agreed to his stipulation that the report must be ready within 100 days. He quickly sat down with Christopher, and, as he later told Jacobs, they drafted a memorandum, a sort of frame of references, and this memorandum was transmitted and became, with such modifications as the governor's staff added, the directive to the commission from the governor. To fill out the rest of the commission, they chose, in striking disregard for the authentic voices of the South Central community, 2 black notables, a conservative Republican judge, Earl Brodie, and a newly elected school board member, the Reverend James Jones. The latter's views were more aligned with moderate civil rights leaders like the Reverend H. H. Brookins of the United Civil Rights Committee, but he was not a forceful personality, and his dissent carried little weight. Of the 4 additional whites, the key selection, who immediately joined McCone and Christopher in the inner sanctum of the commission, was insurance executive Asa Call, the elderly kingpin of a Los Angeles power structure anchored by the Chandler dynasty at the times. Call would arouse much mirth by traveling around South Central in a limousine with a white chauffeur. 11. Justice Department officials, led by Ramsey Clark, had arrived in Los Angeles with an eye to conducting their own investigation, but McCone twisted arms at the White House and was reassured that no separate report would be issued. The triumvirate, moreover, quickly established their authority by vetoing the suggestion from other members to let witnesses testify in open hearings. Preposterous deference was paid to city officials during the closed hearings. Chief Parker, for instance, began his testimony by whining to the commissioners that when you talk about dislocated minorities, and I am not saying this for sympathy, because I don't have to, but the police of this country, in my opinion, are the most downtrodden, oppressed, dislocated minority in America. 12 Later, when the ACLU tried to introduce evidence about police abuse, McCone sharply cut them off. Charges of police brutality, he declared, were a device of our adversaries, those who would like to destroy the freedom that this country stands for. It was obvious that the chairman had made up his mind about responsibility for the uprising even before the closed hearings had begun. The unusually concise commission report was made public on December 2, exactly as McCone had promised Brown. 13. Violence in the city an end or a beginning began by denying that Watts or any part of South Central was a slum. Indeed, quoting from an anonymous black leader, Los Angeles was the best city in the world in terms of housing for blacks. Residential conditions, in fact, were almost idyllic. Watts, for example, is a community consisting mostly of 1- and 2-story houses, a third of which are owned by the occupants. In the riot area, most streets are wide and usually quite clean, there are trees, parks, and playgrounds. A Negro in Los Angeles has long been able to sit where he wants in a bus or a movie house, to shop where he wishes, to vote, and to use public facilities without discrimination. The opportunity to succeed is probably unequaled in any other major American city. 14. Although unemployment was a problem, the commission blamed overgenerous welfare policies for discouraging blacks from seeking work. In addition, the level of income support available in Los Angeles was a magnet attracting the Southern flotsam who played a key role in the riot. 15 As David Sears and John McConaughey paraphrased this section of the report. Attracted to Los Angeles by dreams of welfare luxury, the Southern blacks were filled with a special measure of frustration and disillusionment. McCone. Thus, not only were the rioters outsiders, even worse, they were ungrateful outsiders. In this form, the Southern newcomer hypothesis suggested to the people of Los Angeles that the white community should avoid any feelings of guilt over its contribution to the conditions that produced the riot. Indeed, it had done too much, rather than too little, for the blacks. Hence, the appropriate response to the riots was indignation. 16. In conclusion, the commission blamed the riot on 2 culprits. First was a tiny criminal minority of newcomers, who for reasons unrelated to substantive grievances were responsible for most of the arson, violence, and looting. Relying solely on the testimonies of Parker and Yurdi, it estimated that only about 2% of the black population were involved in the disorder. Nevertheless, this violent fraction, however minor, has given the face of community relations in Los Angeles a sinister cast. Later, in testimony to HUAC, which investigated the Watts uprising a year and a half later, District Attorney Younger characterized this riot-prone group as young and psychotic. Each is a potential killer. 17. Secondly, the Commission indicted the civil rights movement in general, and local activists in particular, for fueling outrage that had no legitimate justification in Los Angeles conditions. To be sure, the civil rights controversy has never been the issue in our community that it has been in the South. However, the accusations of the leaders of the national movement have been picked up by many local voices and have been echoed throughout the Negro community here. The angry exhortations and the resulting disobedience to law in many parts of our nation appear to have contributed importantly to the feeling of rage which made the Los Angeles riots possible. Although the Commission received much thoughtful and constructive testimony from Negro witnesses, we also heard statements of the most extreme and emotional nature. For the most part, our study fails to support, and indeed the evidence disproves most of the statements made by the extremists. 18. Put bluntly, wrote riot scholar Robert Fogelson, violence in the city claimed that the rioters were marginal people and the riots meaningless outbursts. 19. Although the report noted black resentment against Parker, it found no substantive basis for such feelings and praised Chief Parker and his heroic department for their efficiency. The vindication of Parker along with the so-called riff-raff thesis of the criminal 2% set off furious reactions in the black community. Billy Mills called the report pitiful, Booker Griffin of the Westminster Neighborhood Association denounced it as disgusting, and the California Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights condemned it as elementary, superficial, unoriginal, and unimaginative. 20. But the decisive refutation of the Commission findings came from UCLA's Western Data Processing Center and its IBM 7090 supercomputer, the same one used by NASA and the Strategic Air Command, that social scientists used to crunch a mountain of census data, arrest records, and interviews with residents. Even before the completion of violence in the city, the county probation department had used this computer power to study 400 arrested juveniles. Far from being marginal criminals, most had little or no previous contact with the police, and the majority had been born in California, not the South. Less than 10% had been arrested for arson, assault, or possession of a weapon, most were booked for loitering, curfew violations or looting. 21. A few months later, Fogelson, working for the President's Crime Commission, and researchers at the UCLA's Institute of Government and Public Affairs, launched what became the Los Angeles Riot Study. They published separate reports that together, Fogelson summarized, left little doubt that the McCone Commission completely misunderstood the character and implications of the Los Angeles riots. The rioters, as many as 50,000, were a substantial and representative minority, sympathetically regarded by the black community, and the violent acts were expressions of genuine grievances and as such meaningful protests. 22 later studies by UCLA's David Sears and others confirmed that up to 15% of the adult population took part, another 35 to 40% were active spectators. Longtime residents supported the rioting as much as newcomers, and support for the riot was as great among those better off and better educated as among those less fortunate. 23. What's his manifesto? The most incisive critique of McCone, however, came from the pen of Bayard Rustin in a celebrated March 1966 article where he contrasted violence in the city and the notorious Moynihan Report, March 1965, on the black family with the What's manifesto that had been enunciated in the streets the previous August. According to him, unfortunately, but inevitably, the emphasis on Negro behavior in both reports has stirred up an abstract debate over the interpretation of data rather than suggesting programs for dealing with the existing and very concrete situation in which American Negroes find themselves. For example, neither report is concerned about segregation and both tacitly assume that the Civil Rights Acts of 1964 and 1965 are already destroying the system. In the case of the McCone Report, this leaves the writers free to discuss the problems of Negro housing, education, and unemployment in great detail without attacking the conditions of de facto segregation that underlie them. Rustin went on to confront the widespread allegation, particularly dear to Chief Parker and Mayor Yurdi, that peaceful civil disobedience was the catalyst to anarchy and violence. It would be hard to frame a more insidiously equivocal statement of the Negro grievance concerning law enforcement during a period that included the release of the suspects in the murder of the 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi, the failure to obtain convictions against the suspected murderers of Medgar Evers and Mrs. Violet Liuzzo, and the police violence in Selma, Alabama, to mention only a few of the more notorious cases. And surely it would have been more to the point to mention that throughout the nation Negro demonstrations have almost invariably been nonviolent, and that the major influence on the Negro community of the civil rights movement has been the strategy of discipline and dignity. The McCone Commission, he concluded, had been obsessed by the few profits of violent resistance, and ignores the fact that never before has an American group sent so many people to jail or been so severely punished for trying to uphold the law of the land. 24. Jobs, he continued, were both the problem and the solution. The report's section on employment not unexpectedly was the most ignorant, unimaginative, and conservative despite its dramatic recommendation that 50,000 new jobs be created. On youth unemployment, the report suggested that existing federal projects initiate a series of attitudinal training programs to help young Negroes develop the necessary motivation to hold on to these new jobs, which are to come from somewhere that the Commission keeps secret. This, Rustin argued, was just another example of the Commission's continued reliance on public relations, and of its preoccupation with the dull, devastating spiral of Negro failure. The truth of the matter, he said, was that Negro youths cannot change their attitudes until they see that they can get jobs. When what they see is unemployment and their economic opportunity programs being manipulated in behalf of politicians, their attitudes will remain realistically cynical. Rustin called Watts and neighborhoods like it elsewhere ghettos of despair. There were, of course, the unemployable poor, the children, the aging, the permanently handicapped. No measure of employment or of economic growth will put an end to their misery, and only government programs can provide them with a decent way of life. The care of these people could be made a major area of job growth. Los Angeles officials could immediately train and put to work women and unemployed youths as school attendants, recreation counselors, practical nurses, and community workers. The federal government and the state of California could aid the people of Watts by beginning a massive public works program to build needed housing, schools, hospitals, neighborhood centers, and transportation facilities. This, too, would create new jobs. In short, they could begin to develop the $100 billion freedom budget advocated by A. Philip Randolph. In the aftermath of the rebellion, Reverend Brookins of the UCRC, Councilman Billy Mills, UCLA economist Paul Bullock, Paul Schrade of the United Auto Workers, and others were working hard to shift the debate to jobs. One of the most significant statistics to emerge from the probation department's study was that 44% of the jailed juveniles came from families where the principal breadwinner was unemployed. The UCRC proposed a crash WPA-type program a la A. Philip Randolph's freedom budget to put to work at a living wage all the unskilled and semi-skilled workers who cannot be absorbed by private employment. 25 This emphasis on the causal centrality of joblessness in the August events received a surprise endorsement from the most unlikely of sources. Appearing on CBS in late August, Barry Goldwater said, "The thing that happened in Los Angeles, and I think it will happen again in this country, was caused by people just being fed up with not being able to get jobs, with not being able to live as well as other people live. I don't discount the agitation that took place, but I think we better get on with the job of providing training, providing incentive, and providing integration wherever it doesn't exist for all people, whether they be Negro or white." 26. Deadweiler. New Year 1966 arrived with few good tidings for the residents of Watts and its neighboring communities. While Mayor Yurdy, Governor Brown, and the Johnson administration continued to battle over the details of a federal response to conditions in Watts, the tension on the streets was still like a fallen high-power line, ready to kill the unwary. Most residents, moreover, had a family member or friend trapped in the gears of the judicial process or already on their way to a county road camp or state prison, and the LAPD, exonerated by the McCone Commission, remained ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. So were some whites. On February 1 a carload of racists from Burbank, trawling South Central for random blacks, murdered a young sailor, 22-year-old Mickey Guerin, who was waiting for a bus at the corner of 72nd Street and Broadway. He was hit by no less than 70 shotgun pellets. 27 Opinion surveys had shown that many residents in South Central believed the rebellion would make whites more understanding and sympathetic to their plight. In fact, the reverse was the case. Nationally, 90% of whites believed that the police in LA and elsewhere had been too lenient on rioters, and a mere 5% believed that discrimination or white racism had anything to do with the uprisings. 28 Most white Angelenos were preoccupied by imaginary black savagery, not by the crisis of black humanity. 29 At the beginning of March the LAPD began complaining about the hostile attitudes of groups of young men milling around Watts. It was just a question of time, one cop told the Times later. It was building. But the anger was accumulating out of seemingly unrelated issues in diverse places. The shooting, for instance, of a black army captain in Louisiana while he talked on the phone with his brother in LA. A bitter strike at a metal company on Alameda. A street fight on a downtown bus between black and Chicano teenagers. The non-fatal drive-by shooting of 2 black youth by 3 Chicano teenagers. Finally, the rough arrest of a Jordan High School student who had thrown a rock at a teacher's car coalesced and detonated all these tensions. High school students and young adults stoned passing cars near the Jordan Downs Pentagon at 103rd and Grape, followed by the burning of several stores and rock-throwing battles with police. Presumably retaliating for the earlier shootings, a black teenager shot and killed Larry Gomez, 35, a truck driver for a bottled water company who was known for being outspoken in support of black civil rights. Meanwhile, police gunned down Joseph Campbell as he was walking on a sidewalk with other black youth, then unsuccessfully tried to cover up their culpability. The press called these events the Second Watts riot or Watts 2, but it would have been more accurate, in hindsight at least, to have seen this cluster of violence and anger as merely one episode in a continuing slow riot. 30. Indeed, in early May a police killing inflamed the black community like nothing since the rape of Beverly Tate and the arrest of the Frias. Barbara and Leonard Deadweiler, both 25, had recently moved to Los Angeles from Forsyth County, Georgia, an area that had an infamous history. In 1912, following several lynchings, the county's entire black population was violently expelled, and Forsyth remained almost totally white through the 1950s. The Deadweilers, presumably one of a small number of black families in the county, left in 1964 around the time of a race riot in Gainesville, the county seat. 31 In Los Angeles, Leonard, like many new immigrants, was able to find only occasional work, and on Saturday, May 7, the day of his death, he and Barbara were evicted from their home for non-payment of rent. Barbara, 8 months pregnant, felt labor pains, and Leonard asked a friend to drive them to County General Hospital. The friend, however, was too drunk and nervous to drive, and passed the wheel to Leonard, who tied a white handkerchief on the car antenna, a common practice in the rural South to alert police that it was an emergency. He drove very fast, north along Avalon Boulevard, and was pulled over by police for speeding. Officer Gerald Bova, 23, who had earlier been accused of abusing 4 boys for running a red light on their bikes, approached the Deadweiler vehicle from the passenger side with his gun drawn and its hammer cocked. A witness would later testify that he had a furious look on his face. According to Bova, while pointing the .38 at Leonard, he leaned into the car to shut off the ignition. The car lurched forward and the gun accidentally discharged, killing Deadweiler. Barbara Deadweiler, backed up by several witnesses, said Bova was flat out lying. He never leaned into the car never moved, in fact it was blocked by another squad car in front, and the shooting was no accident. He simply murdered her husband. 32. She soon retained a young lawyer to defend her account in the upcoming coroner's inquest, Johnny Cochran. Only 29, he had just entered private practice after several years working criminal cases, The obscenity trial of Lenny Bruce, 4-1, for the city attorney. Years later, in his autobiography, he was to write, "Many of the people who watched the Simpson trial believed they knew everything they needed to know about me by watching my work in his defense. It is impossible to know anything at all about me without knowing about this coroner's inquest. If one case could be said to have shaped my career, it was the investigation into the death of Leonard Deadwyler. 33. His initial tactic was a press conference at County General with Barbara Deadwyler making a brief but dramatic appearance in a wheelchair. Tearfully she told reporters that when Bova approached their car, "My husband asked him to lead us to the hospital and then he didn't say anything and shot him." As she was wheeled back to her hospital room, Cochran schooled the press in some of the obvious contradictions in Bova's account. For one thing, the ignition was turned off, and besides, it would have been very difficult to grab the ignition key from the passenger side of a 1957 Buick. Moreover, Bova never reached over Barbara Deadwyler in the passenger seat, nor were his head and shoulders inside the car at any time. Smiling to reporters, Cochran hinted that this was only a foretaste of the case he would make at the inquest. Deadwyler's funeral took place the following Monday, May 16. A silent cortege, several blocks long, walked behind his hearse to Praisers of Zion Missionary Baptist Church. The crowd of mourners was too large to fit inside the church, so hundreds stood quietly outside listening to the memorial service over a loudspeaker. After brief remarks by the local pastor, Reverend Brookins took the pulpit. "We're concerned about the truth and all the diabolical circumstances in the death of Leonard Deadwyler," he said. "Justice does not always remain on the scaffold. This is a blatant kind of situation. Why did the officer approach the car with a drawn gun? Why was it cocked?" The congregation echoed, "Why?" 34. After the service, the Committee to End Legalized Murder by Cops, newly organized by the cadre of what would soon become the Che Lumumba Club of the Communist Party, circulated a sensational leaflet, "We Charge Murder," calling for protesters to gather the following evening at Will Rogers Park. 500 people showed up, including Southern California CP leader Dorothy Healy and her tiny but feisty mother, Barbara Nestor. After a brief rally, they were stirred by orators to march on the 77th Street police station. When they arrived, they found it defended by police sharpshooters on the roof, and after some spirited picketing, a large contingent of protesters went to the UCRC office in the hope of continuing the debate about the direction of the campaign. The office was locked, and as people milled around outside, some broke off and went to a nearby liquor store where, in chaotic circumstances, they smashed bottles and fought with clerks. Police arrived and began skirmishing not only with the looters in the liquor store but also the peaceful crowd in front of the UCRC headquarters. At some point in the general melee, two Newsweek reporters, Carl Fleming and David Moberg, were attacked by youths wielding wooden 4x4s. It was a tragic encounter since Fleming, who suffered a broken jaw and a concussion, was highly respected by Southern activists for his courageous reportage on the 1962 Meredith riots at Ole Miss and the 1964 murders of civil rights workers Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner. Moberg, future executive editor of In These Times, escaped with a black eye and bruises. 35. Mayor Yurdi, looking for a wedge issue in the down-home stretch of his primary fight with Governor Brown, charged the next day that the Deadwyler campaign was simply a cover for a communist conspiracy to discredit the LAPD. As proof, he evoked the name of Franklin Alexander, the national chair of the party-sponsored W.E.B. Du Bois clubs, whom he claimed was the instigator of Tuesday night's disorder. "There are left-wing agitators," he declared, "who try to throw gasoline on any disturbance that breaks out." He also attacked Brookins for very bad judgment in his funeral oration and blamed the news media for giving the Negro leader too much attention. 36. For the remaining weeks of the primary campaign, Yurdi, who for decades had made anti-communism his bread and butter, hammered away on the conspiracy theme. For Alexander and his comrades, however, the notoriety generated by Yurdi's fulminations was fungible as street credibility and helped them win a place in the leadership of the emergent Black United Front. To the consternation of the coroner and the county sheriffs, more than 1,000 South Central residents showed up downtown at the Old Hall of Records the morning of Thursday, May 19, for the beginning of the inquest. The assigned courtroom, however, could accommodate less than a third of the jostling, excited crowd, so a deputy announced a list of ministers to be seated as community representatives. "We don't want no preachers in there," people screamed. "Let us in. We want in." A platoon of baton-wielding sheriffs managed to secure the doors, but Younger realized that it would be almost impossible to move the jurors, and especially the witnesses, into the courtroom, so he shifted the venue to a larger room in the county courthouse. But the new courtroom was still too small to seat the entire multitude. So, amid much commotion, a loudspeaker was set up in the mall outside to allow the others to listen to the testimony. The first witness was Mary Jones, who had observed the killing from a nearby parked car. When asked if she could point out Officer Bova, she delighted spectators by replying, "All of them look alike to me." "But," she insisted seriously, "I think it was cold-blooded murder." The spectators cheered. The assistant who was leading the questioning asked for an immediate adjournment. The hearing had lasted only a half hour. The day had been a fiasco for the DA's office, and in the evening the slow riot resumed, with 150 people stoning cars in Watts on 103rd Street, while a car caravan cruised around Watts attacking liquor stores and attempting to burn down a drive-in restaurant. The police responded with the wholesale arrest of teenage curfew violators, regardless of whether they had been involved in the incidents or not. Younger, who feared that all this signaled that the city was on the verge of a new uprising, quickly moved the next morning to have the inquest televised. KTLA, whose anchor George Putnam was the most reactionary on-air presence in Southern California, agreed to interrupt its daytime programming to broadcast the hearings. The inquest was televised for 8 days. It was a continuous back and forth of cops buttressing Bova's story while black witnesses contradicted it. Bova himself was excused for security reasons after only an hour of testimony, while Barbara Deadweiler was subjected to a full day of hard grilling by Provenzano and ended up fainting and having to be revived with smelling salts. There was only one black person on the coroner's jury, and the verdict of accidental homicide was preordained by the white proclivity to take a cop's word over that of a black witness under almost any circumstance. Bova's acquittal was accepted with resignation by Brookins and other moderate leaders, but Billy Mills was furious, as were the kids on the streets of Watts that evening. The white electorate, heavily pro-police in the Deadweiler matter, delivered a verdict of their own a week later, voting down a bond issue to build a hospital in Watts Willowbrook, a key demand of the black community and a major recommendation of the McCone Report. For black voters it was a direct slap in the face. Proposition 14 revisited. Meanwhile, Mayor Yurdi, after losing the primary to Governor Brown, remained relentless in his quest to prove the Red Menace behind the Deadweiler campaign. Finally, in September, a grand jury indicted 22-year-old John Harris for criminal syndicalism, an archaic statute last used in 1934 to imprison 8 communist farm worker leaders. Harris, a Birmingham native and the former director of the SNCC project in Indianola, Mississippi, had recently joined the Progressive Labor Party, a small but active Maoist group. His offense, which carried a prison term of 1 to 15 years, was the distribution of leaflets at the inquest that accused Parker and Bova of murder. Harris's fate hung in the balance for several years until the law was finally overturned, for good, by the California Supreme Court. 1966 was a grim year for social justice, but it had one bright spot. At a testimonial dinner in July and in front of hundreds of guests, Chief Parker keeled over dead. Across Los Angeles there were memorable celebrations of his departure, but also apprehension that he would live on through his protégés in the chief's office and in the militarized culture of the LAPD. 15. Cultural Revolution. The Watts Renaissance, 1965–67. In the weeks after curfew was lifted in 1965, strange wraith-like figures were seen sifting through the burnt debris left by the uprising. It was assumed by bemused residents and police alike that they were scavengers, but what value were the twisted pieces of metal, charred window frames, melted neon signs, broken glass, and smoke-stained mannequins they loaded into children's red wagons? In fact, these objects were ingredients of dreams and nightmares, and the scavengers were artists. Noah Purifoy, co-founder of the Watts Towers Art Center, John Outerbridge, David Hammonds, and others. Inspired by Marcel Duchamp, Simon Rodia, who built the Watts Towers out of colorful debris, and the folk artists of the Black South, they transformed 3 tons of riot detritus into fetishes, altars, images of mythic heroes, and visual manifestos in familiar but unknown languages. With the help of his musician comrade Judson Powell and other artist friends, Purifoy assembled 66 pieces, 66 signs of neon, which were exhibited first at Markham Junior High School in spring 1966, and then traveled the University Art Gallery circuit for nearly 2 years, baffling most white viewers while delighting blacks. Mixed media assemblage, or junk art, according to critic Peter Plagins, was the first homegrown California modern art. It was a trademark of seminal Ferris Gallery artists such as Ed Kienholz, whose noirish backseat Dodge 38 led supervisors to threaten to cut funds to the LA County Museum of Art when it was exhibited the same week as the second Watts riot. But, as historian Dan Widener observes, the form seemed particularly suited to the needs of black artists. Assemblage, a form given to juxtaposition, allowed for the exposition of both irony and contradiction. That it did so relatively inexpensively was a bonus. That it blended a highly intellectual process of selection with an improvisational, even spontaneous, method made for a jazz-like sensibility. Like jazz, assemblage art suggested the possibility of a non-essentialized form of black creativity whose racial codings might be deciphered by black audiences whether or not white artists or audiences sought to replicate, extend, or consume the end result one. The artists were but one detachment of a broad movement of musicians, dancers, writers, actors, filmmakers, and poets who made Watts, as the Russian constructivists would say, into the cultural condenser of the immense energies unleashed by the rebellion. Indeed, by spring 1966, everyone was talking about a Watts Renaissance, although cultural revolution, which Malcolm X had called for in 1964, might be a better term. Point 2 Like Purifoy and his magical riot debris, Black Arts Collective scavenged space in the wrecked but recyclable shells of furniture stores and markets along Charcoal Alley. Soon 103rd Street was home to some of the most vital cultural institutions on the West Coast, the Watts Writers' Workshop, the Mayfundi Institute, Studio Watts, What's Happening Coffee House, and the Watts Towers Art Center. The Westminster Neighborhood Association building, the only one on the block spared by rioters, acted as a headquarters for the Renaissance, while the annual Watts Festival, inaugurated in August 1966, showcased its achievements. At a time when the McCone Commission's warning about the dull, devastating spiral of failure in the black community reflected elite white opinion, Watts was becoming, if only for a few seasons, Los Angeles's left bank. The seeds for the hothouse growth of Watts's cultural enterprises were provided by the unity, pride, and community spirit generated by the rebellion, but the ground had been tilled much earlier. Renaissance man. The Watts Renaissance and the broader community arts movement have been the subjects of several groundbreaking studies, most notably Steve Isorti's The Dark Tree, 2006, and Dan Widener's Black Arts West, 2010. Point 3 While both authors stress the important continuities with Central Avenue's fluorescence in the 1940s and the avant-garde jazz scene of the 1950s, they locate the principal aesthetic and political template for the Watts Renaissance in a picaresque band of free jazz musicians, led by pianist Horace Tapscott, called the Underground Musicians Association, UGMA. At the end of 1950s, after Ornette Coleman and Eric Dolphy had joined the exodus of LA jazz musicians to New York, Tapscott, who could have easily taken the same path and ended up on the cover of Downbeat magazine, decided instead to replant himself in the musical grassroots of South Central LA. Leaving Lionel Hampton's band at the beginning of 1961, he and pianist-singer Linda Hill organized what became a years-long jam session held in a succession of friends' garages and homes, starting with Hill's. It attracted outstanding but idiosyncratic musicians Lester Robertson, Guido Sinclair, Arthur Blythe, from San Diego, Everett Brown Jr. and many others, all of them sharing Tapscott's interest in exploring newer, freer sounds, in ensembles of all sizes from quartets to UGMA's big band, the Pan-African People's Orchestra. Although Sun Ra had, earlier in the 1950s, pioneered a jazz commune that transgressed musical, and planetary, boundaries, it was an autocracy in which Ra's creative authority was unassailable. UGMA, in contrast, was an anarchist participatory democracy, devoted to collective improvisation in the manner of early jazz and contemporary free jazz. Tapscott acted as gadfly, synthesizer, and pathfinder while pursuing his own compositional projects. Amory Baraka, speaking about what he and Larry Neal had christened the Black Arts Movement, once said, "Coltrane is our flag." UGMA's own paradigm was Coltrane's Ascension, recorded at the end of June 1965, 6 weeks before the Watts Rebellion. This extraordinary 40-minute piece, The Finnegan's Wake of the so-called New Wave, fissured the jazz world. Most white critics, and some black, denounced it as anti-jazz and wrote obituaries for Coltrane's so recently brilliant career. But younger, more radical musicians including Archie Shepp and Pharoah Sanders, who played in the session along with the Coltrane Quartet and 9 or 10 others, acclaimed it as revolutionary, a utopic step to total freedom. It broke the seal, writes New York Times music critic Ben Ratliff, on full-bore, single-gesture, all-out, free-blowing sessions, as well as the notion of the jazz band as community, a collective effort to make large-scale textural music rather than an exclusive, carefully structured machine moving through smaller and more defined parts. This, he concludes, had obvious political implications in 1965, for it certainly did for Tapscott and the UGMA, for whom it was an anthem of black liberation and so important to the group's self-conception that when the collective decided to rename itself, it chose Union of God's Musicians and Artists Ascension, UGMA. But UGMA's commitment to musical experimentation was inseparable from their African-influenced conception of community arts. From its inception, Isorti emphasizes, the movement initiated by Horace and his colleagues, drew heavily from and was inspired by communal aspects of traditional West and West Central African cultures. The griots, in their civic roles as troubadours, collective historians, teachers, and master storytellers, were potent models for the UGMA, as were their analogues in Southern Afro-American history. Like the griot guilds, the orchestra was a school that included musicians at different skill levels. Learners were not sent off to music teachers but invited onto the stage, where they served apprenticeships alongside musical masters. Meanwhile, African themes and motifs regularly recurred in Tapscott's compositions and in the poetry read during UGMA performances. The freeform and eclectic aesthetic of UGMA could be disconcerting to first-time listeners. Walter Savage, a bass player who was responsible for organizing performances at What's Happening Coffee House, told Isorti about his first encounter with UGMA in late 1965. "I expected to have a jam session and did all I could to get people in there. UGMA sort of straggled in, 1 or 2 or 3 at a time, turned out to be about 25 of them. I never got to speak to anybody. They just started playing, and they weren't playing a song. I was kind of in shock. They just set up and started to going at it. I'm thinking, are they going to play a song or what? But it was all free stuff. They never played a tune the whole time they were here." 5. In fact, Tapscott, like Sun Ra, delighted in taking the least traveled path and producing totally unexpected out-of-genre music. Thus the orchestra in its innumerable facets could sound like a Holiness Church choir, a German brass band on psychedelics, a New Orleans funeral procession, an Afro-Latin drum carnival, or a wailing chorus of lost souls from the depths of hell. UGMA was also a multimedia catalyst, bringing black artists of all descriptions into collaboration. In Harlem, St. Louis, Chicago, and elsewhere, the black arts movement took much of its creative inspiration and programmatic ideas from the new wave jazz of Coleman and Coltrane, as well as from the Harlem Renaissance's fascination with poetry as jazz. 6 In Los Angeles, UGMA went further and began to incorporate the spoken word together with theater and dance into its repertoire. The flexibly scaled and open performance structure of the orchestra, together with the super-improvisational character of much of its music, constituted a natural environment for poetry, beginning with Jane Cortez, Ornette Coleman's ex-wife and the founder of LA Friends of SNCC, whose skill with words was enhanced by her prodigious understanding of black music. Soon Quincy Troupe, Ted Jones, Lena Horne's son, Kamau Daoud, Ajanki, and the What's Prophets, the godfathers of rap, were also performing with UGMA. Ajanki, interviewed by iSorty, recalled the excitement of these events. I read with them in coffee houses, parks, community centers, churches, schools. Horace liked to have poets there. He would like to have all the artists represented, like a multimedia presentation before all that was happening. Everybody would be there: dancers, singers. 7. Although the early UGMA was notoriously nomadic, moving between a succession of crash pads and jam session garages, after the rebellion it acquired rehearsal and performance space for several years in the former supermarket that had been converted into the What's Happening Coffee House. A vital hub of the Renaissance, the Coffee House, funded by the Southern California Council of Churches and the Office of Economic Opportunity, was also the home of the What's Writers Workshop and the Mayfundi Institute, a theatrical workshop run by the acclaimed actor William Marshall. This fortuitous propinquity led to multimedia collaborations between members of the three collectives as well as with the poets who regularly read at the coffee house. What emerged, according to poet Alden Nielsen, was an omniverse of jazz and textate. Tapscott and Marshall quickly formed a creative alliance. While the polytalented Marshall regularly read poetry or sang spirituals during UGMA performances, Tapscott acted as the theater group's musical director. Some of their collaborations were legendary. When Marshall staged a production of Oedipus Rex, iSorty writes, the play was known to UGMers as the original motherfucker. At the coffee house, with the setting shifted to Theban Egypt, he organized an all-black, practically all UGMA cast, with the band providing the music. 9 The Sophoclean Motherfucker was followed by other co-productions, including Marshall's popular one-man performance Enter Frederick Douglass and the first English adaptation of Aimé Césaire's La Tragédie du Roi. Christophe. Tapscott also worked with Studio Watts, located just down 104th Street in a former furniture store. Organized in fall 1964 by the ubiquitous Jane Cortez and James Woods, an accountant who moonlighted as the doorman at Shelley's Manhole in Hollywood, the studio offered an omnibus selection of workshops in the visual arts, dance, theater, poetry, and music. The theater component, however, soon spun off as the What's Repertory Theater Company. At the studio, Tapscott and other UGMers rubbed shoulders creatively with musicians John Carter and Bobby Bradford, who were rehearsing the unit that became the New Art Jazz Ensemble. Carter, a clarinet virtuoso and academic prodigy who had a music BA by age 19, had like Tapscott resisted the siren call of Manhattan and spent most of his career teaching in Los Angeles public schools. 10 Born in Fort Worth, he had played in an R&B band with fellow Texan Coleman before going off to college, while Bradford, a trumpeter and also a school teacher, was an alumni of Coleman's late 50s LA sessions and briefly preceded Don Cherry in Ornette's early 60s quartet. In 1969 Tapscott, Carter, and Bradford joined forces to record West Coast Hot, an album that featured The Dark Tree, Tapscott's signature composition, with an astonishing interplay between piano and clarinet. Carter would continue to be a key musical ally of UGMA, although recognition as one of the finest clarinetists in jazz would only come late in life. Just before his death in 1991 he completed Roots and Folklore, an extraordinary 5-album cycle of Afro-American history that was in many ways the capstone to the Black Arts project of cultural recovery and communal memory. Above all else, however, UGMA was the People's Orchestra of South Central LA, the movement's band. It performed at countless rallies, fundraising benefits, and celebrations for organizations and causes as diverse as the Black Muslims, SNCC, the Communist Party, the Black Student Alliance, and later the Free Angela Davis campaign. It also participated collectively in progressive coalitions such as the Black Congress and the Peace Action Committee, and touched bases with the New Left through the Ash Grove, the Folk and Blues Club. However, as both Isordi and Widener emphasize, it was the UGMA's increasingly close relationship, but not affiliation, with the Black Panther Party that became most striking from the summer of 1968 onward. Tapscott knew Elaine Brown, a singer and future chairwoman of the BPP, from What's Happening, and he arranged and performed on her famed BPP album Seize the Time. 3 Panthers, moreover, were members of the orchestra, while John Huggins, the leader of the LA chapter who would be killed by U.S. members at UCLA in 1969, sang in its choir. The band energized almost all Panther benefits, helping to raise much of the staggering amounts of bail imposed on party members. The Panther rank and file reciprocated this solidarity. Once, when the Musicians Union usurped the ARC's regular gig in South Park, sending a group of black and white musicians, 2 Black Panthers got on the stage with their guns and demanded to know, "Where's the ARC?" They shot some rounds in the air, and the band broke up. Monday morning, Tapscott remembered, the president of the union called my house, "Horace, your orchestra has the job at South Park next week 11." These ties, of course, made the UGMA a target of the FBI, who listed it as a black nationalist hate group, and also a target of the LAPD, which repeatedly raided What's Happening. Yet for Tapscott and his griots, such harassment was inadvertent tribute to the cultural revolution they helped launch and would keep alive for several more decades. 12. 103rd and Hollywood. He was the odd man out in What's in fall 1965. A stocky 51-year-old Jewish guy whose resume included sparring with Hemingway, arresting Nazi idol Leni Riefenstahl, and winning the 1954 Academy Award for Screenwriting, for On the Waterfront. A month after the rebellion, he left Beverly Hills and drove south on an impulse, and put up a note on the bulletin board at the Westminster Neighborhood Association building, "Creative Writing Class All Interested sign below." It would be pleasant to add, Bud Schulberg later recalled, that a dozen aspiring young writers signed immediately and we were off and writing. The truth was, nobody signed up. Nobody came. Week after week I sat there like an idiot shepherd without a flock, shuffling my notes. 13 Gradually a writing group coalesced, a random cross-section of What's society, several young homeless men, a school dropout preyed upon by the LAPD, an unemployed warehouseman, a middle-class matron, a former chorus girl, an army veteran who arrived in What's clueless on the first night of rioting, and so on. 14. There were eventually dozens, even scores, of workshops in What's in 1966 and 1967, but none had the cash or resources that Schulberg was able to mobilize. After a few phone calls, checks arrived from James Baldwin, Elia Kazan, Ira Gershwin, Richard Burton, the Kennedys, and so on. When this proved insufficient, Schulberg had a word with his close friend John Steinbeck, and the What's Writers Workshop, WWW, received a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts. The workshop soon became one of Hollywood's favorite feel-good philanthropies, although to call it radical chic in the Tom Wolfe fashion would ignore the fact that at least a large minority, perhaps even a majority, of actors, unlike studios and producers, acknowledged their creative debt to Black America and authentically wanted an open door to Black talent. But as the workshop matured, an inevitable conflict broke out over what Widener characterizes as Schulberg's cultural liberalism, his belief that racial injustice within Hollywood and in its depiction of American reality could be corrected in collaboration with the industry's elites. Later members of the WWW had a very different agenda. In the fall of 1968, Wiener writes, 13 members of the group left, citing subtle censorship and literary sharecropping. The 13 secessionists published What's Poets, 1968, which Wiener contrasts with From the Ashes, 1966, Skolberg's anthology of work in progress from the first WWW cohort. In place of positing literature as a vaccine against social upheaval, Milton McFarlane's introductory sentence in What's Poets proclaimed, "There can't be a successful adjustment of black people to the American economic system." 15 As WWW alumni like Kamau Daoud and the What's Prophets, Father Emd Hamilton, Richard Dedeaux and Otis O. Solomon, turned toward black power, repression soon followed. In 1973 the FBI superinformant Dart Hard Perry, who had already conducted surveillance on Mervyn Dimely, California's first black lieutenant governor, and bugged the studios of KPFK Pacifica, burned down the WWW headquarters and theater. The other cultural project growing out of the rebellion that also brought community together with Hollywood was the Inner City Cultural Center, ICCC. Its lasting importance, moreover, was much greater than the WWW. It was the brainchild of Dr. Alfred Cannon, who, with his UCLA colleague Hiawatha Harris, was part of a group of black psychiatrists studying the psychological ramifications of the civil rights movement and the long-term effects of racism on black mental health. Before he moved to Zimbabwe in 1983 to help organize its post-colonial medical system, Cannon had helped set in motion an extraordinary number of vital community institutions, including the Mayfundi Institute, the Frederick Douglass Child Care Center, the Inner City Mental Health Program and the ICCC. According to Dimely, Cannon was also the one who conceived the idea of the Drew School, the medical school in South LA that opened its doors in 1970 in association with county-administered Martin Luther King Hospital. He was the founding head of Psychiatry. 16. Cannon, like Dimely, had a cordial relationship with Ron Karenga of U.S., in part because of the shared belief that the psychological health of the black community required an African cultural core. Cannon frequently compared the black diasporic condition to that of American Jews, stressing the profound effect that the establishment of Israel had had upon Jewish self-perception. Blacks, he argued, needed to transcend the legacy of slavery through positive identification with newly independent black states in Africa and the Caribbean. 17 They collaborated together in the establishment of the Mayfundi Institute and in the design of the Black Studies program at UCLA, which became a battleground between U.S. and the Panthers. Because he and Dr. Harris supported Charles Thomas, Karenga's nominee for chair of the program, they were denounced by the Panthers as government bootlickers and part of the vicious U.S. plot, the assassination of Bunch Carter and John Huggins at UCLA in 1969. 18 These recriminations, together with a series of other setbacks and disappointments at UCLA and Drew, led to his eventual departure to Africa, where he died in 1989. Unlike 103rd Street's participatory and largely amateur scene, the ICCC was envisioned as a major professional repertory theater company, offering classical, modern, and avant-garde performances at low cost to the adult inner-city public and for free to high school students, as well as providing training programs in a variety of theater and media trades. Cannon's goal, he said, was to establish a center of excellence so that there will be an opportunity for major performances to appear right in the heart of a minority community so that minorities can witness first-hand events of cultural excellence in an institution that is a part of the community. 19 To build such a stage required powerful alliances beyond the nominal reach of an untenured UCLA faculty member, as well as an expert knowledge of the different currents within contemporary theater. This role fell to Gregory Peck. Beyond playing Atticus Fitch, Peck was a progressive anti-war Democrat who had undertaken significant fundraising for civil rights causes during UCRC days. He was an equally experienced builder of acting institutions, from a pioneering Irish film school to local theaters across the country. With a little arm twisting, he added Bud Schulberg, Robert Wise, and Max Palevsky to the board, along with Arab-American actress Marlo Thomas, hugely popular for her sitcom That Girl. With the support of Julian Nava, the first Chicano elected to the LA School Board, in 1967, the board negotiated a federally financed contract with the LA Unified School District to present live theater to 35,000 high school sophomores every year. 20. The genius of the ICCC, however, was its understanding of the creative potential in an inner city that, while majority black, had substantial communities of Chicanos, Japanese Americans, and elderly whites, as well as groups of Native Americans, Samoans and Latin Americans. In a sense, Canon and the ICCC invented multiculturalism long before the concept existed, aspiring, in Canon's words, to develop a black, a brown, a yellow and a red theater, but in an atmosphere of collaboration and cooperation. 21. To make this possible, the ICCC took over the old Boulevard Theater at Washington and Vermont, a mid-city crossroads of minority neighborhoods. The remodel started in summer 1966 when the city was on edge from the Deadweiler inquest. The alchemist who made multiculturalism work was C. Bernard Jackson, the second artistic director after the brief tenure of Andre Gregory, subject of the 1981 film My Dinner with Andre, who left after the school board censored his version of a Molière play. 22. Jackson had grown up in Brooklyn, moved to LA after military service and, while a graduate student in music at UCLA, scored an agitprop musical about the growing civil rights movement entitled Fly Blackbird that utilized a multi-ethnic cast. It won an Obie. 23. Jackson and Canon were both strikingly original in their conception of the ICCC and at the same time gave life back to an old ghost. A year after its opening, the Times theater critic Cecil Smith compared the ICCC to the Federal Theater Project of the Depression years. He fondly recalled as a youngster seeing superb productions in LA of Hauptmann's The Weavers, The Negro Macbeth, AAA Plowed Under and The Duke Ellington, Hall Johnson collaboration Run Little Chillin'. By 1939, he reported, federal theater productions here had been seen by 2.5 million people. But this hugely successful People's Theater was destroyed by HUAC in 1939 after allegations that it was a front for communists and other subversives. One of the committee's interrogators, Smith relates, sternly asked the theater's founder, Hallie Flanagan, "Who is this Christopher Marlowe? Is he a communist?" 24. Smith's comparison of the two theaters was apt, as was his implied warning that ICCC might face the same kind of witch hunt. Historian Nathan Rosenberger, in Art in the Ashes, a comparative study of the ICCC and other black art centers, expanded on Smith, showing how closely Jackson's concept of the new theater resonated with the ideals of popular front public culture described by Michael Denning as one that sought to forge ethnic and racial alliances, mediating between Anglo-American culture, the culture of ethnic workers, and African American culture, in part by reclaiming the figure of America itself. Imagining an Americanism that would provide a usable past for ethnic workers. 25. The multiculturalism of the ICCC, Rosenberger argued, was not framed by a standard liberal ideology or a middle-class attempt at inclusion, but by radical commitments to social movements and insurgent cultural forces. The ICCC created interracial coalitions and reached out across the cityscape to develop cross-class alliances. The fulcrum of the project, in many ways, was the alliance that Jackson created with East-West players, L.A.'s Vanguard Asian Theater Group, and Luis Valdez's El Teatro Campesino. In particular, the plays of El Teatro offered a beautiful balance to ICCC performances and rounded out a political social dialogue that put the working class, regardless of race, at the center. 26. Yet, while diverging from standard black arts and black power narratives in its embrace of multi-ethnic solidarity, the ICCC retained a vital connection to the Renaissance on 103rd Street. The What's Profits, for example, first debuted before a mixed public at the center's highly popular Monday night talent show. 27 black actors, moreover, remained a majority of the regular ensemble and included such future stars as Denzel Washington, Paul Winfield, Adolph Caesar, Lou Gossett Jr., and others. Yet most of the plays staged at the center, almost regardless of content, remained gloriously multicultural in their casting Jackson's distinctive signature. For example, in ICCC's version of Thornton Wilder's Our Town, Emily Webb, the girl, is being played by a Negro, her father by an Apache Indian, her mother by a Russian American and her brother by a Mexican American. George Gibbs, Emily's sweetheart and young husband, is being played by a blonde Caucasian, his father by a Japanese American, his mother by a Negro and his sister by a Chinese American. 28. As Smith had predicted, the ICCC, like the Federal Theater before it, came under repeated attack from the far right in Washington and Sacramento, but its Hollywood allies helped repel assaults on its budgets. 29 More difficult were the internal conflicts between Cannon and Jackson, on one side, and Peck and other elite board members over the repertoire and level of professionalism. Peck, although comfortable with some measure of experimental theater, generally saw the ICCC as a ladder that would allow underprivileged but gifted actors to climb into high-paying film and television jobs. Cannon and Jackson agreed this was an important goal, but they had a broader agenda that included educating inner-city audiences, sponsoring local playwriting, and allying with other third-world theaters. Unlike other offspring of 1965, however, these tensions never produced a split or secession, and the ICCC retained both its vitality and integrity for several decades. Although Jackson is the more celebrated in appropriate recognition of the enormous energy that he poured into hundreds of productions until his death in 2015, Cannon was remarkable for his ability to balance an essentially Afrocentric attitude about black survival with an equal dedication to radical, grassroots multiculturalism. Culture Warriors, Ron Karenga and U.S. In his 1935 essay Racial Consciousness and Social Revolution, Aimé Césaire, the great poet and revolutionary from Martinique, wrote, "Before making the revolution and in order to make the revolution the true one, a devastating groundswell, not the mere shaking of surfaces, one condition is essential, to break up the mechanical identification of the races, tear up superficial values, apprehend in ourselves the immanent Negro, plant our negritude like a beautiful tree until it bears its most authentic fruits. Should we not denounce," he continued, "the stultifying culture of identification and place every one of our racial values, like so many liberating bombs, under the prisons that white capitalism has built for us?" 30 Césaire's thesis that a people's capacity to liberate themselves grows from the decolonization of their identity and the recovery of pre-European cultures figured centrally in the ideology of negritude, a concept he developed together with Léopold Senghor, future leader of Senegal, and Léon Damas, French Guyana's best-known poet. It also became the core principle of black cultural nationalism, whose most influential West Coast exponent was the U.S. organization, led by Ron Karenga, born Ronald Everett. U.S. shared some DNA with their future enemies, the Black Panthers, through their association with the seminal Bay Area nationalist group. Electrified by the Southern sit-in movement, black students at Berkeley organized an ad hoc forum in the fall of 1960 to promote the study of black history and to debate alternatives to integrationism. In 1962 the group formalized itself as the Afro-American Association, AAA, under the leadership of Donald Worden. Soon, Khalid Al-Mansur, a young lawyer recently graduated from Bolt Hall. Worden admired Harlem's old line nationalists who agitated on street corners, and he introduced their soapbox methods to the Bay Area's black communities. Like a prophet calling for the millennium, recalled a comrade of Worden, he walked through the streets of Oakland, Berkeley, and San Francisco, in and out of schools and colleges, office buildings, and coffee houses, telling black peoples where they were. The time has come to break with white America. Thanks to his charisma, the AAA attracted several hundred members and in its short existence became the seedbed for the formation of diverse black radical and nationalist groups in California. By the time Karenga came into contact with Worden, an impressive number of future revolutionaries, including Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and Marvin X, were members of the AAA. Worden invited Karenga to organize an LA chapter of the association, and within a few weeks he had gathered a cadre of militants, some of whom Ayoko Babu and Tud Hayes, for example, would eventually lead their own groups. But AAA in the Bay Area was soon plunged into crisis as its more militant members began to reject Worden's emphasis on black capitalism. Many left to join Seale and Newton's audacious new group in Oakland, the Black Panther Party. In Los Angeles, after winding down the chapter, Karenga took a different direction. He organized a small number of like-minded activists at the Afrocentric Aquarian bookstore on West Adams Boulevard, the country's oldest continuously operated black-owned bookstore, founded in 1941. He had been exploring the possibilities of cultural nationalism since his LACC days and was now ready to outline a new politics of black identity. The February 1965 assassination of Malcolm X, the lodestar to all black nationalists, and a few months later, the Watts Rebellion, accelerated the conversation, and that fall Karenga and his comrades Hakeem Jamal, James Dasteari, Samuel Kardamua, Tommy Jacquet, and a few others announced the formation of the U.S. organization, Us, Not Them, the Whites. 31. Karenga preached that black liberation required a reconstitution of black identity that purged white influences and reclaimed African roots. Cultural revolution, in his view, must precede socio-political revolution. Although he admired the negritude theorists as pioneers, their ideology, he argued, especially in the case of Césaire, retained too many associations with communism, was confoundingly francophone, and envisioned black identity within a global humanist context. It also defined negritude, at least initially, by the shared experience of slavery rather than by membership in an African civilization. Pan-Africanism, for its part, was perfectly coherent as a political project that united radicals in the diaspora with those on the continent, but it did not provide a cultural practice. Moreover, the term African culture was problematic. Like Asian culture or European culture, it was a vaporous abstraction that upon close inspection reduced itself into components West African, Bantu, Hamitic, and so on that shared few genuinely common beliefs and practices. Earlier black nationalist movements in the 20th century, including Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association and the Nation of Islam, had found a way out of this dilemma by myth-making and invented traditions. Karenga applauded the partial liberation from white culture achieved by the NOI, but he felt the movement had become outdated and, without Malcolm X, lacked a realistic relationship to contemporary African experience. Widely read in anthropology, linguistics, and history, Karenga fabricated a systematic ideology, based on his studies of African cultures and liberation movements, that he called Kawaida. Its 7 principles borrowed from diverse sources, Senghor's Marx-less version of negritude, Julius Nyerere's African socialism, Ujamaa, Sukarno's 5 pillars of Indonesian nationalism, Pancasila, and Jomo Kenyatta's ethnographic study facing Mount Kenya, where he discovered the term Karene, Kikuyu for keeper of the culture. His vision of a latter-day black warrior culture was based on a careful study of Zulu history and social organization. As a Pan-African language he chose Kiswahili, in which he, of course, was fluent, despite the fact that it was really just the lingua franca of those parts of East Africa affected by the Arab slave trade. Communal celebrations were one of the most attractive features of the movement, and 5 holidays were created, including Kwanzaa, now widely celebrated as an African alternative to Christmas, and Uhuru Day, a commemoration of the Watts Rebellion. To underscore Us's claim to be the legitimate bearer of his ideas, there were 2 holidays devoted to Saint Malcolm. Dabihu, meaning sacrifice, was first celebrated on the anniversary of his death in February 1966, in barbed defiance of the Nation of Islam. U.S. also crusade to make Kuzaliwa, Malcolm's birthday, a national black holiday. According to historian Peniel Joseph, The novelty of Karenga's approach lay in its promise of a reclaimable African past through the adoption of creatively interpreted cultural, social, and political practices in an easily digestible and expertly marketed package. Possessing the agile mind of an intellectual and the flair of a natural-born showman, Karenga pushed his philosophy as an inevitable reclamation of an African identity stripped of slavery's brutal legacy of physical displacement, psychological anguish, and social stigma. 32. Karenga reinforced the credibility of the U.S. movement through a close alliance with Harlem's most well-known cultural nationalist, Amari Baraka, Leroy Jones. In his autobiography, Jones recalled their first meeting, one early evening. A short, stocky bald man dressed in a green olive drab dashiki, accompanied by two brothers dressed very similarly, came up to the top floor of the Spirit House in Newark to see me. Karenga began by telling me he knew my work. He said he liked blues people, but that he thought the blues were reactionary. That blues were talking about slavery and submission. I blinked and politely disagreed. But Karenga is nothing if not aggressive. He went on, elaborating his theories on culture and nationalism, talking at high speed non-stop, laughing at his own witticisms and having two members of a chorus, saying, calling, teach, when Karenga made some point he considered salient. Despite his initial skepticism, however, Jones soon rallied to Karenga's side, particularly impressed by the cool discipline of U.S. I felt undisciplined and relatively backward. Here was organization. The worst thing a person could be as far as Karenga was concerned was ovio, a Swahili word meaning random, a person acting at random, disorganized and unpredictable. This was the problem with the basic blood, as Karenga called blacks. The Black Power movement in Newark, of which Baraka was both architect and ideologue, drew heavily from Kawaida principles and rituals, and for several years the Committee for Unified Newark acted as US Eastern Embassy. 33. Later, after blood was spilled, the Panthers would caricature and deride Kawaida as reactionary make-believe disguising a dangerous personality cult. Certainly it was true that Karenga made up many things as he went along, including Kwanzaa, but most of his confections corresponded at least in spirit to some genuine African practice or principle. It was also true that Kawaida was expurgated of any trace of the ideas of that European madman, Karl Marx. Yet at the same time it was a communitarian ideology heavily indebted to the African socialism of Julius Nyerere and Kwame Nkrumah, both of whom read Marx, not a gospel of black capitalism, as sometimes portrayed. Moreover, U.S. was not culturally nationalist to the exclusion of struggles against racism. On the contrary, it was in the forefront of organizing rallies, protests, and political conferences. Until 1968 Karenga was a principal advocate of a Black United Front, operational unity as he called it, an outspoken opponent of the war in Vietnam, and a prominent supporter of other black militants under attack, including Huey Newton. Until the arrival of the Oakland Panthers in Los Angeles in 1968, U.S. was unquestionably the most dynamic and popular black power group in Southern California. But U.S. from the beginning had an indisputable dark side, its despotic attitude toward women. Kawaida asserted that each black man is god of his own house. Accordingly, women's duty was submission to patriarchy and acceptance of polygamy as a sanctioned practice. In her autobiography, Elaine Brown, the future Panther leader, recalls an U.S. house party that she attended with SNCC activist Bobby Hodges. When the two women, after paying for a meal, were told that they would only be served after the U.S. men had eaten, they complained. Bobby and I smirked and stood our ground, wrote Brown, until a bald-headed dashiki came over to us, folded his arms across his chest, and explained the rules to us in a way we could understand. Sisters, he explained, did not challenge brothers. Sisters, he said, stood behind their black men, supported their men, and respected them. In essence, he advised us that it was not only unsisterly of us to want to eat with our brothers, it was a sacrilege for which blood could be shed. 34. The What's Festival. One remarkable outcome of the Watts Rebellion surprised the LAPD and black activists alike. Gang warfare in south-central LA came to an end during the second week of August 1965 and did not reappear on any large scale until the early 1970s. Unlike the gang truce negotiated on the eve of the 1992 uprising, which was the culmination of years of arduous attempts at peacemaking by black radicals and religious leaders, gang unity in 1965 grew spontaneously and naturally out of the act of rebellion. Virtually a social miracle, it generated much of the incredible energy manifested in both the Watts Renaissance and the proliferation of the Black Power groups that united in 1966 as the Black Congress. Its moment of creation was captured in an exhilarating black and white photograph that showed Ron Wilkins, Brother Crook, a well-known member of the Slauson Gang, flashing signs with some Watts brothers behind an overturned police car. At least one of the architects of the 1992 truce, Clee Bone Sloan, had this icon on his living room wall. The ending of gang violence, however, did not mean the end of neighborhood rivalries. These persisted, but in a new form that owed much to what might be called a founder effect. For example, Karenga recruited a few key veterans of the Gladiators, a large gang located in the Manual Arts High School area, and others quickly followed. The Panthers, whose LA chapter was formed in the summer of 1968, relied heavily on the charismatic leadership of Bunchy Carter, a legendary Slauson, who attracted many others from the sprawling gang. Neither US nor the Panthers had any intention of becoming territorial tribes, but it was inevitable that street warriors would tend to recruit through their old networks. In Watts, however, neither US nor the Panthers could claim a historical mantle that belonged, as we have seen, to the Sons of Watts, the transfigured parking lot gang. Their ideology, moreover, was defiantly parochial and shrewdly utilitarian, helping the community by helping themselves. Although they incorporated as a non-profit improvement association and variously operated as security guards for local businesses and counselors for parolees, their original raison d'etre was the Watts Festival, a miracle of sorts in its own right. 35. Officially sponsored in its early years by the Jordan High School Alumni Association, the festival was the brainchild of Stan Sanders and Bill Tidwell. Sanders was Watts's first Rhodes Scholar and in 1965 a second-year Yale law student. He had returned home just a few weeks before the uprising and mobilized volunteers from local law schools to set up a police malpractice complaint center at the Westminster Building, which, after the rebellion, was taken in hand by the ACLU. Sanders, however, was understandably wary of the LAPD becoming the main object of community protest. Police brutality is an issue. It is not minor or unimportant. But if we solve the police brutality problem, we are no further ahead. 36 Tidwell, Sanders's co-chair and high school friend, was also Watts's informal chief of police because of his role in transforming the parking lotters into the Sons of Watts. Tommy Jacquet and his group Slant, along with US and Karenga, became strong supporters of the festival. Sanders and Tidwell had wanted Martin Luther King to open the event, but he declined because of illness. In fact, King was edging toward a nervous breakdown after white rioting defeated his open housing campaign in Chicago. Instead, Sergeant Shriver, head of the OEO, was chosen as parade marshal, and James Meredith, the outrageously brave Air Force veteran who integrated Ole Miss in 1962, accepted an invitation. The festival began on August 14, a mixture of Mardi Gras and avant-garde. 6 blocks of 103rd were closed off so that 10,000 people could dance, browse booths and exhibitions, and listen to jazz. Purifoy showed his 66 signs of neon, while Laymakin and Sonny Chris performed at Jordan High. From the very beginning the proposed festival had been denounced by a few militants, including a tiny Maoist sect headquartered in Watts, as an exercise in riot control and community pacification. In the later years of the event, such criticism would gain unfortunate validity, but the first festival was a grassroots production that exuded the spirit of the rebellion. Bud Schulberg considered it a victory party. Watts August 66 was neither snarling nor trying to play a good dog and sit up and do tricks for the happy and relieved white man, he wrote. Instead, it was celebrating a newfound sense of power. There was dancing in the streets, dancing such as Los Angeles has not seen since its true Mexican fiesta days. And instead of fires along Charcoal Alley No. 1 there were great tents displaying jazz groups, exhibitions of sculpture, and painting. There were street plays and street entertainers that revived the flavor of commedia dell'arte. In the coffee house, Jimmy Sherman presented his ballad from Watts. Studio Watts performed its own interpretation of Genet's The Blacks. And our writers' workshop, now grown to some 20 members, gave a nightly program of readings, a historic literary moment for Watts. 37. 16. Black Power, Stokely Carmichael. And the Black Congress, 1966. In fall 1966, with Malcolm X gone, white America's worst nightmare was Stokely Carmichael, the brilliant Trinidad-born organizer and SNCC leader who had launched a historic call the previous June at a rally in Greenwood, Mississippi. Almost as soon as it was uttered, writes Peniel Joseph, a new wave of black aspirations, dreams, and dissent became encapsulated within one powerful slogan: Black Power, that would become as hard to define as it would remain controversial one. Although Carmichael was actually arguing the case for an independent black politics based on SNCC's experiences in Mississippi and Alabama, his electrifying phrase immediately became a Rorschach test for the white racial imagination. The media, singularly focused on goading Carmichael to make inflammatory statements, never paid any attention to what he was actually saying. Point 2. Thus to most whites, Carmichael complained in a New York Review of Books article, Black Power seems to mean that the Mau Mau are coming to the suburbs at night. 3. After a while, he gave up trying to sort out its meaning for the press and left them to their hysteria. But as Mississippi's James Eastland and other Southern senators called for Carmichael's arrest, and newspaper editorials denounced him for advocating black racism, his popularity soared among young blacks and radical whites. Point 4. At a Berkeley conference in October, standing tall and cool, he addressed a crowd of 10,000, thanking them for the invitation to the white intellectual ghetto of the West. He garnered thunderous applause after a blistering attack on President Johnson and the war in Vietnam, capped by a declaration that he would refuse the draft. Then, quoting knowingly from G.B. Shaw, Camus, and Sartre, Carmichael had a degree in philosophy. He carefully explained SNCC's attitude toward the New Left. White progressives should act with urgency to build strong anti-racist, anti-imperialist organizations within white working-class communities in Appalachia, for instance. To the extent that this was achieved, a foundation would be laid for an alliance with the Black Power movement to transform U.S. society. If, on the other hand, the white left wasn't ready to take up its historical responsibilities, then we have no choice but to say very clearly, move over, or we're going to move on over you. 5. The mainstream media, predictably, latched onto this last line, ignoring the gist of Carmichael's talk, which was a sobering but not unfriendly ultimatum to the New Left to push harder against racism. Pat Brown, in the final days of a bitter electoral battle with Ronald Reagan, said he was dismayed and disgusted by the speech. 6. Carmichael's next stop was Los Angeles, where the Times warned against his reckless perversion of the civil rights movement, and the County Board of Supervisors attempted to prevent his scheduled talk on November 26 at Will Rogers Park in Watts. Supervisor Kenneth Hahn, supposed champion of his South Central constituents, denounced the Black Power movement led by Carmichael as nakedly designed to foment racial hatred, violence, and civil disorder. Woodrow Coleman, representing the Black Congress, a new federation of civil rights and nationalist groups that was the official sponsor of the rally, rejected this attack on free speech and sought judicial relief, which was promptly granted by the Superior Court. 7. Carmichael, vowing that he would not change a word of his planned speech, told the Times that the primary reason that Hahn and others were attempting to prevent his appearance was because SNCC has the most militant stand on Vietnam. In the event, more than 6,500 people, the Times's estimate, showed up at the park that Saturday for the rally. Before Stokely mounted the stage, actually the bed of a pickup truck, Robert Hall, the former NVAC activist and current vice president of the Operation Bootstrap Job program, told the crowd, "This is a black people's meeting. White people will not tell us what to do or say." 8. Carmichael's speech, much shorter than the one at Berkeley and without allusions to existentialism, focused on militant unity as the sole guarantee of black survival. "The only protection we have is each other. We have to begin to let this country know that if they shoot a black man walking down a Mississippi highway with a Bible in his hand, if they shoot a black man taking his wife to the hospital in South Los Angeles, they aren't dealing with one black man, they're dealing with 20 million black Americans. Once we're together, ain't nobody going to mess with us." Now all those people running around talking about how the rebellion didn't do no good. The rebellions did one good thing for this country: it let white men know that if they think they are going to play Nazi, black people are not Jews. 9. The Black Congress. Carmichael's speech in Watts, so redolent of Malcolm X's call for unity at the funeral for Ronald Stokes in 1962, raised a fundamental question: was such solidarity best represented by a united front of existing organizations, or did it require the creation of a new Black Power party? Or, as SNCC seemed to suggest, was the first the precondition for the second? Carmichael's commission, having replaced John Lewis as SNCC's chair, was to educate the North about what had been achieved in Alabama with the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, LCFO, and in Louisiana and Mississippi with the Deacons for Defense and Justice, independent black political movements defended by armed communities. 10. The refusal of the 1964 Democratic Convention to seat the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party had embittered the entire civil rights movement and convinced a majority of SNCC staff that the Liberal Civil Rights Coalition was dead, and that black communities had to set a course independent of the Democrats. Even Bob Moses, around whom the interracial beloved community of Mississippi SNCC organizers had once coalesced, declared that he was breaking off all relationships with whites. 11. Although Carmichael sometimes exceeded his mandate, SNCC had not been an organization that particularly appreciated celebrity or overwrought rhetoric. He was hugely successful in winning the attention of young urban blacks, who otherwise knew little about the Southern civil rights experience. By encouraging the formation of local freedom parties and providing them with a potent symbol, the LCFO's Black Panther, SNCC was confident these diverse currents would eventually merge into a national political movement or third party that could negotiate alliances from a position of power. The creation of a national Black Panther Party, Carmichael wrote in 1966, must come about. It will take time to build, and it's much too early to predict its success. While asserting the right of self-defense, SNCC was primarily talking about the power of elected office that the 1965 Voting Rights Act made possible, not the power of the gun. 12. In the North, Carmichael argued in an interview, black power would obtain even as a minority if the black electorate were organized en bloc. If, for example, he told friends of SNCC people in San Francisco, you have 40% black people in an independent force and 60% whites fighting between the Republican and Democratic parties, you can just take over 13. Urban united fronts were necessary starting points for 1, 2, 3, many Panther parties, but the collapse of Martin Luther King's Open City campaign in Chicago after confrontations with homicidal white mobs during the summer of 1966 convinced young activists that unity had to be built from the bottom up and not necessarily by nonviolence. By the late 1960s, in fact, urban black power coalitions had begun to coalesce into the new convention movement, whose culmination was the historic 1972 National Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, that brought 10,000 black activists and political aspirants together. Newspaper histrionics aside, SNCC's vision of black power was a rational, even compelling, alternative to the failure of integrated civil rights protest to win new victories after Selma. Los Angeles, as much as Newark, Oakland, or Detroit, became a major laboratory for the black power experiment. In the aftermath of the Deadweiler case, community anger had catalyzed the formation of the Temporary Alliance of Local Organizations, TALO, to continue the fight against police abuse without unleashing a new uprising. It included U.S., Corps, SNCC and leaders of two of the largest gangs, the Slawsons and the Businessmen. The NAACP, represented by Norman Houston, one of the organization's more militant Young Turks, also joined. But TALO was an unwieldy creature, lacking any serious platform and built out of half-hearted commitments. It collapsed when US withdrew its support. Karenga complained that if they spent half the time fighting the white man that they do against brothers, we wouldn't be in the shape we are in today. Moreover, TALO gave too much of a forum to Karenga's competitor, Hakeem Jamal, only 6 months earlier a founder of US, who promoted his Malcolm X Foundation in Compton as the only authentic voice of black nationalism. 14. TALO's successor, the Black Congress, with radical groups in the majority and Jamal nowhere to be seen, was more congenial to Karenga, who became its vice chair and most commanding personality. US identified completely with this alliance, says Scott Brown, moving its Hikalu, headquarters/temple, to the Black Congress building and transforming its own newspaper, Harambee, into the organ of the Congress. Since US cohabited the coalition with 19 other groups, however, it did not in any sense control the Congress or dictate policy. Frictions between groups and personalities still occurred, but the Congress's executive director, Walter Bramond, soon, the founder of the Brotherhood Crusade, usually smoothed things over. Moreover, the Congress was not just a coalition, it was a building, a black city hall, that functioned much like an old-fashioned labor temple, providing office space for constituent organizations as well as a large hall for meetings and performances. The US's important contribution in this period has been clouded over by its subsequent war with the Panthers, starting with the murders of John Huggins and Bunchy Carter at UCLA in 1969. The Panthers charged that Karenga was a reactionary cult leader acting as a mercenary for the FBI and police, an allegation that was uncritically accepted by most of the white left. Contemporary historians who have studied the COINTELPRO files, however, have achieved a more complex understanding of how both organizations were set against one another by the FBI and its local police allies. In light of these revisions, it's fair to say that US played a generally non-sectarian and constructive role in the first year or year and a half of the Black Congress. In contrast to the UCRC of 1963, where the infighting between CORE and the NAACP reflected conflicts between their parent national organizations, the Congress was more parochial, conducted operations on a less ambitious scale, and tended to act as a clearinghouse more than a programmatic coalition. Although some were troubled by the latent threat of US burgeoning, and often swaggering, military branch, younger activists of all denominations, buoyed by a spirit of unity, socialized and argued politics together, and for the most part found common ground in Carmichael's open-ended vision of independent black politics and Karenga's espousal of operational unity. This was the brief springtime of Black Power. Two of the most interesting projects operating under the umbrella of the Congress were the Freedom Draft Movement, FDM, and the Community Alert Patrol, CAP. The first was the creation of Levi Kingston, the former LACC activist, who had applied for conscientious objector, CO, status back in 1960 and was now casting a critical eye on the anti-draft work being carried on by groups such as the AFSC and the SDS Regional Office. Although conceived as protest against the Vietnam War, draft counseling, not yet draft resistance, was largely targeted at middle-class whites, ignoring the young blacks, Chicanos, and working-class whites who bore the real burden of conscription. Our community, Kingston later said, doesn't know a goddamn thing about the draft laws. Poor people, and black people in particular, don't know what the alternatives are to the draft. To the average black cat in the street, when he gets that draft notice in the mail, it's just like getting busted. However, his initial attempts to involve social service agencies in educating youth about the conscientious objection option ran into a wall of cynicism. A lawyer at the Legal Aid Foundation told me he would advise youngsters to go to war because the only other alternative was to go to jail. But Kingston forged ahead with help from the Friends of SNCC and the Black Congress, buoyed by SNCC's national commitment to building an anti-draft movement. Point 15. By 1967 the FDM had expanded throughout south-central Los Angeles, while nationally the co-movement was paralleled by outright draft resistance. After Muhammad Ali announced that he would refuse induction that spring, the emerging second-generation black student movement sprang into action, especially on traditional black campuses. In March, for example, the Black Power group at Howard University disrupted a talk by the Selective Service Director, General Louis Hershey. Someone in the audience yelled, "America is a black man's true battleground," and about 40 students rushed the stage. 16 An early LA example of draft defiance, supported by Kingston and the FDM, was the refusal, in early 1967, of Carl von Key, 21, and Norman Richmond, 20, to report for induction on the grounds that they were colonial subjects, not equal citizens, who should not be required to fight a white man's war. In addition, both claimed that because of their black nationalist beliefs their applications for deferment were transferred to an all-white draft board in Gardenia, where they were unfairly denied. Their trials illustrated what black resistors making similar claims of discrimination could expect in white courts. The judge rejected their arguments about the illegality of the war as asinine, ridiculous, bunk, threatened the defense lawyers and a key witness, Robert Brock, the former chair of TALO, with perjury indictments, and, when challenged about his own racial beliefs, replied that I once had a clerk and a bailiff who were both Negroes and both were fine men. 17 In spite of hostile courts, however, opposition in the South Central to both the draft and the war soared in 1967–68, increasing. Numbers of youth went underground, and black Marines and sailors began to organize black power groups at Camp Pendleton, Air Station Tustin, and the San Diego and Long Beach naval bases. CAP, incorporated as a nonprofit in December 1966, was an ingenious response to the Deadweiler case. In the absence of a civilian police review board and given the LAPD's propensity to fabricate evidence and lie in unison, how could the black community ever hope to win abuse cases in court, much less deter brutality in process? The solution was a civilian patrol, armed with two-way radios and carefully obeying all laws, that would follow and monitor police activities in the ghetto. Initially funded by TALO, and supported by Congressman Augustus Hawkins and City Council member Billy Mills, CAP made its debut a week after the Deadweiler verdict, and a week before Carmichael's first Black Power speech. 4 cars, flying emblematic white handkerchiefs from their antennas, cruising in circles around the glass house, the new LAPD headquarters. CAP's initial leaders were Brother Lenny Eggleston, and Brother Crook, Ron Wilkins, while Karenga was the spokesman. He told the press that CAP would be on the streets until 2 a.m. every night of the week, ready to channel to responsible citizens groups and social agencies accurate reports growing out of police misbehavior. 18. Brother Lenny was later forced to resign after being photographed with Carmichael in Berkeley, an association that the TALO board feared would endanger its application for federal anti-poverty funds. 19. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare approved the grant, but it was retracted after Mayor Yurdi and Chief Tom Redden, Parker's successor, made a huge uproar. This left Brother Crook, a charismatic figure, as the commander. An alumnus of the Slawsons, Crook was a well-known lowrider, whose wheels included a pimped-out 1931 DeSoto and a 1938 Plymouth. Widener notes how CAP managed to combine Southern California car culture with black power activism. The members of CAP stenciled to protect and observe on the sides of their rides. He writes, the LAPD slogan was, and remains, to protect and to serve, turning Oldsmobiles and Buicks into customized symbols of alternative authority. 20. CAP became hugely popular among young people in South Central and was an inspiration to the Oakland group around Huey Newton that became the Black Panthers. It also became a moving target of the LAPD, which wrote 60 tickets for minor violations in the first week of CAP's existence. Frequently a CAP car following a patrol unit would look in the rearview mirror to find another black and white following it. As the first Watts Summer Festival approached, CAP was asked to provide security for the event. 100 members of the parking lot gang, soon to become the Sons of Watts, were drafted as a foot patrol, and motorcycles were added to CAP's auto patrol. In the event, CAP, including many U.S. members, smoothly handled the few minor disturbances at the festival and garnered fulsome praise from Grand Marshal Sergeant Shriver, head of the OEO, the County Human Relations Commission, and even an LAPD commander. But behind the scenes there were bitter exchanges between the parking lot and CAP people over finances, and between CAP and TALO over the latter's decision to suspend the patrol as an act of good faith in the hope of opening negotiations with the LAPD. The patrol was eventually back on the streets, under the Black Congress's sponsorship and with continuing support from U.S., but the attempts to yoke it to federal funding and use it as a bargaining chip with the police had alarmed some activists. Brother Crook and his board chair, Louis Gothard, however, defended the integrity of CAP and kept the Black Power lowriders dogging the heels of the LAPD through 1967.21. Freedom or Neocolonialism. Freedom City was the brainchild of Los Angeles SNCC and its director, Cliff Voss, originally sponsored by TALO. With the Lowndes County template in mind, Voss believed that an independent political movement could be built around the cause of Greater Watts' secession from Los Angeles and its incorporation as Freedom City. 22 Voss advertised it as the ultimate solution to the iron heel of the LAPD, and promised that as a first order of government business, the new city would establish a municipal commission to bond ex-convicts. No resident of Freedom City who has been convicted of a crime and who has paid his debt to society will be denied work because of his past offense. 23 Moreover, secession would reverse a racist history. Until 1926, Watts, in fact, had been a separate city, but it was annexed by Los Angeles, at a time of high in-migration from the South, to prevent possible black majority rule. The concept, moreover, was not entirely different from the 1960 effort to incorporate East Los Angeles as a Chicano political base, and it was quickly endorsed by TALO and later the Black Congress. Karenga, as he had with CAP, became its public spokesperson, along with Voss. The proposal garnered surprising support from politicians and the black bourgeoisie. Yvonne Brathwaite, a state assembly candidate just beginning an ascent that would carry her to Congress and then to the LA County Board of Supervisors, argued that municipal independence would allow the area, with federal aid, to overcome some of the previously intractable obstacles to economic growth. As matters now stood, she said, blacks can't get insurance on business property and they can't get a home loan. Even more enthusiastic was local NAACP leader Norman Houston, a wealthy insurance executive and well-known moderate. When asked if a separate black city wasn't in direct contradiction with his organization's historical commitment to integration, he acknowledged that the separate but equal aim was without question ironic. But I have to agree with Stokely Carmichael, that in certain cases integration should not be the prime objective. Increasing the standard of living and the status and dignity of citizens would be the goal. 24. But at the NAACP's convention in Los Angeles in early July, Houston's national leadership dropped a bomb on the project. Louis Stokes, the organization's leader in Cleveland who would soon become Ohio's first black congressperson, called the idea idiotic. If I were a Los Angeles white supremacist, I'd do everything I could to help them succeed. Roy Wilkins, in high dudgeon, denounced all forms of go-it-alone and separatism as black racism. Carmichael and others, he fulminated, were advocating a reverse Mississippi, a reverse Hitler, a reverse Ku Klux Klan whose inevitable result would be Black Death. 25. Although Freedom City faced what were probably impossibly high hurdles on its path to the ballot, Voss, Karenga, and the Black Congress saw the campaign as a goal in itself, a means to build community organization on a broad scale. Any hope of attracting national support and funding for the campaign, however, died with Wilkins's denunciations. By equating black power with reverse racism, moreover, the NAACP had recklessly given its imprimatur to efforts to discredit, defund and destroy initiatives such as black studies, independent black candidacies, defense campaigns backed by nationalist organizations, and so on. It was the movement's own version of McCarthyism. But the demise of Freedom City did not end the dream of black majority rule. What the Times patronizingly labeled an experiment in Negro self-government was taking shape in Compton, just south of Watts. Compton, until the 1940s, had been the capital of Los Angeles's Dairy Belt, exploiting rich deposits of artesian water for irrigation. After the war, it was subdivided at a frenzied pace and became the fastest-growing suburb in California, until Torrance stole its title. Religiously, it was distinguished by a large number of Mormon residents, perhaps the densest concentration in Southern California. Politically, however, it remained the plantation of Colonel Clifton Smith, a character out of a Tennessee Williams play who was the publisher of the Compton Herald-American and the city's unchallenged political boss. Under his leadership, the city and its homeowner groups fought every effort by middle-class and skilled working-class blacks to move into the new subdivisions, but one developer in Northwest Compton, finding the huge demand for open housing irresistible, began to sell to anyone who could afford a mortgage. By 1959 Compton High School was one-quarter black, and when white students divided their votes over homecoming queen, a black girl won the vote. The result was an explosion of racist graffiti and attacks on blacks. Local whites called in members of the notorious Spook Hunters gang from Linwood and Southgate, while the Huns gang, who had taken the Black West Side under their protection, defended black students. Instead of dealing with the growing problem of racial hostility, the city council and the school district decided to further separate the races. In the aftermath of the riot at Compton High, they built a new high school, Dominguez Compton, on the far eastern edge of the city, where the population was still entirely white. 26 Despite these constant conflicts with white Compton residents, Emily Strauss writes, the town provided one of the few opportunities for African Americans to gain access to the suburban American dream. By the early 60s, segregation persisted, but now as an internal boundary, the western half of Compton was increasingly black majority or integrated, while the eastern half remained exclusively white. The dividing line between the two Comptons, not surprisingly, was Alameda Boulevard. 27. For once, however, the wall was not impregnable. By 1965, the city was at a tilting point, almost equally white and black, with smaller numbers of Chicanos and Samoans. The Watts Rebellion, although it did not directly affect Compton, became the signal for a veritable white Dunkirk. In headlong flight, whites abandoned almost 2,000 homes. By 1969, when Douglas Dollarhide was elected mayor, the first black mayor in California, the city was at least 60% black, and the new majority found itself left with scorched earth as a goodbye present from the fleeing whites. The exodus, for example, stripped the city of most of its retail capital. Compton Boulevard was left without a single restaurant, hardware store, movie house, or pharmacy. Then Southgate, Huntington Park, and the other east of Alameda white suburbs lobbied successfully to have the route of a proposed east-west freeway, eventually the Century Freeway, moved further south, where its construction would wreak years of devastation on the Willowbrook area, unincorporated but part of the Compton school system. Compton Superior Court, meanwhile, was transferred to Southgate, a move that the NAACP and others denounced as an outrageous attempt to preclude black representation in the jury pool. 28. Compton's fiscal survival, especially its ability to fund schools, depended on an aggressive campaign to annex industrial tracts within its large unincorporated periphery. But the all-white LA County Local Area Formation Commission, which dispensed permission for such annexations, systematically discriminated against Compton. Although surrounded by new industry and port-related warehousing, Compton had to watch as its potential tax base was stolen instead by white-majority cities like Torrance, Carson, and Long Beach. At a municipal level this was a white embargo. Compton might have as well been Haiti or Cuba. The only sector that the old regime left intact, in fact, expanded, was the police department, and for many years the black majority had to live with the mocking anomaly of a white racist police force. As late as 1968 there were only about 5 black cops on a force of 130, and a group of brutal white cops, the Dirty Dozen, armed with illegal weapons including saps and machine guns, ran rackets, took bribes, and routinely administered justice Compton-style 29. Without an expanded corporate tax base and with retail sales still in decline, Hyde and Company had little choice but to relentlessly increase the fiscal pressure on its homeowners. At the same time, the major banks cut off most home and small business financing. Residents were unable to rehabilitate old and substandard housing, while new home construction virtually ground to a halt. High property taxes, redlining, dereliction of the central business district, and rising crime, in turn, propelled a slow exodus of black middle-class families during the 1970s. Many of them headed, ironically, a few miles further south to white, tax-rich Carson. Thus the racial transition of the 1960s was followed by a class recomposition in the 1970s. Home ownership declined, and median family incomes plummeted from 92% of the county average in 1970 to 62% in 1990, while poverty, overcrowding, welfare dependency, illiteracy and unemployment soared. Absentee landlordism spread over the city like a toxic fungus. Increasingly, black public sector professionals, together with white cops and Latino store owners, commuted to work in Compton but lived elsewhere. White conservatives and liberals, including those most responsible for its fiscal asphyxiation, shook their heads and pointed to Compton as an example of the black incapacity for self-rule, often making a comparison to failing or broken African states. Black activists, on their side, began to use the term neocolonialism as they recognized that occupancy of political office was no match for the ownership of economic power. 17. The Cat Arrives. The Panthers and U.S., 1967–68. In early 1967 Don Wheeldon, a radical journalist who had been the pioneer of the post-war civil rights movement in Pasadena, attempted to sum up the progress made in what's since the rebellion. Burned-out buildings, vacant lots, boarded-up businesses still pockmarked the main areas there. At the corner of 103rd Street and Compton Avenue, heart of its business section, is to be seen Mayor Sam Yurty's optimum contribution towards an improved Watts community. It consists of a printed statement proclaiming free pony rides for the kids. Further east on 103rd Street, at Lou Dillon Avenue, there stood an old abandoned gas station that now headquarters a new organization called the Sons of Watts Improvement Association. Sons of Watts, ages 20 to 26, claim a membership of nearly 100, drawn from former neighborhood gangs. Their stated purpose is to rebuild Watts into a prosperous community by seeking a return of job-supplying businesses and industry. How have they been advised to do this? They've gotten a few traffic signs posted and been urged to distribute 100 containers bearing a legend "Keep Watts Clean," in which people are asked to drop their empty bottles and trash. 1. Wheeldon concluded that, compared to conditions before August 1965, the situation has grown alarmingly worse. This downward trend would be confirmed a few years later when the U.S. Department of Labor reported that unemployment in the Watts area jumped 61% in the 4 years following the 1965 riot. 2. In the other riot epicenters, the Vernon Central and Avalon districts, progress was equally bleak. The Sons of Watts and a score of other community groups won economic footholds through OEO programs or benefited from third-party initiatives, most notably the Watts Labor Community Action Committee, sponsored by the UAW. But the war on poverty was beginning to die the slow death of 1,000 cutbacks. The expansive federal commitments made by Sergeant Shriver to South Central LA in the aftermath of the rebellion proved to be a short-lived financial bubble. The astronomical costs of the war in Vietnam gave congressional Republicans lethal ammunition with which to attack the OEO. In Sacramento, Reagan used the budget deficit as an excuse to close down programs initiated by the Brown administration after the Watts Rebellion. The first federally funded projects to be cut back were the neighborhood teen posts, which provided recreation and educational activities to poor youth, followed by the closure of state-funded community service centers that offered one-stop access to employment, mental health, and other vital services. Point 3 Both were highly popular initiatives that had been portrayed as models of community empowerment. The cuts continued through the winter of 1967-68. In February, the Westminster Neighborhood Association, the primary conduit for OEO expenditure in Watts, lost most of its funding amid accusations of corruption and mismanagement. Its staff was reduced from 188 to less than 30, and a reporter described the two-story Green Center, once bustling with students of pre-vocational training classes, counselors, and job finders, as almost deserted. As such programs contracted, competition over a shrinking pie exacerbated existing rivalries between client groups as well as between Black and Chicano communities. The private sector suddenly became a possible savior, and many activists trimmed their once radical sails to become acceptable supplicants to local corporations and philanthropists. For example, Operation Bootstrap, started by Lou Smith of CORE and Robert Hall of NVAC, evolved over time from a job training scheme to an encounter center, where streetwise residents of the Avalon neighborhood mingled with wealthy white donors from the valley at a for-profit toy company. Point 5 Most of the organizers of these start-ups were simply chasing a mirage, but a handful became successful community entrepreneurs, derided on the street as poverty pimps, well connected to the white business establishment and wealthy political donors. Their organizations came to resemble classic patronage machines, whose control of scarce resources undermined more genuinely grassroots groups. This was the issue that split the Black Congress at the end of 1968, when its chair Walter Bremond and insurance executive Norman Houston founded the Brotherhood Crusade, supported by an alliance of white and black business leaders. Accusing Bremond of exploiting the concept of unity to misappropriate funds and turn the Congress toward black capitalism, the United Parents Council, led by fiery Margaret Wright, along with the Black Student Alliance, SNCC, the Malcolm X Foundation, and the Afro-American Association, left the Congress to form the short-lived Black Alliance. Point 6. Karenga's rising star. U.S. occupied a curious position in this emergent web of corporate-community relationships, never partnerships. On the one hand, it was in the forefront of protest, projecting a fierce image of militancy, yet, on the other, Karenga had opened an important back channel to Republican elites. One of the earliest and most important of these connections was to the young publisher of the Times, Otis Chandler. It is unclear who approached whom first. Dennis McDougal, who interviewed Chandler extensively for his biography, quotes him as boasting, "I got to know Ron Karenga, who was one of the leaders who picked me out to be spokesman/intermediary so I could bring the police chief in and be in the same room so we could get some peace." 7 In 1968, a story in the Wall Street Journal stunned many activists and sowed considerable paranoia about the real purpose of U.S. A few weeks after the assassination of Martin Luther King, April 4, 1968, Karenga slipped into Sacramento for a private chat with Governor Ronald Reagan, at the governor's request. The black nationalist also met clandestinely with Los Angeles Police Chief Thomas Redden after Mr. King was killed. 8 Redden publicly commended a special Black Congress committee, headed by Karenga, for helping to keep the streets calm while more than 100 other cities experienced rioting leading to 43 deaths and 15,000 arrests. Unlike the Nation of Islam, which, as we have seen, was repeatedly the target of violent police attacks despite having no proven role whatsoever in any of the 1960s disturbances, or the Black Panther Party, whose members would be hunted down and killed in 1969 by the LAPD, U.S. led a relatively charmed life in its early years, spared the brunt of repression borne by others. Needless to say, Karenga's movement enemies interpreted this as evidence that he was secretly collaborating with City Hall and the LAPD. If this was the case and the evidence is unclear, it doesn't necessarily follow that Karenga was sabotaging the movement. More likely he was wrangling a degree of protection and implicit legitimacy by convincing the power structure that the U.S. organization alone had the capacity to regulate disorder in the ghetto. Meanwhile, Karenga's star had continued to rise in the national Black Power movement. In September 1966, Representative Adam Clayton Powell had convened a closed leadership meeting to plan a national Black Power conference for the following summer, and Karenga was appointed vice chair of the Continuations Committee. In January he appeared with Stokely Carmichael at Conference 67, The Survival of Black People in San Francisco. White commentators, even New Left sympathizers, typically failed to understand the centrality of survival and, conversely, of genocide in the discourse of the Black Power movement, but what they took as hyperbole was a real existential possibility to activists who had faced Southern mobs only to find equally virulent race hatred in the North. A month later, U.S. hosted its second Malcolm X Remembrance, Tabihu, at Prince Hall Masonic Temple, followed by a Black Leadership Conference that brought together a miscellaneous group of figures, ranging from Willard Murray, Special Assistant to Mayor Yurdi, and John Buggs, of the County Human Relations Commission, to Carmichael, actor Yvonne Dixon, and Earl Anthony, a USC graduate who acted as an informal emissary of the Oakland Panthers, and later became a key FBI informer. Karenga spoke on a theory of Black Revolution, a cultural approach, the most detailed and coherent public presentation of U.S. politics to date. 3 months later, U.S. was integrally involved in the organization of a Southern California follow-up to the January's Black Survival Conference. The 3-day event in late May was held on the Jefferson High School campus and attracted 1,300 people. Officially sponsored by 3 Black state legislators, Senator Mervyn Dimely and Representatives Bill Green and Willie Brown, it featured an all-star lineup of Black Power speakers, including Carmichael, Baraka, Huey Newton, Dick Gregory, the Kenyan ambassador to the UN, Floyd McKissick, CORE, Julian Bond, SNCC, John Shabazz, NOI, and, of course, Karenga. There was spirited discussion about Martin Luther King's recent declaration of opposition to the Vietnam War, Muhammad Ali's refusal of induction into the Army, and the Oakland Panthers' armed demonstration at the Capitol in Sacramento. Karenga reportedly drew the most applause for his speech, but the audience was also riveted by Huey Newton, his first formal appearance in L.A. The Oakland Panther leader made one of the subtly non-sequitur statements that would become so characteristic of his thinking. He urged blacks to arm themselves and, in the process, to learn about political organization. Most revolutionaries would reverse the order. Several of the speeches challenged or derided the principles of early civil rights struggles. Dr. Herman Blake from the new UC campus at Santa Cruz, for example, inverted the premise of CORE's earlier open housing campaigns in the suburbs by arguing that blacks should stay in the ghetto, where their political clout was potentially greatest. Dr. Joe White, an LA psychologist, parroted Thus' position on male supremacy by arguing that black women needed to step aside to let men lead. Negro women have to develop a hold pattern while their men are on the firing line so that male leadership can emerge. 9. Summer 1967 saw the bloodiest urban insurrection since the New York draft riot of 1863. One after another: Newark, July 12, Detroit, July 23, Milwaukee, July 30, and Washington, D.C., August 1, went up in flames. 83 people died, almost all at the hands of police, guardsmen, or the regular army. Several thousand were injured, and a vast amount of commercial real estate in the inner city was destroyed. Despite the still smoldering streets and a military occupation, organizers, including Karenga, went ahead with the National Conference on Black Power in Newark on July 20. There was much bickering and division, but Karenga once again emerged as the tribune of unity. As conference chair Nathan Wright noted, those who attended the conference were impressed by Moulanaran Karenga's emphasis upon the need to develop what he called operational unity. As Wright understood the idea, it did not require the creation of a new organization. All groups keep their own identity. A coalition of leaders is, however, created to conduct a dialogue and decisions for work in parallel and mutually supporting ways. 10. A Suhuru Day Remembrance was held on August 14, just after the finale of the What's Festival, with Huey Newton and H. Rap Brown Carmichael's successor in SNCC as guest speakers. U.S. had arranged to hold the meeting in a large parking lot next to the Congress building, but the turnout was overwhelming, with 5,000 or more people overflowing the lot onto sidewalks and a nearby vacant lot. Although the festival had made a dramatic political statement by choosing Muhammad Ali as its Grand Marshal, Brown was not impressed. Watts was not burned so black people could have a picnic and a festival, he declared. In the aftermath of the Great Riots, Brown was 200 proof black anger without a semblance of a program. 11 The white press loved his doomsday rhetoric. The civil rights movement is dead, thank goodness. Detroit is a lesson to the nation. It is not Detroit anymore, it's destroyed. There has been too much lootin' during the rebellions and not enough shootin'. The next day he was indicted in Maryland for inciting riot and arson earlier in the year. Karenga had to scramble awkwardly for cliches equal to Brown's supermilitancy, vowing that if violence ensued, let it be even Steven, because you cannot be nonviolent with a redneck, straw-chewing, overall-wearing, racist honky 12. Although the idol would not last, Karenga had consistently been a generous force for black unity throughout a turbulent and very bitter year. On every occasion, he had extolled SNCC, heaped praise on Baraka and his Newark movement, and defended the Oakland Panthers. Early in 1968 there would be one last spectacular display of unity. Red and black. At the November 1967 Black Youth Conference, James Foreman of SNCC shocked the audience, especially the supporters of U.S., with an impassioned critique of reactionary black power, which he characterized as a politics that says we are exploited solely because of our skin color. In some instances that had led its exponents to denounce the anti-war movement as a white thing, and in general it encouraged posturing and theatrics rather than the grassroots organizing that had been the soul of SNCC. In contrast, revolutionary black power asserted that our exploitation results from both class positions and race, and advocated a united front of the dispossessed that included people of African descent, the Puerto Ricans, the Mexican Americans, and many poor whites. He extolled the Viet Cong as selfless exemplars of revolutionary dedication and described their struggle as the cutting edge of the global anti-imperialist revolt. He also cited the ideas of Walter Rodney, the young Guyanese revolutionary and historian, whose synthesis of Pan-Africanism and Marxism would become increasingly influential within SNCC and other groups. 13. Revolutionary black power, with its emphases on international solidarity, inter-ethnic united fronts, and the centrality of community organizing, was obviously a nod to the Black Panther Party with whom SNCC was then in alliance, but Foreman's definition applied equally to the recently organized Che Lumumba Club of the Communist Party in Southern California. The Communists were the only interracial organization in the Los Angeles area with significant young black leadership, and their influence within the wider Black Power movement was largely due to three individuals: the chair of the CP Southern California District, CPSCD, Dorothy Healy, and the founders of Che Lumumba, Franklin and Kendra Alexander. Healy was fond of quoting from Lenin's 1916 review of the Youth International Journal. The middle-aged and the aged often do not know how to approach the youth, for the youth must of necessity advance to socialism in a different way, by other paths, in other forms, in other circumstances than their fathers. Incidentally, that is why we must decidedly favor organizational independence of the Youth League, not only because the opportunists fear such independence, but because of the very nature of the case. For unless they have complete independence, the youth will be unable either to train good socialists from their midst or prepare themselves to lead socialism forward. 14. In this case, Lenin and Healy were strictly at odds with the National Committee of the PUSA, which was scaldingly critical of new left formations like SDS, with their shifting ideologies and distrust of the USSR, as well as of black power groups that excluded whites. The Southern California District, by contrast, advocated entering or working closely with such movements to open dialogue with their activists. When the CP launched the W.E.B. Du Bois clubs in 1964, the Los Angeles clubs, instead of competing with SDS, allied with the SDS regional office, shared memberships, and opened a new left school to debate ideas with college students and others. But it was over questions of black liberation that the CPSCD departed most radically from national policy. According to Healy, the Southern California district had 400 to 500 black members in the late 1940s, and it retained an important core of that membership, the Miranda Smith section, through the 1960s. One of its oldest members, and certainly among its most extraordinary, was Cyril Briggs, a major figure in the histories of black nationalism and the Harlem Renaissance. Born on Nevis, in the Leeward Islands, he emigrated to New York in 1905 and in 1917 founded the African Blood Brotherhood, which was both anti-capitalist and separatist. Recruited to the underground Communist Party USA in 1921, he later became the secretary of the National Negro Congress and helped shape the Comintern's advocacy of a Negro nation in the American South. Kicked out of the party in the Popular Front period because of his nationalism, he was readmitted in the late 40s and moved to Southern California. He convinced Healy in the early 60s that Malcolm X was moving in a revolutionary direction and should not be stereotyped or condemned by the party. But James Jackson, the editor of the Daily Worker and the black leader with the most clout in the CP, developed an absolute hatred of Malcolm X, and Healy was rebuffed when she took Briggs's position to the National Committee. Franklin Delano Alexander, meanwhile, was the son of a communist railroad laborer from Chicago. He followed in the footsteps of his older sister Charlene Mitchell, who had joined the party as a teenager and become a member of the National Committee in the late 1950s. In 1968, as the candidate of the PUSA, she became the first black woman to run for president. Alexander had been the president of the Independent Student Union at LACC, later becoming the target of Urdy's red baiting for his role in the 1966 Deadweiler protests. In April 1967, as national chair of the Du Bois Clubs, he spoke at Texas Southern University, a historic black school in Houston where Friends of SNCC had recently been kicked off campus and its faculty advisor fired. He was arrested along with other speakers and ended up in the same jail where LA Freedom Riders had been so viciously beaten in 1961. A few weeks later, after a student allegedly threw a rock at a police car, hundreds of Houston cops pumped 3,000 rounds of carbine and pistol fire into one of the men's dorms and then arrested 488 students. A ricochet killed one cop, but 5 students were charged nonetheless with his murder. Kendra Harris from Compton was a freshman at Cal State LA when she became active in CORE and was one of the protesters arrested at the federal building during the Selma demonstrations in March 1965. She spent that summer in Louisiana working on civil rights projects, missing the rebellion in Los Angeles. When she returned, she began to attend SCDCP meetings and in 1966 married Franklin and joined the party. She initially worked as a community organizer in the Nickerson Gardens housing project in Watts. Together with Charlene Mitchell, and influenced by the legacy of Briggs, who had just passed away, Franklin and Kendra argued for the creation of an all-black club that could become a pole of attraction to black power activists and street youth. Healy supported the formation of what became Che Lumumba, later explaining, "It was perfectly possible to have an all-black group committed to a politics that transcended a narrow nationalism. The presence or absence of a white face wasn't going to make much difference in terms of the politics represented. But it might make a huge difference in terms of our ability to recruit and hold on to black communists." The formation of the CL Club allowed black communists to play a role within the black community and among black students on campuses in Los Angeles that they never could get pulled off as a mixed group during that period of intense pressure from black nationalism. 15. But James Jackson was apoplectic. He had recently denounced the Lowndes County Freedom Organization for nationalism and now found separatism growing in the party's own backyard. He convinced a majority of the National Committee to pass a resolution against Che Lumumba, but SCDCP ignored it. The first chair of the new club was Charlene Mitchell, but she soon moved to New York to become more active in the national leadership, turning over the reins to Franklin and Kendra. They were serious revolutionaries in every sense, fearless, forceful, and politically sophisticated. 16 They were also relatively uncommitted to CP dogma or the cult of the USSR. Their models were Cuba, Vietnam, and the anti-colonial struggles in Africa. Their most renowned recruit, of course, was Angela Davis, who in 1967 returned from study in Europe in order to participate in the Black Liberation Movement. In looking for a group to work with, she was initially disappointed, later writing, "I decided that the organization I wanted to join did not really exist." Instead, she organized a black student union at UCSD, where she was a graduate student of the German Marxist philosopher Herbert Marcuse, and helped steer it into a coalition with Chicano and radical white students. The coalition, after many protests and arrests, was eventually successful in the establishment of a new college on campus, oriented to the needs of communities of color. It was called Third College, although the movement had wanted the name Lumumba Zapata, 17, but San Diego was a backwater of struggle, and she began commuting to Los Angeles, where she attended the November Black Youth Conference at the Second Baptist Church, where she was particularly impressed by the presentations of Foreman and Franklin Alexander, as well as one by a small group of activists led by John Floyd, a school teacher, who had just formed the local Black Panther political party. BPPP. She joined the latter. I saw them as an interim political base from which I could think over and decide upon the ultimate political direction I was going to take. 18. Ain't that right, John Floyd? In his September 1966 What We Want article, Carmichael noted with satisfaction that groups were organizing under the Black Panther symbol in Los Angeles, New York City, Philadelphia, and New Jersey. In several cities, the Underground Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, was the organizer of the first Black Panther parties. RAM was led by Max Stanford, a graduate of the extraordinary Detroit Marxist circle around James and Grace Boggs that also included the future leaders of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers. Stanford blended Malcolm X and Robert F. Williams, the refugee North Carolina NAACP leader who advocated armed defense against racists, with an eclectic sprinkling of C.L.R. James, Elijah Muhammad, and Marx. RAM promoted Malcolm X's conception of the Black Liberation Movement as part of a worldwide anti-imperialist struggle, spearheaded, in Stanford's version, by Cuba and China. It took the Deacons for Defense, the community self-defense movement in Louisiana, as an adaptable model for northern ghettos, and tried, not very successfully, to imprint their own ideology onto the southern original. RAM members, mostly students or ex-students, were generally required to become active within existing public groups, especially SNCC. Stanford was close to Carmichael, or to form front organizations such as the Seoul Students Advisory Council at Oakland's Merritt College, where Bobby Seale and Huey Newton were enrolled. RAM and its revolutionary nationalist politics was Seale and Newton's next step up after leaving Wharton's Afro-American Association. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was cobbled together in Oakland during the summer and early fall of 1966. Revolutionary nationalism and anti-imperialism were taken directly from SNCC and RAM. The Panther symbol, of course, had no copyright, and the 10-point program was assembled, according to legend, in about 40 minutes. Armed self-defense, of course, was the motto of the entire Black Power movement, but the Oakland group, fatefully, put guns together with another idea. Newton, according to Joshua Bloom and Waldo Martin's history, soon experienced an epiphany sparked by an article he read in the August 1966 edition of the West Coast SNCC newspaper, The Movement, about the Community Alert Patrol in Watts. The Panthers would also monitor the police but with loaded guns at hand. Newton was pre-law and had crammed local and state criminal codes to establish the legality, or rather the non-illegality, of doing this. At first the Oakland organization coexisted with the Black Panther Party of Northern California formed by RAM members in San Francisco, former comrades of Seal and Newton. But in the summer of 1967 Newton issued an ultimatum: they could merge with us or change their name or be annihilated. They changed their name. 19. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Panthers, organized by John Floyd and Aoko Babu, belonged to the Black Congress and espoused a politics similar to the James Forman wing of SNCC. At the February Black Leadership Conference organized by U.S., Floyd had announced, "Today we are forming the Black Panther Party in Los Angeles. Malcolm X is going to be our patron saint. Our political philosophy is black nationalism." He received a standing ovation from the overflow audience of 250.20. The local Panthers were allied with Che Lumumba and worked without friction with U.S. Indeed, Karenga had converted his paper, Harambee, into the Congress House organ and given the editorship to Floyd, assisted by a volunteer named Elaine Brown. Born in Philadelphia, she had dropped out of Temple University to move west, where she became caught up in a fast Hollywood crowd of producers and entertainers. An accomplished pianist and singer, she had her conscience piqued by a black friend who suggested she teach piano to kids in Watts. At Jordan Downs, where she taught on Saturdays, she met Tommy Jacquet, who urged her to check out the scene at the Black Congress. Eventually she gravitated to the circle around Harry Truly, a Cal State LA sociologist who had founded the Black Student Alliance. Although Brown was not a student, Truly asked her to represent the BSA on the Congress Executive Committee. 21. She was an intelligent, striking figure who caused a stir wherever she went, but no one could have expected that she would someday rise to become the chairperson of the Black Panther Party. Although Huey Newton, as we have seen, spoke in LA several times in 1967, the first regular Oakland Panther presence was Earl Anthony, a USC graduate who had moved north for law school and joined the BPP. Before he returned to Southern California, he was recruited or blackmailed into becoming an informant for the FBI. He arrived at the Black Congress in November 1967 as the representative of the Huey Newton Defense Fund. In late October, Newton had been involved in a shootout with the Oakland police, which ended with the cop dead and Huey seriously wounded. "Free Huey" would soon resound across the country on white college campuses as well as black streets. Anthony became a regular observer at Congress meetings but made no effort to claim Congress membership for the Defense Fund or the Oakland BPP. In Oakland, however, the decision was made to create a Los Angeles chapter with an exclusive franchise to the Panther name. In her autobiography, Angela Davis, who had become the San Diego representative of Floyd's group, recalled her first terrifying contact with Newton's organization. During a visit to the Black Congress headquarters, she was ambushed by a drunken Oakland henchman, who pushed her into a corner and held a gun to her head. "The Black Panther Party for self-defense," he screamed, "demands that your motherfucking party get rid of the name the Black Panther Party. In fact, you better change it to the motherfucking Pink Pussycat Party. And if you haven't changed your name by next Friday, we are going to off you all." To underscore the ultimatum, he told me that he had found that I lived in San Diego, that he had my address and that I could expect someone to knock on my door if we didn't do what they were demanding. 22. The builder of the new LA chapter was Bunchy Carter, the former leader of a Slauson set. He had been imprisoned in Soledad with Eldridge Cleaver and, like him, had converted to the Nation of Islam. Upon release, however, Cleaver, on the verge of becoming a best-selling author for his memoir Soul on Ice, joined the Newton Group and convinced Carter to follow. Because of his imposing character, his street reputation in South Central, and his ties to his old set, Carter was the obvious choice to raise the Oakland flag down south. Brown vividly remembered the unexpected appearance of Carter at a community poetry reading sponsored by the BSA in January. Quincy Troupe had just finished a poem in tribute to John Coltrane when the double doors to the large Black Congress Hall where we were seated brusquely flung open, and Carter entered, followed by 20 of the fiercest-looking brothers I had ever seen. Some of them wore leather gloves, at least those with sawed-off shotguns pressed to the sides of their thighs. Some wore hats cocked over one eye and pistols in shoulder holsters. Carter announced that he had some poems to read. After a brief recitation, he thanked the audience but explained that he had actually come with a different purpose. "I came here to make an announcement. We have just officially formed the Southern California chapter of the Black Panther Party for self-defense." After a moment, he continued, "I came here also to make it crystal clear that we are the Black Panther Party, that there is but one Black Panther Party, and that is the party headed by Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton. Ain't that right, John Floyd?" Carter approached Floyd. "I said, ain't that right, John Floyd? There's only one Black Panther Party. And we don't want to hear about another soul trying to use our name again unless authorized by the Central Committee of the Black Panther Party. Is that clear, John Floyd?" 23. Declaring war on Babylon. James Foreman became the mediator of the dispute between Bunchy and the LA Panthers. "I knew that all of these groups were trying to build self-defense units in California, and in tense situations it can become easy to point the gun at one another rather than at the oppressor," Foreman explained. "After hours of discussion, with some of the individuals involved separately and then getting some of them to sit down face to face, I succeeded in ironing out many of the difficulties." 24. The LA Panthers agreed to become SNCC, although with little formal connection to the national office, and to surrender their logo. Angela and others accepted Foreman's argument that getting rid of the name issue would actually strengthen the group. "We would also acquire new national dimensions for own collective and overcome, thereby, some of the provincialism that plagued us," Angela later wrote. From Foreman's standpoint, we would be assisting SNCC, which then was considered by many to be the leading force in the Black liberation movement, to build a base on the West Coast. Finally, we would be able to cement the relationship between the BPP and SNCC. If a lasting coalition were to develop, it would be a tremendous advance. 25. Meanwhile, with the franchise question resolved, the BPP formally joined the Black Congress, and its influence grew rapidly as Carter recruited Slauson alumni, including a brilliant self-educated Marxist, Ray Masai Hewitt, who eventually became the party's Minister of Information. 26. Although the popularity of the Panthers soon began to challenge the hegemony of U.S. over the local Black Power movement, Karenga kept to his principle of operational unity, and U.S. helped advertise a free Huey rally at the sports arena in February 1968. Estimates of the turnout ranged from 5,000 to 10,000, and the atmosphere, as described by Elaine Brown, was electric. Women and men in black leather coats were marching military style, back and forth outside the huge arena, backed up by the beat of several parade drums, chanting the battle cry, "Free Huey! Or else! The sky YY's the limit." 27. This was not just hyperbole. Foreman had proposed a list of targets: 10 war factories, 15 police stations, 1 southern governor, 2 mayors, and so on, to be destroyed or killed in the event of the assassination of Newton or any of the other radical black leaders. 28. A new black leadership, Brown continued, had gathered in Los Angeles that day, as it had in Oakland the day before, to, as Eldridge Cleaver had defined it, declare war on Babylon. Seldom had so much rhetorical heavy artillery been gathered in one spot. Carmichael, Foreman, and Rap Brown from SNCC, Cleaver, Seal, and Carter for the Panthers, Karenga, and Reyes Lopez Tijerina, leader of the Alianza from New Mexico. Cleaver introduced Carmichael as the new Prime Minister of the Black Panther Party. Brown was enthralled by his speech, which she described as a charismatic delivery that turned the crowd wild. There was a long-standing ovation. But others had a different opinion. 29. For Angela Davis, the importance of the rally was obvious. "I was, therefore, especially disturbed by the content of some of the speeches. Stokely, for example, spoke of socialism as the white man's thing. Marx, he said, was a white man and therefore irrelevant to black liberation. As black people, Stokely shouted, we have to forget about socialism." Because he knew how to turn a phrase, Davis continued, he had the audience applauding, not so much what he said as his way of saying it. I was glad he was no longer the chairman of SNCC, because after hearing such a speech, I would have left the organization on the spot. Although she was more enthusiastic about Rap Brown's speech, the whole evening struck her as devoid of a line of march. We were supposed to be calling for mass support for Huey Newton. However, no strategy followed, graced, or even decorated this demand. There were no specific, concrete proposals placed before the people in attendance. In response to the appeal, the applause was ample enough, but where were we to go from there? The only answer to this question was the slogan "The sky is the limit 30. Dorothy Healy's reaction was even more critical. Stokely is an enormously effective orator, with every flourish, every technique really incredibly well honed, she wrote, but the content of his speech she found dreadful. I sat and listened to it, and to me it was just a monstrous deception being played in that what he had to say, his analysis, his proposals were totally devoid of any concreteness as far as the US was concerned, totally devoid of a strategy that really would have provided a capacity for either uniting blacks as blacks or providing a bridge of black-white unity in the country. Healy noted that that meeting also marked the first black effort to bring in Chicanos. Reyes Tijerina, from New Mexico, also gave a speech. He, too, illustrated the same problem of the new militancy of the country. Although he's not a young man, he's a middle-aged man, but newly radicalized. His speech, too, was rhetorical slogans, bombasts, rhetoric, but again, nothing that lent itself to practical organization nor that pointed a way for a long-range perspective. 31. The sports arena event was both the high point of black unity and the proximate cause of its decline. Squabbles over the order of speakers and other such trivia had inflamed relations between some of the groups, but it was the disposition of the funds raised that became casus belli. US claimed, probably with justice, that it had not been reimbursed as previously agreed for its expenses, and when it found out that the Panthers were using part of the money not to defray Newton's legal expenses but to open a new office in LA, the proverbial shit hit the fan. Operational unity had been based on the assumption that US, if not the dominant group, would at least be an equal among equals. Now it confronted a competitor who aggressively, even violently, claimed to be the only legitimate representative of black liberation. To make matters worse, Karenga had strenuously wooed SNCC, praising Carmichael to the heavens, only to now find a merger in process between it and the BPP. US girded itself for battle. But first SNCC took center stage. On the afternoon of the February 18 rally, 18-year-old Gregory Clark and a friend were pulled over by the LAPD and accused of car theft and drunken driving. In fact, they had a valid registration card and were drinking pop. The arresting officer, Warren Carlesson, became furious when Clark refused to be handcuffed. According to those watching the encounter, writes Angela Davis, he knocked Gregory Clark to the sidewalk and while he lay face down, his hands cuffed behind him, Carlesson shot Gregory in the back of the head with a .38 revolver. 32 Franklin Alexander, who had earlier joined LA. SNCC without any objection from the other members, became the public spokesman of the campaign to indict Carlesson. The coroner's jury, meanwhile had split 4-3 over the shooting, with the minority refusing to accept a verdict of justifiable homicide. 33. Posters soon appeared on walls, wanted, LAPD cop for the murder of brother Gregory Clark. SNCC organized a People's Tribunal, supported by both US and the Panthers, which staged a mock trial of Carlesson in South Park on March 17 before hundreds of residents. SNCC hoped to use the trial to mobilize the community to demand a special counsel hearing on the murder, but many in the crowd wanted immediate revenge. As Davis wrote, "Death! Death!" screamed a group of people. Others voiced their agreement. "Death to the pig," brothers continued to shout. "Appoint a commission to execute the sentence," as they said. They were volunteering. 34 After much commotion, Alexander managed to calm things down. What no one knew, until revealed by a Senate investigation in 1970, was that Army intelligence officers were in the crowd, presumably because of Franklin's participation, and were sending weekly reports on LA. SNCC to 6 Army commands around the world. 35 The Gregory Clark campaign continued through May. Billy Mills convinced a city council committee to schedule a special hearing on the Clark killing, but under pressure from the Times and the LAPD, the council reneged, leading to stormy scenes at City Hall when 150 protesters led by Alexander showed up. But all of this took place under the shadow of Martin Luther King's assassination on April 4 and the ensuing disturbances in over 100 cities, with major riots in 11. With the 82nd Airborne on the streets of Baltimore, and Marine machine gunners on the steps of the national Capitol, LA seemed primed for another explosion. That it was averted was largely due to the Black Congress, especially US and SNCC. Everyone worked around the clock, with sound trucks and high school leafleters urging residents to attend a memorial for King at the Coliseum. A one-day strike of black labor was also called. Police Chief Tom Redden told the press that particular tribute must be paid to members of the Black Operational Unity Committee. Without its leadership, and its mobilization of important community influences, peaceful, unified action would not have been possible. Behind the scenes, as noted earlier, Karenga had met secretly with both Governor Reagan and Redden. SNCC's contribution, however, was rewarded with a police raid that trashed their office, destroyed their printing equipment, and put most of the members behind bars. In an infantile tantrum, the LAPD even put tax in their food. 36. Despite the attack, SNCC had suddenly acquired real momentum, attracting some of the most serious militants in the city, launching a youth group with 50 members, and setting up a liberation school under Angela Davis. Since it had decent relations with both US and the BPP, SNCC was poised to broker the dangerous tensions building between the two militarized groups. But unexpected internal conflict or revolt against matriarchy disrupted and eventually destroyed SNCC. Some of the men in the group and others in the Congress began to attack Angela and two other sisters, Bobby Hodges and Renee, for usurping leadership. All the myths about black women surfaced, wrote Davis in her autobiography. Bobby, Renee, and I were too domineering. We were trying to control everything, including the men, which meant by extension that we wanted to rob them of their manhood. By playing such a leading role in the organization, some of them insisted, we were aiding and abetting the enemy, who wanted to see black men weak and unable to hold their own. Although the two male full-timers, Franklin and Frank, the head of security, sided with the three women, the situation spun out of control, and it was decided to ask the SNCC National Office to arbitrate. The national representative sent to LA, however, was less interested in mediating gender issues than in expunging the chapter of any taint of Marxism. Apparently the prominence of Franklin in the Clark protests had upset Carmichael's supporters, and he was summarily expelled, soon followed by Angela and by Franklin's younger brother Deacon. Local SNCC collapsed. Angela bitterly noted, whereas we had had over 200 workers whom we could count on and hundreds more who could be mobilized, by the beginning of the summer there were no more than 10 people left. 37. Davis, after intensive discussions with Healy and the Alexanders, joined Che Lumumba in July, and the young black communists turned their eyes toward possible collaboration with the Panthers as well as participation in the black student revolts brewing on several campuses. Unfortunately, the 6-month-long career of L.A. SNCC rehearsed the fate of larger 60s movements. At the very moment when a group's popularity opened the door to becoming a genuine mass movement, it collapsed into internal conflict. This would shortly be the fate of SNCC nationally, then, in 1969, of both the Panthers and SDS. 4 years afterward, veterans of these groups would be haunted by the historical possibilities squandered in struggles that, in the last instance, hinged on personal ambitions and attendant vendettas. Part 4. Vietnam comes home. 18. Unlawful assembly. The Century City Police riot, 1967. Lyndon Johnson, like all Texas gamblers, had a card up his sleeve when he opened his 1968 re-election campaign in Los Angeles. The city was home to some of the Democratic Party's wealthiest donors as well as its most glamorous celebrities, and of course it was also a city rich in Democratic votes. In 1964 LA had given him more votes than any other city in the country except New York. A festive gala was scheduled for June 23, 1967, at the newest and most prestigious spot in town, the Century Plaza Hotel. It was the jewel in the crown of the massive Century City office and residential development under construction adjacent to Beverly Hills in what had only recently been the back lot of 20th Century Fox Studios. Party donors and Hollywood stars would pay $1,000 a plate. Legendary old-time comedian Jack Benny was to be the MC, and the Supremes would provide the entertainment. 2 And then LBJ would give a speech. When Johnson arrived in LA, he knew it was a gamble of sorts. The pundits said he would be playing against the anti-war forces inside the Democratic Party. As the 1968 elections approach, a Times political reporter explained, "It is not the Republican opposition which worries the president so much as the threat of defection by Democratic liberals who have been a vital part of the successful Democratic coalition since the New Deal." 3 Indeed, the morning of the president's Century City fundraiser, 3 entire pages of the Times were filled with 8,000 names of dissenting Democrats who signed an open letter addressed to LBJ. The letter quoted George McGovern, "We seem bent on saving the Vietnamese people, even if we have to kill them and demolish their country to do so." The statement concluded, "Mr. President, we advise you, that, from this day on, our campaign funds, our energies, and our votes go to those and only those political figures who work for an end to the war in Vietnam." 4. Johnson believed he had a wild card in the hole. He would make an announcement at the Century City dinner that would give his political stock an enormous boost with anti-war Democrats and take him off the hook on the war issue. 5. He was flying into LA directly after a meeting with Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin, where the two had discussed ending the war in Vietnam. He planned to announce that night that President Kosygin and I agreed in our talks today that we both want a world of peace. 6. He was calling it the Glassboro Summit after the town in New Jersey where they had met. He hoped playing that card in Century City would provide a kind of peace is at hand moment. In fact, the Glassboro Summit was quickly forgotten, but what happened in Century City that night was not. As Johnson headed for Century City, anti-war demonstrators gathered in a nearby park for a rally before their protest march past the hotel. The police expected 1,000 or 2,000, but 10,000 or 15,000 turned up at Cheviot Hills Park, adjacent to the Rancho Park public golf course. They came not just from the liberal West Side, but from all over LA County, from groups with all kinds of names: the East LA Peace Committee, the Glendale Vietnam Project, Long Beach Citizens for Peace, the Malibu Discussion and Action Group, the Orange County Committee to End the War, the Emergency Councils of Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, the NoHo Silver Lake Committee on the Crisis in American Foreign Policy, the Pomona Valley Community Council for Opposition to the War in Vietnam, the South Bay Peace Council, and the Valley Peace Center. The West Side was, of course, prominent. The West Side Committee of Concern on Vietnam had 8 chapters, representing different neighborhoods. 7 Women's groups were particularly conspicuous, and there were groups of gays, artists, teachers, trade unionists, doctors, veterans, and mental health professionals acting for peace. 8. The Old Left was there, the veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, the LA Committee for the Defense of the Bill of Rights, and the Du Bois Clubs, all in the orbit of the CP. Others came with groups on the left opposed to the CP, the Socialist Party, the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party and their Young Socialist Alliance, and the Maoists of Progressive Labor. They also came from the New Left, from SDS and the Vietnam Summer Project. Then there were the progressive religious groups and the atheists and even a couple of Democratic Party clubs. Not since Henry Wallace's 1948 crusade to stop the Cold War had such a large and diverse coalition come out on the streets of LA. The official story. There were 2 narratives about what happened when marchers arrived in front of the hotel that night. In the police version, echoed by Mayor Sam Yurdi and to some extent by the daily press, the cops were the heroes of the hour, saving the president from a violent mob. In contrast, protesters, the LA Free Press and the ACLU told an entirely different story, an indiscriminate and sometimes berserk attack by cops on entirely peaceful demonstrators. The contrasting accounts agreed only on one fact: as Johnson's guests arrived, nearly 1,000 police, a gigantic mobilization, confronted 10,000 anti-war protesters, whom they forcibly dispersed. The official parade permit issued by the police allowed the demonstrators to march past the hotel, but they were supposed to keep moving. Instead, they stopped across from the hotel entrance, and some sat down in the street. The police then broadcast an order, "Disperse or you will be arrested," and declared, "This is an unlawful assembly." But thousands of demonstrators refused, chanting, "Hell, no, we won't go." 9. At that point, platoons of officers stepped forward, shoulder to shoulder, holding batons before them with two hands. The objective, they said, was to force the crowd back, break it up, and move the thousands into an empty lot across from the hotel and down to adjoining streets. Cries rang out, "Gestapo! Heil Hitler! Sieg Heil! Bastards!" Then, when the officers met resistance, they used their nightsticks. The response, according to the official story, rocks and pieces of wood rained on police. Some of the spectators spat on the officers, ripped off their badges and stoned them. A veteran press photographer was quoted in the Times saying, "These people were like animals. All I can say is that the Los Angeles Police Department did one hell of a good job." 10 Mayor Yurdi told reporters, "It was a superb job of security by our Los Angeles Police Department." 11. In the next day's paper, the Times sounded even more like a press release from LAPD headquarters. 4 policemen were treated at Central Receiving Hospital and released. One had a broken foot from being run over by a protest truck, another had chest injuries from a thrown brick. 12 Despite the violence of the marchers, there were instances of police compassion, the Times reported. Mothers with children were pulled to safety behind police lines. Finally, the Times reported, police say they suspect many persons who claim to have been seriously hurt by police were faking. 13. Subsequent justifications for the dispersal emphasized the danger to the president. LBJ ate his dinner at the Century Plaza expecting to be rushed from the hotel at any minute because the LAPD and the Secret Service had received intelligence information that the demonstrators planned to break through police lines and rush into the hotel. With only 1,000 cops facing more than 10,000 marchers, Chief Tom Redden said, "We could never have held the hotel against a rush." 14 That was why, when the front of the march halted outside the hotel, the Secret Service agent in the police command post on the 10th floor of the hotel alerted the evacuation party to be ready to move the president. Johnson would have been in his helicopter and in the air within 5 minutes. And after the demonstrators were dispersed, the Secret Service agent turned to a police officer and indicating an inch with his thumb and forefinger said, "We came that close to jerking him out of there." 15. The other side. The march had been dispersed on Friday night. On Monday, the LA Free Press published a special 8-page issue documenting police violence. The marchers represented a complete cross-section of America, the Free reported all ages, all types. Many small children and toddlers. A reporter who had been a block or two back from the front of the march described what happened when it came to a halt. People heard rumors that the police were narrowing the march to 2 abreast ahead. More and more cops, stationed every few feet. Someone said cops had ordered the march dispersed. No one was sure what was happening. Suddenly the cops were massed waves deep, jackboots and helmets gleaming in the fitful glare of TV Klieg lights. People found themselves packed tighter. About 9 p.m., suddenly the cop in front of me swung his truncheon against the face of a man. Blood spurts. Other cops join in. The first cop started hitting a girl, about 20, with a baby in her arms. She fell down trying to protect the child, the same cop kicked her in the back. A doctor tried to go to her aid and was beaten down by several cops. 16. The Freep ran more than a dozen eyewitness reports, including one from Sherwin Shane, an attorney who served as a parade monitor and wore a suit and tie along with his armband. He heard an officer command, "Everyone move back." I then asked the crowd to move backward. A police officer knocked down two boys on my right and one of them fell in front of me and I fell over him with my back to the officer. He then hit me on the left side of my head with his club and as I arose gasping for breath he hit me with the tip of his billy club in my abdomen. When I was able to catch my breath I asked him why he hit me and he motioned to the officer on his right and that officer hit me in the abdomen with the tip of his billy club. The first cop then said, "I want him." I was bleeding profusely from the head. I was taken very roughly and violently to a patrol wagon and all the way protesting that their force was unnecessary and that I would walk with them willingly. I was taken to 3 different locations and booked at each. I was covered with blood from head to foot. 17. But it wasn't just the Freep. The Times revisited the story a week later in a piece headlined "The Anti-War March: What Did Happen?", which drew on reports from 9 staffers on the scene plus eyewitnesses and participants. "I saw a solid wall of white helmets and billy clubs descend on the demonstrators with clubs swinging, pushing, and jabbing," one eyewitness said. The Times quoted a Hollywood attorney, "I heard the sickening cracking sound made by a club striking a man's head, and saw men, women, and even children fall under the assault of policemen. I saw people injured, bleeding, frightened, and crying." 18. By far the most thorough investigation and report came from the ACLU, which spent a month investigating the incident, and had dozens of investigators taking statements. At the end of the month, they published a 46-page report, which remains today the most complete and thoughtful analysis of what happened that night. 19. The section on the dispersal they used the police term included the following first-person reports. At the right of me was a very old woman and she could not move fast enough to avoid the police. A policeman moved forward and smacked her across the face with a billy club. She immediately fell to the ground and lay still. There was an awful charge of policemen plunging into the crowd to our right, swinging clubs viciously on the heads of men, women, and children. 20 or so marchers heard the sounds of crack, 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 of 2 clubs against a man's bones and body, and of shouts, moans and shrieks. We saw the great arcs of clubs as the officers swung them over their heads and then down full force, upon the defenseless man's neck, left shoulder, and upper back. The blows, at least 5, bent him double to the ground, chest to his knees. 20. My sister was struck on the forehead above the right eye. She fell to the ground on her back as she tried to turn and run. I attempted to help her. I was hit by a policeman with a club on the head and back and began to bleed profusely. But the ACLU report went far beyond documenting police violence. It evaluated the organizers' preparation for the protest, as well as the preparations made by the FBI and the hotel, and it also retraced in detail all of the events that night, starting with the rally in the park and, outside the hotel, what police had called a failure to disperse. Protest planning, the organizers. While the ACLU was deeply critical of the LAPD, they also criticized the leadership of the protest, mostly for not providing enough monitors to deal with potential problems along the march route. The FBI undercover agents reported that 125 had signed up as monitors, while organizers said 75 more were needed. In fact, only 100 showed up at the park, and new volunteers were recruited on the spot. 21. Perhaps the most amazing failure in the demonstration planning was that the organizers made no plans or preparations for problems with the police. The only potential problem addressed in the duties and responsibilities of monitors was hecklers. The policy of course was just ignore the provocations and don't heckle back. 22. Indeed, the American Nazi Party did show up and do some provocative yelling. The only other potential problem they considered was an accident such as a person tripping, fainting, etc. People by the hundreds being clubbed to the ground by the cops was not considered a possibility. The Peace Action Council, the official organizer of the march, prepared carefully for civil disobedience, for people sitting in front of the hotel. Like many such protests, then and now, some more militant people wanted to engage in civil disobedience and get arrested. In 1967, the sit-in was the much-admired tactic of the recent lunch counter-integration protests of 1960–61, which involved thousands of people in dozens of cities. The theory had been outlined in Martin Luther King's greatest work, Letter from Birmingham Jail. King had called the sit-in an act intended to create constructive, nonviolent tension that would dramatize the depth of people's opposition to an unjust policy. 23 The groups considering sitting in included the War Resisters League, Progressive Labor, and SDS. After a lengthy debate at several meetings, the council voted to disassociate their march from civil disobedience. The council gave one vote to each participating organization, regardless of its size, 24. So in the planning for this march, as for many others, the organizers understood that some would commit civil disobedience and get arrested, separately and independently from the main march, which would abide by the terms of the parade permit. Meanwhile, SDS and Progressive Labor hoped their sit-in would inspire people from the march to join them. 25. The debate over civil disobedience was no secret. Peace Action Council meetings were public events, and the LA Times ran an article about the debate a week before the march. The paper quoted one POC member from the California Democratic Council as saying, "If anyone intends to indulge in civil disobedience, I will disavow him, and not participate." It also quoted Mary Clark of Women's Strike for Peace, who said the group had no plans to engage in civil disobedience at the upcoming march, but we do not disavow civil disobedience, except for acts of violence. She said she saw nothing wrong with sit-ins, sit-downs, or standing in front of the Century Plaza while the president was inside. Don Kalish, co-chair of the march and a philosophy professor at UCLA, said he was in deep sympathy with Mary Clark's statement. 26. Protest planning, the FBI. Two different undercover operations had infiltrated the march organization, the FBI, and a private security firm hired by the Century Plaza Hotel. They came to contradictory conclusions. The FBI reported that their undercover agents' three reliable sources found no planning for civil disobedience. The day before the march, an urgent coded teletype from Director J. Edgar Hoover to the White House and the Secret Service reported that there is no civil disobedience scheduled during the demonstration, and the Peace Action Council has strongly urged that no civil disobedience be conducted. All sources unaware of any scheduled civil disobedience, the director was told that day by the Los Angeles FBI office. 27 These documents suggest just how ignorant and incompetent the FBI was, and they also contradict the LA Times reports published after the march that the Secret Service believed demonstrators were planning to rush the hotel. The undercover agent working for the Century Plaza, Sharon Stewart, presented sworn testimony to a Santa Monica judge the morning of the march, when attorneys for the hotel sought an injunction against various forms of protest. The 27-year-old, an employee of International Investigation Systems of Beverly Hills, testified that she had attended a meeting where people proposed unleashing mice, cockroaches, and stink and slash or smoke bombs in the hotel, and also storming the lobby in force by breaking through police lines. As a result of her testimony, the judge issued an injunction barring demonstrators from taking any noise-making device, or any device intended to frighten, harass, annoy, or obstruct anyone attending the LBJ event. The injunction also enjoined the demonstrators from loosing any animal on the premises. 28. The judge apparently wasn't worried about the cockroaches. Stewart also testified that she had enlisted in the protest organization 5 days before the march and had been instructed to trigger a wave of civil disobedience outside the Century Plaza while President Johnson was inside. Peace Council leader Don Kalish, she said, had instructed her to approach police lines and demand to see President Johnson. The plan, she said, was for her to be hysterically trying to beat my way through the police line, and the police would arrest me. The demonstrators, she said, might then either sit down and chant, let her through, or get up and fight with the policeman to let her through. Then there will be a riot, she concluded, and everyone will say that the police were being brutal. 29. When Stewart testified the morning of the march, no one from the demonstration planning committee showed up to challenge her claims. It turned out that neither the march leaders nor their attorney, A.L. Wiener, were told of the hearing. The Century City attorneys told the judge that they had called Wiener and the office of the Peace Action Council that morning at 8 a.m. to inform them about the emergency hearing, but no one answered. That was because neither office opened until 9 a.m. Of course, there were no plans to release mice or stink bombs in the hotel, much less cockroaches. Nothing like that happened, and nobody arrested by the police that night was found to be in possession of mice, stink bombs, or cockroaches. Sharon Stewart had left one thing out of her testimony: those proposals made at the planning meeting for the march, which had been open to the public, came from members of the audience, perhaps provocateurs. None of those proposals were taken seriously by the organizers, the ACLU later reported. All were turned down out of hand. And of course, nobody had to stage a phony scene in order to provoke the police being brutal, and Kalish later stated in sworn testimony, "We didn't plan any role for her at all." 30. The rally in the park. The rally in the park before the march, almost everyone agreed, had a happy and festive spirit. The Freep described an afternoon with the sounds of music, bells, and tambourines, and the ritual exchange of flowers. 31. Dr. Spock was the headliner, a legendary father figure for America and for the peace movement. "We do not consider the Vietnamese people, North or South, to be the enemy," he said. "They wish no harm to the United States. The enemy, we believe in all sincerity, is Lyndon Johnson." 32. He concluded by asking for no violence. H. Rap Brown, chairman of SNCC, was next. According to the ACLU, he gave the wrong speech, criticizing Israel in the recently ended Israeli-Arab war. He got scattered boos. 33. Then came the big surprise: Muhammad Ali, the hit of the rally, the ACLU reported, and a late addition to the program. He was a hero of the anti-war movement. 2 months earlier he had refused induction into the military, saying, "I ain't got no quarrel with them Viet Cong." And 3 days before the Century City March, he had been convicted of draft evasion. The penalty was horrifying: 5 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, and the greatest boxer in the world was banned from the sport for 3 years. Ali spoke briefly. "We are not for violence," he said. "If anyone starts something, it won't be this group. The police will have to start it." The Freep called that prophecy. 34. As the rally ended and the marchers headed out of the park for the hotel, there was an incident that resulted in felony charges of assaulting an officer with a deadly weapon. The deadly weapon in question was a Toyota pickup truck, which had been driven to the head of the parade as it set out from Cheviot Hills Park, even though the parade permit did not allow trucks. The driver, according to the police, was ordered to stop, but instead he drove the truck into the path of Officer Frank L. Petrazik, who was attempting to remove a prone demonstrator. The truck ran over the officer's foot, after which other officers smashed the windshield with their batons and removed the driver, who turned out to be a 16-year-old named Stephen Daniel Lipman. 35. Because of the significance the police gave to the incident, the ACLU investigated it thoroughly. The pickup truck carried a sound system, and it was intended by Progressive Labor and SDS to encourage marchers to join their sit-in in front of the hotel when the time came. The Peace Action Council was not aware of this plan, and when the truck approached the point where the march was beginning to form, monitors linked arms and surrounded the truck to prevent it from joining the parade. 2 POC leaders attempted to persuade the driver not to continue. The truck halted, the ACLU reported, but after 1 minute, suddenly one of the police sprang forward toward the driver's compartment, striking one person with his club. He then took his club in both hands and began beating on the windshield of the truck. The driver was not asked to get out of the car. The police just attacked, but another officer attempted to restrain him. At the same time, a girl's voice amplified over the truck's sound system was shouting, "Protect the truck with your bodies. Make a shield of bodies around the truck." Leaders of the march, however, advised against this and asked the marchers to sit down. More cops joined in beating on the truck's windows and began clubbing the girl and boy in the bed of the pickup. Monitors begged the marchers to sit down and offer no resistance, arguing that the peace march might be cancelled before it ever started if this incident escalated into a major battle. Marchers did sit down, but the police took one of the monitors into custody, and while one held him with his arms pinned behind him, a second cop kicked the monitor in the monitor's genitals. 36 The cops finally dragged the driver out of the truck, and 4 cops held him while a 5th clubbed him. Finally the police stopped, then they dragged away the 4 kids who had been in the truck, which was left behind as the parade departed for the Century Plaza Hotel, doctors and nurses wearing white coats, mothers pushing baby carriages, small children perched on their fathers' shoulders. 37 Afterward one officer was treated for a broken foot. The truck incident in the park made it clear that the police were ready to club and beat demonstrators long before the order to disperse was given outside the hotel an hour and a half later. The failure to disperse, revisited. When the front of the march reached the hotel, the march stopped. That provided the rationale for the police attack: failure to disperse. The media and the police said the marchers had sat in outside the hotel entrance, but the ACLU found the sit-in had little tangible effect because the march had already come to a halt before people began sitting down. The people sitting in the street had less importance in stopping the march than 3 other factors. First was the attraction of the hotel itself, an attraction intensified through the denial by Century City's management of the use of an available parking lot down the block for a post-march rally and dispersal point. The march also stopped because police had narrowed the line of march drastically at a critical point just past the hotel. The third problem was that 500 spectators, who were not marchers, had shown up outside the hotel, many to cheer for what was to be the biggest anti-war protest in LA history. They spilled off the sidewalk and clogged the street where the demonstrators were supposed to be marching. 38. What do you do when a march has stopped moving? Thousands of marchers were backed up for a mile, pressing forward and eager to proceed past the hotel. But, the ACLU noted, the police did nothing to get it restarted. The marchers had a permit with an approved route. The police should have cleared the route ahead of the march, kept the spectators on the sidewalk, arrested the people sitting in. That's what they expected, and worked with the march monitors to get the demonstrators moving again. That was made more difficult because the police had refused to give the organizers permission to use sound trucks. But instead of clearing the street to get the march restarted, the police issued an order to all the marchers to disperse. The ACLU argued that this was the fundamental problem, an order that was arbitrary and served no lawful purpose. 39. Before the dispersal order, the ACLU found, none of the marchers engaged in acts hostile to the police on duty, the hotel, or the president. Most of the marchers never heard the dispersal order. The police waited half an hour after issuing the dispersal order before attacking the demonstrators. Most important, instead of arresting the several dozen demonstrators who were sitting in, the police used excessive force to disperse the entire parade of 10 or 15,000 people. Unresisting demonstrators were beaten, some in front of literally thousands of witnesses, without even the pretext of an attempt to make an arrest. 40. One other remarkable feature of the police attack was that it continued for more than an hour after the initial order to disperse was given. During that hour, police chased demonstrators for more than a mile from the hotel, beating and clubbing them. One group of marchers was chased into Beverly Hills, others trying to get back to the park where their cars had been parked said they were pushed, jabbed, and clubbed along streets by police several blocks from the Century Plaza. People waiting at bus stops several blocks away more than an hour later were attacked and beaten by police. The last reports of police harassment were at 11 p.m., 2 hours after the dispersal began. So much for protecting the president from demonstrators rushing the hotel while he was speaking. 41. A communist conspiracy? One more thing, the Reds. Legion charges Red directed LA Protest, a banner headline proclaimed on page 1 of the Herald-Examiner. The statewide convention of the American Legion ended the same week as the protest by passing a resolution calling on HUAC to investigate the leadership of the march, pointing to Irving Sarnoff, a co-chairman of the Peace Action Council. Their resolution was supported, conveniently, by massive photographic and eyewitness documentation assembled by Los Angeles police in support of a request for felony riot conspiracy indictments against top leaders of the demonstration, which of course included Sarnoff, who, according to the Legion, had pled the Fifth in 1958 when appearing before HUAC. While it was a misdemeanor to cause or urge a riot, conspiracy to riot is a felony. 42, no felony charges of conspiracy to riot were ever filed. In response to the Legion, Sarnoff told the LA Times, "I am not a member of any political party, even though I am a registered Democrat." 30 years later, the Times revisited the 1967 events at the Century Plaza Hotel, and reporter Kenneth Reich asked Sarnoff whether he had ever been a CP member. He said he once was a communist, but he left the party in 1951 at the age of 21, 16 years before the Century City demonstration. 44. Dorothy Healy, in her memoir, wrote that the party played a central role in the peace movement in Southern California, particularly through the Peace Action Council. Irving Sarnoff, who initiated the group, was a very dedicated man who had been active in the Railway Brotherhood. In Los Angeles, the Peace Action Council was the primary source of education and mobilization during the war in Vietnam, and communists were an accepted part of the anti-war coalition. 45. On the other hand, the FBI's informant inside the Southern California CP advised on the day before the march that Communist Party in Los Angeles has issued instructions to its members to stay away from demonstration of 6/23 next in view of all the talk about possible trouble with LAPD and civil disobedience. 46. Consequences, for LBJ and LA. The police attack on 10 or 15,000 middle-class white people in one of the country's biggest Democratic strongholds, at the first event of LBJ's re-election campaign, marked a historic turning point in his political career. The official story had been that the demonstration had failed in its major purpose because the demonstrators never got near the president to press their anti-war message. 47. But LBJ must have seen the headline in the LA Times, "Anti-war protest nearly drove president out of Los Angeles," and the report that the president ate his dinner at the Century Plaza expecting to be rushed from the hotel at any minute, to a waiting helicopter. 48. And now thousands, maybe millions, of people had read or heard that news about the city with the biggest Democratic turnout anywhere west of Manhattan. He must have wondered how he could campaign at all in the coming months. And indeed, after Century City, Johnson didn't campaign in public, except for appearance at safe places like military bases. 49. Just 11 weeks after Century City, on September 8, LBJ discussed with his trusted Texas advisor John Connally whether he should abandon his re-election campaign. Connally told him he didn't think he could get re-elected, and they came to a decision that he should not run. This was almost 6 months before the New Hampshire primary. In December, he decided to announce his retirement at the end of his 1968 State of the Union message. 50. That part of the speech was drafted but kept secret, and when he appeared before Congress in January he didn't read it. He finally made that announcement on March 31, after nearly losing the New Hampshire Democratic primary to peace candidate Eugene McCarthy. Century City marked a turning point in LA politics as well. 2 years after Watts, white liberals on the West Side had suddenly experienced firsthand the brutality of the LAPD that blacks had been protesting against for years. The West Side now turned against Mayor Sam Yurdi, and also against the LAPD. When the city council voted to endorse the police action at Century City, the council member most critical of the LAPD was Tom Bradley, who represented Black L.A. 51. 2 years later, Bradley ran for mayor, and the white West Side supported him. They lost that year, but the same coalition would eventually succeed in electing him, 2 years after that. Thus the Century City protest was a key moment in the seismic political shift that transformed LA politics in the next decade. It would take a lot longer to change the LAPD. 19. Eldridge Cleaver for President. The Peace and Freedom Party, 1967–68. By 1967, with the War on Poverty dismantled to pay for the war in Vietnam, disillusionment with the Johnson administration had turned into the bitter conviction that stopping the war in Vietnam meant stopping LBJ's re-election in 1968. Anti-war activists in California believed they had two options: challenging him with a peace candidate in the state's Democratic primary or organizing a third party to run an anti-war candidate against him in the general election. Left liberal Democrats had had their own statewide organization ever since the 50s, the California Democratic Council, CDC. By 1967 it had 33,000 members, was passionately anti-war, and was eager to dump Johnson by getting a peace candidate to challenge him in the primary coming up on June 4, 1968. Of course, Bobby Kennedy was their first choice, but he said he wouldn't do it, so they turned to Gene McCarthy, the anti-war senator from Minnesota. He met with the head of the CDC, a San Francisco lawyer named Gerald Hill, and national anti-war organizer Al Lowenstein, on October 23, 1967, at the Ambassador Hotel in LA. Hill told McCarthy that a peace candidate would not only win California in June but run well nationally in other primaries. They assured McCarthy that CDC had the money and volunteers to run a national campaign. After an hour of conversation, McCarthy told them he would do it. He announced on November 30 that he would enter the California primary, and 3 others. The new left wing of the anti-war movement, however, deemed this a hopeless and quixotic quest. They scoffed at the idea that the Democrats, under a leadership that still avidly supported the war, could become the vehicle for bringing the troops home. In addition, they accurately pointed out that most states did not have primaries, and that LBJ could win renomination at the convention even without winning any primaries. This is exactly what happened in the summer of 1968, when Hubert Humphrey won the nomination without a single primary victory. The better alternative was an anti-war third party with a platform that also supported black liberation, the farm workers' struggle, and other progressive movements. However, California's election code placed a high hurdle in the path of a new party. 66,000 people had to declare in writing that they wanted to change their registration. The Progressive Party had surmounted this obstacle in 1948, although its presidential candidate, former Vice President Henry Wallace, ended up with less than 5% of the state's vote. Since then, left-wing parties had all been limited to write-in candidates, who got a few thousand votes each. So supporters of the third-party strategy in Los Angeles, they called themselves the Peace and Freedom Party, PFP, began collecting signatures in summer 1967. On June 23, at the rally before the Century City March, they got 30 signatures. The PFP dated this as its founding. The big question beyond registration, of course, was who their candidate would be. 1. Similar efforts to come up with a third-party challenge to LBJ were underway in many states in 1967, and on Labor Day weekend, Los Angeles activists joined 3,000 others in Chicago for the National Conference for New Politics to try to organize a national effort. Planning for the September convention had gone on for more than a year. 327 political groups were represented. Maybe there could be a national peace and freedom campaign with a single candidate running in many states. Maybe Martin Luther King could be persuaded to run for president. He had come out against the war at Riverside Church 4 months earlier. Or maybe somebody had a better idea. The convention opened on August 31 at the Chicago Coliseum with King's keynote address. Many assembled here campaigned lasciviously for Lyndon Johnson in 1964. We were the hardcore activists. We were the dreamers of a dream. Now our hopes have been blasted and our dreams have been shattered. The promise of a great society was shipwrecked off the coast of Asia, on the dreadful peninsula of Vietnam. We've deluded ourselves into believing the myth that capitalism grew and prospered out of the Protestant ethic of hard work and sacrifice. The fact is that capitalism was built on the exploitation and suffering of black slaves, and continues to thrive on the exploitation of the poor, both black and white, both here and abroad. The problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. This is the meaning of New Politics. Point 2. That was precisely the idea behind the Peace and Freedom Party. But King was heckled and interrupted by black nationalists, and he left the Colosseum, according to his biographer, looking afraid, worried, and tired. 3. The next day everything fell apart. King and his lieutenants departed, and so did Julian Bond, former head of SNCC, even though he was the convention's national co-chair. A black caucus demanded that the convention adopt a 13-point resolution that included an agreement to form white civilizing committees to deal with the beast-like character of all white communities, as exemplified by George Lincoln Rockwell's and Lyndon Baines Johnson's. Rockwell was the founder of the American Nazi Party. The non-negotiable proposals also included a demand that this conference make immediate reparation for the historic, physical, sexual, mental, and economic exploitation of black people. Even though the Black Caucus never had more than 50 delegates, and it didn't include the black cock-heirs of the convention, they demanded that blacks get 50% of the convention votes to ensure equality within New Politics. Finally, the Black Caucus demanded that the convention adopt an anti-Zionist resolution. Point 4. The Black Caucus didn't seem very interested in launching a third-party campaign to challenge LBJ. They didn't include anything about the Vietnam War in their 13-point resolution. The convention, which was at least 80% white, nevertheless voted to give blacks 50% of the vote, and endorsed all of the non-negotiable demands. The LA delegates returned from the New Politics convention in a state of rage and dismay. The convention was a political fiasco, one wrote in the LA Free Press, calling the Black Caucus demands stupid, racist, destructive, and most of all, opaque, impenetrable. She quoted a member of the Black Caucus, who at the end told her, "If the white man let the black man do this to him, he no radical. He a baby with a guilty conscience trying to get somebody to help him feel better." The Free put that in a box in big type. Point 5. Why the white man did that was explained on page 1 of the Free by Marvin Garson, founder of the San Francisco Express-Times. "The sense of the convention," he wrote, "was that it's going to be very embarrassing if we have nothing but white faces here. We don't know exactly who these blacks are or what they represent, but they've got black faces and that's what we need. Let them have their 13 points, we can ignore the resolution after it's passed. Anything to keep them from walking out." 6. In mid-September 1967, 2 weeks after the New Politics fiasco in Chicago, California activists met in San Luis Obispo to organize a campaign to get the Peace and Freedom Party on the statewide ballot in 1968. As in Chicago, a black caucus demanded 50% of the votes. White radicals led by Michael Hannon, the left-wing former cop who had run for Congress in 1966 on an anti-war platform, and Jack Weinberg, a hero of the Berkeley free speech movement who had moved to LA, counter-proposed equality of white and black voting blocs, giving each veto power, but the Black Caucus rejected this formula. The California PFP leaders were not going to make the same mistake they had in Chicago, so the meeting ended without agreement. As for the whites who supported the black demands, the Black Caucus will find that an alliance with such supine servility is an alliance with nothing, Hannon wrote. Such persons are incapable of building a power base of their own, hence their panic to become the white tail on the Black Panther. 7. The PFP's signature gathering campaign in LA County was one of the local left's biggest organizing efforts of the decade. According to Santa Monica PFP activist Paul Rosenstein, later mayor of Santa Monica, at least 75 peace and freedom clubs were involved, and each had to have a minimum of 25 members. That's almost 2,000 members gathering signatures in LA County. 8. The PFP presented free outdoor concert rallies in MacArthur Park and other places. Thousands of people came, And, the PFP paper reported, as many as 1,000 people would register for the party at each event. And of course, signature gatherers systematically blanketed Sunset Strip, Fairfax Avenue, and Hollywood Boulevard, and installed themselves for 14 to 16 hours a day at places like the Free Press Bookstore and Kazoo, a psychedelic shop. The climax came on December 18, when hundreds of college students on winter break began working on a Christmas Blitz. The most spectacular was the Venice Blitz, which broke all previous records and netted the party more than 1,000 new members in a single day. 9 When the signatures were handed in on January 2, a spokesman told the Freep, "It became clear that the campaign had succeeded beyond our wildest dreams. 66,000 signatures were required to get PFP on the ballot in California, they ended up with 105,000. LA County signature gatherers had registered an incredible 37,000 of these. 10. There was, however, a dark secret behind the Peace and Freedom registration campaign. The biggest challenge to signature gatherers was to convince Democrats to switch their registration to the new party. That meant they would not be eligible to vote in the Democratic primary coming up in June, when Gene McCarthy would be running against LBJ. Voting PFP rather than McCarthy was the correct position, according to the party leadership, because the PFP offered a permanent, radical political party, rather than Gene McCarthy's gesture of opposition. 11 Nevertheless, to get reluctant Democrats to change their registration, signature gatherers often told Democrats they could register for Peace and Freedom before the January deadline, and then change their registration back in time to vote for McCarthy in the primary in June. The chickens would come home to roost on that one. Meanwhile in Vietnam, the Tet Offensive began on January 30 with simultaneous surprise attacks on every city and provincial capital in South Vietnam. Most shocking to ordinary Americans, young National Liberation Front fighters penetrated the heart of the U.S. Embassy compound in Saigon. For the next month, moreover, the NLF turned Hue, the country's ancient capital, into their version of Stalingrad, repelling wave after wave of American and South Vietnamese attacks. Whatever the final cost to the Viet Cong, and their sacrifice was immense, they had given the lie to the U.S. command's insistence that they were winning the war and could already see the light at the end of the tunnel. The war, in fact, looked increasingly unwinnable, exactly as the anti-war movement had warned. The case for PFP became stronger, and so did the case for Gene McCarthy. On March 12, Gene McCarthy nearly won the New Hampshire primary, an astounding victory that exposed just how weak LBJ was in his own party. 12 4 days later, Bobby Kennedy declared that he was running for president. Suddenly all the anti-war action seemed to be inside the Democratic Party. The tasks facing Peace and Freedom became much more daunting. But the PFP was huge in LA at that point. In March, the party had 60 functioning neighborhood groups, ranging in size from 20 to over 200, for a total participation of around 2,500.13. 2 days after Kennedy declared, on March 18, California PFP held its first statewide convention. More than 1,000 people showed up, 547 delegates from local clubs, and 492 alternates. The convention, held in the working-class town of Richmond, near Berkeley, was meeting to draft a platform. It was not meeting to pick a presidential candidate, although, now that King had said he wouldn't do it, a lot of people wanted Dick Gregory, the movement's black anti-war comedian. The most profound line from his act: "I sat in for 6 months at a Southern lunch counter. When they finally served me, they didn't have what I wanted." He really had sat in at lunch counters, and marched in Selma. And the year before he had run for mayor of Chicago against the hated party boss Richard Daley. 14. At the convention, Paul Jacobs, a labor organizer and writer from San Francisco, gave a speech explaining why the party wasn't supporting Bobby Kennedy or Eugene McCarthy. Kennedy was part of the government that started the policy we all deplore in Vietnam, and McCarthy's position on withdrawal from Vietnam is not easily distinguishable from LBJ's, which was sort of true. Johnson was now saying he too was seeking a negotiated end to the war in the Paris peace talks. 15. Eldridge Cleaver, the ex-convict and author who had recently become Minister of Information of the Black Panther Party, also gave a speech to the convention. The Black Panther Party looks upon the black members of the Peace and Freedom Party as misguided political freaks who are trying to maintain in an incorrect manner a dual status, he declared. They have one foot in the mother country and the other foot in the colony, and their political manhood gets strangled on the border separating the two nations. 16 This was the guy who would end up being Peace and Freedom's presidential candidate. In 1968 he was a heroic and controversial figure on the left. He had published essays in Ramparts magazine starting in 1965, when he was in prison in California for armed assault and attempted rape. The essays were remarkable works tracing his evolution from street criminal to radical thinker. In December 1966 he won probation after 9 years in prison, when Ramparts promised to employ him as a reporter. He became the Panther Minister of Information in 1967, and in February 1968 Ramparts published a book of his essays under the title Soul on Ice. It became a bestseller, compared favorably with Malcolm X Speaks, and the New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. 17. At the California PFP convention, a black caucus demanded the convention urge that imprisoned Panther leader Huey Newton be freed by any means necessary. Mario Savio of the Berkeley Free Speech Movement objected, "I don't think the revolt in America depends on burning down Oakland because one person is in jail," he said. That resolution was narrowly defeated, 227 against and 223 in favor. But then an amendment was passed that said Huey should be freed by any means which will further the black liberation movement. 18 Next the Panthers demanded that Huey be the PFP candidate for Congress in the East Bay. Kathleen Cleaver declared that if the PFP didn't run Huey, the new party would fall into the same pit of cynicism, hypocrisy, and decadence of the Democratic and Republican parties, and the failure would be an invitation to certain destruction. 19 Of course, the convention agreed to make Huey their candidate in the East Bay, and also to run Panther leader Bobby Seale for the state assembly seat in Oakland. So the main result of the founding convention was an alliance between the PFP and the Panthers. Peace and Freedom had agreed to work to free Huey Newton and support Panther leaders running for office. Would the Panthers now work to turn out the black vote for PFP candidates? In the ensuing weeks, PFP statewide chair Jack Weinberg later recalled, the Panthers did do voter registration in the African American neighborhoods of Oakland, so there was a period of time when they took it seriously. Of course, they were organizing for their own leaders, Newton and Seale. But, Weinberg said, there was no similar effort in the black neighborhoods of L.A. Shermont Banks was a leader of the Panthers in L.A. When he was asked about the party, he didn't seem to know very much about the PFP in Los Angeles, and he didn't seem to have much interest in what the PFP was like, the SWP reported. He never talked about any projects which the Panthers were working on in common with the PFP. He was pleased that here was a group of white people who supported the Black Panther Party. 20. On March 31, 19 days after Gene McCarthy's near victory in New Hampshire, and 2 days before LBJ would face McCarthy again in Wisconsin, Johnson announced he was withdrawing from the race. Never before had an incumbent president been forced out of his own re-election campaign by voters in his own party. Never before had an anti-war movement been so effective. Working inside the Democratic Party, rather than in a third party, suddenly seemed to be the way to change history, and Peace and Freedom's task became more difficult now that it might actually be possible to get a peace candidate at the head of the Democratic ticket. Then, on April 4, King was assassinated. Suddenly electoral politics seemed to be no match for the violent undercurrents emanating from the far right in America. 2 days later, Cleaver and 7 other Panthers were involved in a shootout with the Oakland police. Bobby Hutton, who was only 17, was killed, 2 cops were shot, and Cleaver was injured and arrested, jailed on charges of attempted murder. 30 years later, he admitted in a 1998 PBS Frontline interview with Henry Louis Gates Jr. that he had initiated the shootout. 21 He said it was an attempt to spark an insurrection in Oakland. 22 Meanwhile, more than 100 writers and intellectuals called for his release in a statement in the New York Review of Books in May 1968. They were led by James Baldwin, Ossie Davis, Amory Baraka, Ron Karenga, and many others, including New York literary luminaries Norman Mailer, Jason Epstein of the New York Review, Gloria Steinem, Alfred Kazin, and Susan Sontag. Their statement declared that Eldridge and the other Panthers were victims of an attack by Oakland police, whose leadership that force seems determined to exterminate. The statement also explained that the Panthers have established a coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party, for the basic purpose of freeing Huey Newton. 23. Significantly, they did not mention that other purpose of the Peace and Freedom Party, running candidates opposed to the war. Bobby Kennedy and Gene McCarthy now fought an intense state-by-state battle that culminated in the California primary on June 4. Kennedy's base was in the Latino, Black, and white working-class neighborhoods of LA, and his campaign did a lot of work registering voters there. Michael Harrington, a Democratic socialist and author of The Other America, campaigned for Kennedy in California. In Hollywood, Paul Newman and Dustin Hoffman supported McCarthy, along with Simon and Garfunkel, but the other liberals joined Hollywood for Kennedy, headed by singer Andy Williams, and including Warren Beatty, Henry Fonda, Kirk Douglas, Candice Bergen, Bobby Darin, and Jefferson Airplane, plus the big names of black show business, Sidney Poitier, Bill Cosby, and Sammy Davis Jr. They held a gala at the Sports Arena featuring Sonny and Cher, Gene Kelly, Mahalia Jackson, The Byrds, and Jerry Lewis. 24. Frank Sinatra supported Vice President Hubert Humphrey, who had replaced LBJ as the candidate of the party bosses, but Humphrey had announced his candidacy too late to enter the California primary or any others. McCarthy was clearly to the left of Kennedy on many issues. He wanted to recognize Communist China and replace J. Edgar Hoover. On Vietnam, McCarthy emphasized the Cold War premises of the war, while Kennedy talked about the possible role of the UN. But on ending the war, both had pretty much the same vague position. Both said the United States should get out of Vietnam, but how and when were never specified. When they held a televised debate in California on May 31, McCarthy called for a coalition government in South Vietnam, and Kennedy replied that McCarthy wanted to impose coalition with the Communists on Saigon. McCarthy said he was in favor of building public housing in the suburbs. Kennedy replied, "You say you are going to take 10,000 black people and move them into Orange County." He was obviously playing to the right, which was depressing to his supporters. Neither Gene McCarthy nor Bobby Kennedy advocated immediate withdrawal from Vietnam. That's why peace and freedom was on the ballot. On June 4, Kennedy got 46% of the vote in California and McCarthy 42%. In Los Angeles County, Kennedy won easily, with a margin of more than 125,000 votes. He took all the black and Latino precincts by huge margins. It was Kennedy's showing in LA, analysts concluded, that gave him the victory. 25. Then, that night, Kennedy was assassinated. That pretty much ended the fight for an anti-war candidate inside the Democratic Party. McCarthy, having lost the biggest primary, now had no way to the nomination. With both King and Kennedy killed in a 2-month period, despair about American politics replaced whatever hope people had held. But for those who still were interested in voting against the war in November, the case for the PFP suddenly got a lot stronger. The nominee. 2 months later, on August 3, 1,200 PFP members from LA gathered in Elysian Park on a sunny Saturday afternoon to vote on which presidential candidate their delegates would support at the upcoming national convention. The two leading candidates were Dick Gregory and Eldridge Cleaver, who, notwithstanding his mocking speech at the PFP's founding convention in Richmond, had made headlines when he announced that he would run for president, seeking the PFP nomination. 26. Eldridge had won release from prison on a habeas corpus petition on June 12. Pretty amazing, since he had been charged with trying to kill cops, and was already on parole for assault. 27. Both Cleaver and Gregory came to the LA convention and gave speeches. Eldridge got 52% of the vote, barely a majority, while Dick Gregory got 41% and Gene McCarthy got 7%. Los Angeles PFP members joined 200 delegates from 19 other states on August 17 to 18 at the PFP's first national convention. The delegates in Ann Arbor included only a dozen Panthers: Eldridge, Bobby Seale, and Panthers from LA, San Diego, Omaha, and New York, as well as the Bay Area. 29 At last the party would select its candidates for president and vice president. Once again the two leading candidates were Dick Gregory and Eldridge Cleaver. Both gave speeches. Gregory urged the building of a third-party electoral alternative for 1972, and Eldridge declared that the way to support the Vietnamese was by opening a second front right here in Babylon. That got a standing ovation. Paul Jacobs said he was endorsing Cleaver because he has the capacity to make me feel utterly uncomfortable. Bruce Franklin, another California delegate, said Cleaver has the unique ability to provide the analysis and the strategy for changing the society. Cleaver won, 161 to 54, despite the fact that he wasn't old enough to hold the office. The Constitution specified that the president had to be 35, and Cleaver was only 33. Gregory was 36. Then it was time to pick the vice presidential candidate. Tom Hayden declined, as did Paul Jacobs and Jack Weinberg. Howard Zinn and Dave Dellinger had already said no. That was distinctly ominous. Eldridge was asked who he wanted, and instead of naming someone from PFP, he replied Jerry Rubin. But Eldridge and everybody else knew that Jerry had other plans. In 2 weeks, outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, he would lead the Yippies in nominating a pig for president. 30. Disaster hit the PFP in California a week after Cleaver was nominated as their presidential candidate. The Secretary of State ruled him off the ballot, on the grounds that he was too young to hold the office. Of course, they knew that when they nominated him. Appeals to the state Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court in Washington, both failed. The party considered organizing a write-in campaign, but the state declared it would not count write-ins for a party that had qualified for the ballot. 31 So the PFP would appear on the November ballot in California, but it would have no candidate for president. 32 Why nominate as your presidential candidate someone who was ineligible to appear on the ballot? If Peace and Freedom was serious about the freedom part of their agenda, they couldn't be an all-white party. But on the black left, the Panthers were pretty much alone in seeking alliances with white groups. In the other black radical groups of the era, black nationalism dominated. Of course, Dick Gregory wanted to be the PFP presidential candidate, and in fact, he would have been a much better one. Many PFP people, almost a majority at the California conventions, thought so at the time. But he didn't lead a group, and he didn't have an organization. So PFP made an alliance with the Panthers, and the Panthers wanted Eldridge Cleaver as the presidential candidate. Another puzzler: why run someone who had been the leader of an attempt at armed insurrection? Insurrection is usually seen as the opposite of campaigning for political office. But Eldridge said he had been an innocent victim of an attack initiated by the Oakland police, who were known for their racism and attacks on the Panthers, so the PFP and many other white radicals believed him. Pussy power. But after Eldridge got out of prison, he changed his thinking about politics. Jack Weinberg had been statewide chair of the PFP during the 1968 presidential campaign. He recalled that, by midsummer, Eldridge had no interest in running for president. He had no interest in supporting the Peace and Freedom Party. He had no interest in the alliance that we had built with the Black Panther Party. During the campaign season he gave speeches not about ending the war in Vietnam, or supporting the other PFP candidates, but about pussy power. In an October speech at Stanford, for example, he declared that political power grows out of the lips of the pussy. Ladies constitute a strategic reserve for the revolution. He urged women to cut off the sugar from men who weren't part of the movement. 33 August 26 to 29 was the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam, the MOB, together with the Yippies, planned a huge festival of life in Chicago to protest the war. They hoped 100,000 would come. The turnout was uninspiring, only 15,000, but it didn't matter. Thousands of police and National Guardsmen beat young demonstrators on live national TV, while the Kennedy and McCarthy delegates inside the convention hall were crushed by the party bosses. As a best-selling chronicler of elections put it, Hubert Humphrey was nominated in a sea of blood. 34 In turn, the case for some kind of third-party vote again became stronger. Meanwhile in LA, the PFP stuck with its part of the alliance with the Panthers. When Huey Newton was found guilty of killing an Oakland police officer in early September 1968, PFP State Chairman Jack Weinberg wrote a long defense of him in the Freep, concluding, "The Peace and Freedom Party extends an invitation to all Huey supporters to join the Free Huey Parade down Hollywood Boulevard, to be held the next week." 35 The march wasn't successful, only 200 people showed up. 36 But the PFP tried again on Sunset Strip on a Saturday night with much different results. 3,000 people came to confront the sheriffs, the historic enemy on the Strip, who had declared a tactical alert. The chant became "Free Huey, free the Strip." When they reached the end of the march route, Jack Weinberg shouted into a bullhorn, "Let's go home." But hundreds of people who had joined the march en route wanted to keep it going. Someone shouted, "Let's march to the Donovan concert, the people there will join us." The concert was at the Hollywood Bowl 5 miles away. Weinberg shouted, "Let's vote on it." Someone else shouted back, "The revolution will not be won by a show of hands." Then someone else shouted, "Let's march to the sheriff's station." That was only a few blocks away, and the kids set off. When they arrived, someone in the crowd suggested that Weinberg make a speech about the history of oppression. "All of it," he said. "I'm tired. It's too long." But he started on the recent historic demonstrations in Berkeley and at the Pentagon. After that, everybody, except for 75 anarchists, went home. 37 As Election Day approached, with the Democrats running Humphrey, the Republicans running Richard Nixon, and segregationist George Wallace running as an independent, the mainstream media treated the PFP's Cleaver for President campaign as a joke. A poll showed him getting 1% of the California vote. 38 A feature in New York Times Magazine bore the headline, "If you don't like Hubert, Dick, or George, how about Lar, Yetta, or Eldridge?" 39 Yetta was Mrs. Yetta Braunstein, running as a write-in candidate for president on the Jewish Mother ticket, and Lar was Lar Daley, a perennial America First candidate who campaigned in an Uncle Sam suit. To the shock of many, the Freep ran an election preview that wasn't much different. The paper had been a passionate supporter of peace and freedom, and had devoted most of an issue to the party's founding convention. But now, the Freep merely listed Eldridge Cleaver among the write-in candidates, including Pigagius, the pig candidate of the Yippies, Frank Zappa, and Alfred E. Newman of Mad Magazine. 40 On Election Day, the presidential ballot in California listed 4 parties. In addition to the Democrats and Republicans, voters found American Independent and Peace and Freedom. The PFP line was blank for its presidential candidate, but they did have a vice presidential candidate you could vote for, a Chicago activist named Peggy Terry. There was also a space for a write-in candidate, and the state registrar of voters told the Freep they would count and report the votes for 6 of the write-ins. 41 There was one other strategy for Election Day: vote with your feet, vote in the streets. Tom Hayden and Rennie Davis made the case, in the Freep, for the election strike called by SDS and the mob which had organized the March on the Pentagon in 1967 and the demonstrations at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in August 1968. Hayden and Davis were still thinking about the battle with the police outside the DNC 3 months earlier, where, they wrote, "We hurt the people who rule this country. We damaged the machinery and discredited the authority of the Democratic Party. We won respect for ourselves in the eyes of those oppressed people who have been wondering whether white youths are serious about social change. The battle line is no longer drawn in the obscure paddies of Vietnam or the dim ghetto streets, but is coming closer to suburban sanctuaries and corporate boardrooms. But what about the anti-war candidates who were on the ballot? Join the election strike, the headline said. We must show the world that our democratic process is a contemptible mockery and that a political strike against the presidential election has wide American support. Students should close down American universities to join the election strike. They called for leafleting and picketing of polling booths, not a passive stay-at-home boycott of the meaningless presidential race, but an active campaign to raise the relevant political issues. 42. But on election day the vote in the streets protests were small, in LA and everywhere else a sign of the despair and hopelessness that were sweeping the left. Downtown, several hundred turned up to rally at Pershing Square and march to the Federal Building. At Claremont Men's College, 150 students, mostly from the Black Students' Union, staged a sit-down on Mills Avenue that lasted nearly an hour. Rallies were also held at Valley State, LA City College and Cal State LA, with a few hundred students in attendance at each. Additionally, 2 voters in Venice set fire to their ballot cards in protest against the meaningless election. 43. Nixon carried California, 48 to 45%, and shockingly, he carried LA County, 48 to 46%. 4 years earlier LBJ had won 57% of the vote in LA County. Nixon got 1.3 million votes in LA County, 43,000 more than Humphrey, as compared to LBJ, who won by a margin of 400,000 over Goldwater in 1964. And most shocking of all, George Wallace got 151,000 votes in LA County. The other official LA County results: Peace and Freedom Party, no eligible candidate certified for president, Peggy Terry for vice president, 9,564,44. They had registered 37,000 in LA County in January. 45. That meant about 3/4 of the people who registered PFP before January did not vote for the party's crippled presidential ticket in November. 46. The outcome was tragedy concealed within a farce. Eldridge Cleaver gave a concession speech, throwing his support to Pigasus, the candidate of Jerry Rubin and the Yippies. The pig is mightier than the cleaver, he declared. 47. 3 weeks after that, the PFP's former presidential candidate jumped bail and fled the United States, flying first to Cuba, then to Algiers, where he spent 7 years in exile before becoming a right-wing Christian, returning to the United States, and joining the Republican Party. 48. 1968 had been an overwhelming year for everybody. For the left in LA, it had started in January with a triumph of historic proportions, the thousands of people who worked to get PFP on the ballot in California and made it the first left party to qualify in 20 years. And they did it even before the Tet Offensive showed that the war couldn't be won. The success of the registration drive had been the first evidence anywhere in the country of LBJ's vulnerability to an electoral challenge. But PFP's alliance with the Panthers, formed in March, had disastrous consequences. 50 years later, Jack Weinberg, reflecting on his time as statewide head of Peace and Freedom Party during the 1968 presidential campaign, concludes, "We actually had an opportunity, for a moment, to create something of substance if third parties are a valuable thing, which I now have questions about anyway. But from the perspective of building a third party, I reckon we did everything wrong." 49. 20. Time to Stand Up, Draft Resistance and Sanctuary, 1967-69. 27 million American men were eligible for the draft during the Vietnam War, and 25 million of them didn't go to Vietnam. The selective service system gave deferments to students in college, graduate school, and professional school, as well as to married men, and those who could demonstrate economic hardship. If you couldn't get one of those deferments, you could fail your physical, or tell them you were gay. Joining the National Guard or the Army Reserves kept you in the States. You could claim conscientious objector status if you were a pacifist, and perform alternate service. You could move to Canada and ask for landed immigrant status. You didn't have to be an opponent of the war to want to avoid service. In fact, almost all the pro-war politicians of subsequent decades avoided going to Vietnam. George W. Bush joined the Texas Air National Guard, Dick Cheney got student and marriage deferments, Donald Trump was declared 4F medically unfit because of bone spurs. Point 1. There was one other way: you could refuse to take a deferment, and instead take a stand against the war that was, in the words of draft resistor Bruce Dancis, public, dramatic, and irrevocable. The Vietnam era saw the largest movement against the draft since the Civil War. Draft resistance quickly became the leading edge of the anti-war movement. Resistors served the same role in the anti-war movement that freedom riders and students sitting in at lunch counters had played in the civil rights movement. Point 3. Although the first draft card burning had occurred in Berkeley in spring 1965, 4 a national strategy of resistance based on mass refusal of conscription emerged only in the winter of 1967, and then only after long debates within SDS and campus peace groups. Although the movement emerged simultaneously in Northern California and New England, it was the Boston Draft Resistance Group that became the national coordinating center for the thousands of potential draftees and their supporters who responded to the call to move from protest to resistance. The local franchise, the LA Resistance, opened an office near UCLA in April 1967, staffed by Winter Dellenbach with help from Sherna Gluck. Women would play a central role in the resistance, while the rent and stipends were paid by UCLA professor Don Kalish, one of the co-chairs of the Century City protest. He would hire Angela Davis to teach at UCLA in 1969 and become her foremost champion. The opening coincided with a huge demonstration at Sheep Meadow in New York's Central Park, in which around 150 young men burned their draft cards. 2 weeks later, Muhammad Ali refused induction in his hometown of Louisville. "Why should they ask me," he asked, another so-called Negro, "to put on a uniform and go 10,000 miles from home and drop bombs and bullets on brown people in Vietnam while so-called Negro people in Louisville are treated like dogs and denied simple human rights?" 2 months later he was sentenced to 5 years in prison, stripped of his title and banned from boxing. The resistance went out into the streets that October as part of the National Stop the Draft Week. 6,000 demonstrators, including Joan Baez, were badly mauled by cops in a battle outside the doors of the Oakland Induction Center, while in LA the cops blocked an attempt by several hundred protesters to enter the federal courthouse downtown. 8 men burned their draft cards on the steps, and over 100 turned in their draft cards. During the rally, men in academic robes held up a banner reading, "We have encouraged, will and do honor these draft refusers. We are prepared to share any reprisals taken against them." They identified themselves as college teachers from the area. Karen Dellenbach, speaking for the Draft Resistance Union, explained that more than 100 women and men ineligible for the draft have signed statements of complicity. Then demonstrators again surged up the steps, chanting, "Open the door and we built the building." 5 On the second day of Stop the Draft Week in LA, hundreds demonstrated downtown at the Induction Center, blocking the doors. 25 LAPD cops in riot gear arrived at 7:30 in the morning. They formed a wedge and quickly pushed the demonstrators back, arresting 19 who refused to move. 6. The next National Day of Non-Cooperation and Draft Card Turn-In was December 4, 1967. The LA Resistance observed the day with a service of conscience at the First Unitarian Church, attended by 400 people. Resistors dropped their draft cards in one of 2 chalices, one filled with human blood. 722 men deposited their draft cards, including Bob Zaw. The church service was followed by a 3-mile march carrying the chalices to the federal building. Staff there refused to accept them, so they were left for authorities. That same month the LA Resistance opened 2 additional offices, one near LA Community College and one in Pasadena. January 1968 brought news of the government crackdown on the resistance movement, with federal indictments for conspiracy of Dr. Benjamin Spock, Reverend William Sloan Coffin Jr., Michael Ferber, Mitchell Goodman, and Marcus Raskin. All except Raskin were convicted on June 14, 1968, and sentenced to 2 years in prison, but an appeals court overturned the convictions a year later, finding fault with the judge's jury instructions. The trials. In March, one LA resistor made the headlines. Sterling Hayden's son burns draft notice during protest, says father backs stand. 19-year-old Christian Hayden told 250 demonstrators outside the induction center, "I would rather go to jail than go to war and kill people." His father, Sterling Hayden, had been a Hollywood leading man in the 1950s and before that a World War II hero, a Marine captain who had been awarded the Silver Star for running guns to supply left-wing partisans in Yugoslavia. Now he told the LA Times, "This is the only thing the kid can do under these conditions. It's that damn simple." 8. Sterling had been hated by the Hollywood left for having named names before HUAC. He was only the second witness to cooperate with the committee back in 1947, and he had named, among others, his former mistress. But he recanted in his 1963 memoir, where he denounced his HUAC testimony as "my one-shot stole a show." 9. He went on to star in Stanley Kubrick's 1964 anti-war classic Dr. Strangelove, where he played the nuke-crazy General Jack D. Ripper. And he appeared alongside Christian at UC Berkeley's official 1968 Vietnam commencement, where he told 6,000 students he was proud of his son's action in refusing to join in this savage and excremental war. 10. April 3, 1968, was the third national draft card turn-in. LA resistance organizers held ceremonies at 3 college campuses, where 53 draft cards were turned in. A week later, Joe Maislish was indicted for refusing induction. At his trial in June, Maislish acted as his own attorney. The jury found him guilty, the first draft resistor in LA to be convicted and jailed. When he began serving his 3-year sentence at Safford Federal Prison in Arizona, he was featured in an LA Times column by Art Seidenbaum. Maislish had received a student deferment, and at age 25 was almost old enough to avoid the draft forever, Seidenbaum reported. But Joe had to protest. He had stood outside the induction center carrying a sign that read, "Wars will cease when men refuse to fight." Seidenbaum raised the question that was central to the movement debate over draft resistance: isn't it better to stay out of jail, and organize people to stop the war? "My square conscience would rather." Maislish chose to make his argument among us, Seidenbaum concluded. But those who would call this convict a creep should be reminded, he refused to run or beg or betray himself by violence. 11. The next big trial was that of Bill Garraway, a full-time resistance organizer and spokesman. "At my trial I admitted everything," he recalled in a 2015 interview. 12. "I had walked through the induction center, refused induction, and talked 14 people into coming outside with me instead of going through with it. I told them the military doesn't own me and they don't own you, they can't order you around." He said in court that because of my conscience, I was compelled to do what I was doing. But the judge ordered the jury to find him guilty. They did, and he was sentenced to 5 years. "I was ready to go to jail," he said. At that point he was working as an actor in the Michelangelo Antonioni film Zabriskie Point. The film featured non-professional actors. He had never wanted to become an actor, Garraway said. But when Antonioni came to LA to start work on the film, the first he shot in the United States, with a story about anti-war activists, he was trying to understand what was going on in America, so he was interviewing radicals. His casting director came to a couple of resistance meetings, and he invited Garraway to the MGM studio one night. "I watched the sunset and smoked a joint with my girlfriend," he recalled. Then, barefoot in a t-shirt, I went down to MGM. There were 100 people standing in a line, dressed to the teeth in coats and ties. The casting director sees me at the end of the line and says, "Bill, come with me." She walks me past the 100 people and into the office. Antonioni was on his way out, going to Chicago for the Democratic National Convention, with suitcases under his arms. She says, "This is the guy I was telling you about." He steps back, looks at me, barefoot in a t-shirt, and says, "Ah, perfect." I say, "What does he mean?" She says, "He means he wants you in the movie." I say, "But I can't act." Antonioni hired a law clerk to keep Garaway out of jail long enough to finish the movie. She had just graduated from law school. The appeal she came up with was based on the principle of jury nullification. She argued that the judge was wrong to order the jury to find him guilty. Amazingly, it worked. She got the conviction thrown out, and her argument has been used many times since. Indeed, the convictions in the Spock trial were overturned by an appeals court that ruled that a judge's instructions in a criminal trial should not deprive the jury of its ability to decide a case in an independent and unfettered way, acting as the conscience of the community. 13. The government prosecutors wanted a new trial and gave Garaway 2 weeks to prepare. During those 2 weeks, he recalled, he went to see the judge Jesse W. Curtis Jr. I said, "The first time I saw you, I was talking nonviolence, but I was angry. I want to apologize for being hostile in the courtroom." He replied that he had 2 sons in Vietnam and had wanted to give me as much time in prison as they were serving in Vietnam. Then, resistance organizers learned, one of the judge's sons had come back from Vietnam and told him that the war was a sham and we shouldn't be in it. 14. That night, Garaway recalled, he got a call from the prosecutor's office and was told that Judge Curtis didn't want to prosecute him. He was told to go to the induction center, take a physical, and get disqualified. Garaway had writer's syndrome, an arthritic condition that qualified for 4F. I told them I couldn't do that. So the next week, his second trial began. The courtroom was packed, he recalled, and on the way in, the prosecutor gave him a document. I put it in my pocket without looking at it. When it was time for opening statements, the judge says, "Do you have a motion for me?" I give him the thing. He calls a half-hour recess. When he comes back he says, "Case dismissed." Clicks the gavel. Stands there smiling. People are yelling, "We love you." Everyone is cheering. Garaway was never exactly sure what the basis of the dismissal was. He went back and finished the movie. With the money Antonioni paid him for Zabriskie Point, Garaway helped found a commune in Arizona, not far from the Safford Federal Prison where his resistance comrades were serving their sentences, so they could visit frequently. 15. Greg Nelson's trial was scheduled to begin the next month, on October 1. Instead of going to court, he took sanctuary at Grace Episcopal Church. Several clergy, resistors, and supporters chained themselves to Greg. U.S. Marshals cut the chains and took Greg into custody. He was convicted on October 4 and sentenced to 3 years. Next came the trial of Mike Schwartz. He was a complete non-cooperator. Judge Harry Pregerson sentenced him to 3 years. Unlike the rest of the resistors, he was sent not to Safford but to the federal prison in Lompoc, California. Schwartz also refused to cooperate in Lompoc. Bob Zaw recalled, they sent him to the hole, solitary confinement. He didn't eat for 37 days and he wouldn't wear clothes. Decades later, Zaw interviewed Judge Pregerson, and asked him how Schwartz got out of prison. Pregerson told him, "I visit everybody I sentence to prison. I went to the prison to visit a bank robber or something, and I asked for the manifest, and I saw Mike Schwartz's name, and I said, 'What's this guy doing in here?' I thought he was picking corn in Safford, Arizona." Zaw explained. So he asked to see him, and he's in the hole. When Pregerson came back, unbeknownst to anybody at the time, he called the advisor in his trial and asked, "Can you do a writ of habeas corpus for me?" He brought Schwartz into court on a writ of habeas corpus. "I'll stand for the judge." Mike wouldn't stand, wouldn't speak. So they lifted him up, then sat him down. Then Pregerson released him, and he stands up and goes, "Thank you, Judge." Smiles, and then leaves. A few weeks later, my trial came up, and I drew Judge Pregerson. 9 possible judges, and I got Pregerson. Wow. 16. To be successful in court, Zaw recalled, I had to speak the truth. And I could not be afraid. He walked into court carrying the autobiography of a yogi, stepped into the stand, and the clerk announced the case, the people of the United States versus Robert Zaw. I felt this huge wave of fear bolt through me and then it was gone. I stood up at the podium and started to explain why I refused induction. The prosecutor objected. Legally, he was correct, it doesn't matter why you didn't show up. The only legal question is, did you or didn't you? With other judges, that's where the case would have ended. But Pregerson said, I want to hear what he has to say. So Zaw told the judge, I want you to understand that I'm not a draft dodger. I could take a physical deferment. I could take a co-deferment. But I can't participate in a draft in any way. I said, this draft has a very negative effect on people. It makes them motivated by fear rather than any love for life. I said, an example of that is, they declared that, on such and such date, you could no longer get married and have a deferment. So a bunch of people were lined up down the block in Vegas to get married. Not because they wanted to get married, but because they were guided by fear. Then it changed, to get that deferment you have to have a kid, be married with a kid. So people are having children, not because of any love of children, but because of fear. Pregerson, Zaw recalled, began to turn away. To my mind, it was because he couldn't face this thing. He was looking for a way to get me off. Because they had an agreement amongst the judges in Los Angeles that, if you're convicted of refusing induction, you get 3 years. And he kind of felt bound by that. He convicted Zaw of refusing to take a physical, a felony that carried up to 5 years and a $10,000 fine, but he acquitted him of refusing induction. Then, he said he was sentencing Zaw not to prison but to alternative service, work in the national interest. Zaw replied, I am working at Peace Press. We print for the Communist Party. And for the Ellsberg trial, and the Black Panthers, and a few others. That's in the national interest. I am working in the national interest. And they never did anything about it? That was my sentence from Judge Harry Pregerson. 17. The Friends. In the days before Christmas 1968, Quakers opened their doors to deserters and draft resistors at the Orange Grove Friends Meeting House in Pasadena. The Quakers' Pacific Southwest Regional Office had decided on total resistance to the draft and a fight for its abolition. Page 1 News in the LA Times in January 1969. The Quakers had been pacifists since their founder, George Fox, had told English King Charles II in 1660, we utterly deny all outward wars and strife and fighting with outward weapons, for any end and under any circumstances. If a draftee was a Quaker, he was automatically granted co-status. But with draft resistance on the rise in 1968, we now feel uncomfortable that we've been given this kind of exemption, said Bob Vogel, a Quaker and a leader of the American Friends Service Committee, AFSC, of Pasadena. 18 So on December 18, 1968, after the Orange Grove Meeting House decided to support any person who because of conscience is making a nonviolent witness against the military system and the draft, the group decided to offer sanctuary to 3 deserters, Marines Neil Blanton, 19, of Washington, and Steve Davis, 20, of Chicago, and Army Private Timothy Springer, 20, of Hacienda Heights. 19 They had decided to resign from the military and had written letters of resignation and sent them to the White House. Then they asked the Quakers in Pasadena for sanctuary. The 3 had agreed to submit to arrest. The Quakers notified the Shore Patrol and the military police that the 3 were in the meeting house. The press showed up and interviewed them. Everyone thought they would be arrested that night, the LA Times reported, and that would be the end of it. After church leaders announced that a vigil would continue throughout the night, the sanctuary immediately became a rallying point for Quakers from all over LA as well as members of the resistance. When 2 Shore Patrol officers arrived at the Orange Grove Meeting House later that night, they found 100 people sitting in silence, a classic Quaker meeting. The Quakers invited the Shore Patrol to join in the worship service, and meet the AWOLs at its conclusion. The officers went back to their car and radioed for instructions. 10 minutes later they left, never to be seen again. 20. What started out as a symbolic sanctuary became a real one. The resistance joined with the Quakers to establish what they called a sanctuary support community. It was an unlikely alliance between what the Times called unshaven and hippie-clad young people who talked, strummed guitars, and sang freedom songs, and the Quakers, whose religious practice was mostly silent. They were respectable and in many ways conventional citizens of Pasadena. 21. But, beyond the bongos, Vogel said, there emerged a strange and beautiful community. As the meeting house became a mecca for hundreds of young people, Vogel said, young people who had rejected the church and religion found a new dynamic in the silent worship. And the Quakers themselves discovered in many of these young people a devotion and commitment reminiscent of early Friends, who actively resisted the authority of the state over lives and consciences. 22. Times columnist Art Seidenbaum visited the Orange Grove Sanctuary one day in January. No law prevented the MPs from entering the meeting house, he said, so it was a strange time of waiting to see whether the system would reclaim the men for courts-martial, waiting for possible imprisonment. But, he said, inside the meeting house there was a particular sort of joy. 30 members of the resistance who kept vigil with the three resistors brought good books and rock music and laughter with them. 23. Seidenbaum described a typical day at the sanctuary, starting with the three deserters. Steve Davis explained why he decided to stop running after successfully escaping the service for a few months. We got our heads together to figure out whether we just wanted to do something for ourselves, or whether we wanted to help change the system. And Neil Blanton wonders when he'll hear from home. His father is a career military man and Neil enlisted to please his parents. Now he would like to explain why he must live by personal conscience, even if that means confinement. 24. January gave way to February, and still the MPs didn't show up. Then a new issue arose. Some of the older Quakers began to object to what the Times politely called the live-in situation in their meeting room. Some nights 25 or 30 people slept over. One Quaker woman told the paper, boys and girls were staying here together. It was a promiscuous atmosphere and I just don't think the Quakers ought to be involved in that sort of thing. There were also people they took in who were having bad drug trips. And there were the late nights with music and dancing that brought complaints from the Lutheran retirement home next door. They said they had been kept awake by the racket. 25. A split developed among the Quakers. 57-year-old Beach Langston, former clerk of the meeting, said some could swing with it, and some couldn't. Since their founding in 1909, never had there been such a split among the Orange Grove Quakers. On February 4 a monthly Orange Grove meeting decided to limit the number staying overnight in the meeting house to the 4 who'd received sanctuary, along with 4 others from the resistance and the meeting house. They restricted girls to daytime and early evening visiting hours, and established a curfew. Moreover, they continued the schedule of anti-war films, pacifist speakers, discussions of resistance, and a workshop on nonviolence. 26. Basically, draft resistance and desertion were to be encouraged, but not the sex, not the drugs, and not the rock and roll. After almost 3 months, the resistance support community decided it was time to move out of the Orange Grove meeting house and set up their own place 3 blocks away. On March 6, with support and help from some of the Quakers, 15 people from the resistance moved into what they called Peace House. With the departure of Davis, the last of the original 3 AWOL soldiers, for the Peace House commune on March 31, the 104-day-old sanctuary came to an end. The Quakers pledged to continue to show up to witness trials and sentencings, and to support Peace House with love and service. The resistance people, however, saw the end of the sanctuary as a loss. Resistor Todd Friend wrote, "If we can't groove with the Quakers, who can we relate to?" 27. A bus named Beulah. Part of resistance work was to visit the 10 or 15 resistors serving time at Safford, Arizona. They traveled, Bill Garraway recalled, in a bus named Beulah. It was beautifully painted in psychedelic colors. We called our trips the medicine show. They stopped in towns along the way, gathered a crowd of young people, played music, and talked about the war and the draft. One particular outing involved 30 or 40 people, Zoe recalled. When we got into one town, we went into a store, and the store owners threw one of our guys, who was on crutches, down the stairs. The police came. They said, "Please, you just need to leave." They weren't against us, they just said, "People here don't like you, move along." Instead, they went to a school that some kids had invited them to, and started playing music. But pretty soon these people show up in pickup trucks with gun racks. They get out and say, "We don't like people like you in this town. We're giving you 15 minutes to get out of town." Zoe recalled. "I'm scared to death, they've got guns." But Bill Garraway goes, "Okay, I'll take the 15 minutes and talk to you about how your religion accounts for the way you're treating me, and the way you're treating the black people who are here. And the black people from town are going, we're not part of this demonstration." Garraway keeps talking. Finally, the cops come up and they go, "We'll tell you what, you can go over to the park." So we went to the park, and the whole town came to the park. 1,000 people. The police had never had a crowd like this before. We weren't demonstrating, we split up and our people started talking to people. Some people sang. We had this 12-year-old kid, David Israel, he was like a wizard and poet, and he just looked and sounded like what you think Jesus might sound like. That defused the situation. People came to kick our ass, and now they no longer felt like that. Not only that, they invited everybody to stay overnight in their homes. 28. The deserters and the commune. In Whittier, 13 miles southeast of LA, the town where Richard Nixon grew up, the Unitarian Church decided on March 12, 1969, to offer sanctuary to Craig Murphy, a Marine Corps deserter. He had left Camp Pendleton, north of San Diego, saying, "I don't think they have the right to do this to any human being." The National Board of the Unitarian Church had voted earlier that year to provide sanctuary to draft resistors and servicemen opposed to the war in Vietnam. 10 days later, at 2 in the morning, 2 young men in civilian clothes showed up at the church claiming to be AWOL Marines needing help. They woke up several members of the congregation who were staying in the church with Murphy and said they wanted to see him alone. Murphy recognized the 2 as his former sergeant from Camp Pendleton, Winston Minton, and a Marine Corporal, Roland E. Rawls. Murphy told the churchman supervising the sanctuary, 51-year-old Robert Kennedy, that he thought they might try to take him back to Pendleton, so he laid down on the floor and refused to leave. Minton kicked him in the face and dragged him, bleeding, down the stairs and out to a Volkswagen in the church parking lot. 29. The car sped off with a bloodied Murphy lying in the back seat, but was stopped almost immediately by police because Minton was driving the wrong way on a one-way street. Minton told the police he was Murphy's sergeant and that Murphy was a deserter he was taking back to Camp Pendleton. The police sergeant on the scene said he took Murphy into protective custody, and when Murphy said he did not want to file an assault complaint, the Marines' abductors were released with a warning for driving the wrong way on a one-way street. The Whittier police knew who Murphy was. He had been big news in Whittier, but they had respected the Unitarian sanctuary as long as he was inside the church. But now that he was out, the police, at 5 a.m., turned him over to the Shore Patrol in Long Beach, and the Shore Patrol transported him back to Pendleton and to the brig to await court-martial. The next day the abduction was a big story in the papers, which reported that the Marine sergeant was not authorized to take Murphy into custody. Murphy had had a spotless record in the Marines when he went AWOL, they reported, and quoted him saying, "The military is a fascist organization. I don't like losing my individuality and I don't like being a professional killer." 30. The Unitarians, meanwhile, were outraged by the attack on their church. "If ever I could think of an act which would underscore Craig's reasons for leaving the military," the Reverend Richard Weston told The Times, "this was the act. The church responded to the Marine Corps abduction by providing sanctuary to 2 more Marine deserters over the next 2 days. The first was 20-year-old Bob Hamburger from Cincinnati, in fact the very medic who had treated Craig Murphy at Camp Pendleton for the injuries he had suffered in the abduction. "That triggered something in my mind," Hamburger told the Times, "and I knew that now was the time to stand up." He had been in the service for 26 months when he sought sanctuary in the Whittier Church. "The military," he declared, "cannot suppress Craig's views with brutality. There will always be someone to take his place." 31. The second was Jack Lunsford, of Tulsa, who had gone AWOL from Camp Pendleton 8 months earlier and taken refuge in Vancouver. After reading about Craig's abduction, he decided to replace him in the Whittier Sanctuary, and flew down from Seattle. Within a week a third Marine deserter joined them, Dave Jones of McCullough, Alabama. Jones had taken asylum with the Quakers in the San Fernando Valley at the Valley Friends meeting in Sylmar, but he had been apprehended, court-martialed, convicted of being AWOL, and sentenced to 3 months at hard labor. But minutes after the court-martial concluded at the Marine Corps Depot in San Diego, he escaped. He got away, the LA Times reported, apparently by talking a guard into going AWOL with him. 32. The news media were fascinated by the anti-war commune that joined the deserters at the church, a support group of young people, from 8 to 20 at a time. They were described by the Associated Press as boys and girls with long hair, bare feet, and peace symbol pins. They included girls like Linda Boone, 19, Los Angeles, who cook, type stencils for peace literature, organize rallies at their colleges and rap talk for peace. The AP seemed amazed that church members voted to allow 20 to live there. 33. Then in mid-May, 2 months after Hamburger and Lunsford sought sanctuary, church officials were served by U.S. Marshals with warrants for their arrest. The two were arrested in the church at 6 a.m. by agents of the Naval Criminal Investigative Service. 34 Reverend Richard Weston, minister of the church, told the media that the idea of sanctuary was not to avoid arrest, but rather to confront the government and make a public statement. Meanwhile, Jones, the third AWOL Marine, had left the church sanctuary after a few days, and, newspapers reported a month later, had not been seen since. 35. A wedding at Fort Ord. Meanwhile, Tim Springer, who had left the Peace House in Pasadena, was court-martialed at Fort Ord on the Central California coast. The charge was desertion. Back in Pasadena he had asked to be married to his girlfriend Monica Case under the care of the meeting, but he'd been apprehended before the wedding could be held. The Orange Grove Quakers thus enlisted the Monterey Quakers in a request to the commandant at Fort Ord to allow the wedding to be held in the Fort Ord chapel during visiting hours for prisoners in the base stockade, but the commandant said no. So instead, the Quakers asked, and got permission, to hold a wedding ceremony during a recess in the court-martial, scheduled for June 3. At the court-martial, the small courtroom outside Monterey was filled with Quaker supporters from the Orange Grove meeting who had driven up from Pasadena, along with some of the Monterey Friends. When court adjourned for the day at 4:30, the Friends gathered in a circle around the bride and groom outside the barracks that served as the courtroom, on a grassy spot under a Monterey pine. All the military and civilian attorneys in the case came to the wedding, as well as Tim Springer's military guard. A member of the Orange Grove meeting presided. Immediately after their exchange of vows, the base BA broadcast the loud blast of a bugle. One friend said he hoped that the bugle, like this marriage, was sounding the end of the old way of life and heralding the dawn of a new day. Then the army prosecutor spoke. He said he had been married for 10 years and knew the joys and responsibilities of married life. He wanted Tim and Monica to know that, regardless of how the case turned out, there was nothing personal in his role as prosecutor. He wished them happiness and gave his blessing to the marriage. Then the Friends sang "We Shall Overcome." The following day, Tim Springer was found guilty of desertion and given a dishonorable discharge. The judge gave him no prison sentence. 36. Sunset Strip poster, 1965. Collection of Mike Davis. The Battle of Sunset Strip, from 1966 to 1968, was the most celebrated episode in the struggle of teenagers of all colors during the 1960s and 1970s to create their own realm of freedom and carnivalesque sociality within the Southern California night. Here the Peace and Freedom Party connected the kids' protests with the Black Panthers. Los Angeles Times Photographic Archive, Department of Special Collections, Charles E. Young Research Library, UCLA. Sal Castro with walkout students at Lincoln High School, March 1968. Castro, a high school teacher long active in liberal and Mexican American causes, was a key force in organizing student walkouts to protest school conditions in East LA. The blowouts, as they were soon called, were genesis events in the emergence of a new, militant Chicano identity. Photo copyright Devra A. Weber. Boys outside Roosevelt High School in East LA in 1970, encouraging other students to come out and join the picket line to protest conditions at the school. Unlike the movement in South Central, the East LA blowouts did not demand integration or busing to better schools. They wanted reforms in situ, under community control, with bilingual classes as the bottom line. Eldridge Cleaver Photography Collection, the Bancroft Library, University of California Berkeley, courtesy of Roger Williams University and Kathleen Cleaver. Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, right, with Eldridge Cleaver, in dark glasses. Carter had been imprisoned in Soledad with Cleaver and afterwards followed him into the Panthers. He became a peacemaker who attempted to cool tensions with Ron Karenga's U.S. organization. Carter, together with fellow chapter leader John Huggins, was murdered in Uckla's Campbell Hall in 1969 by a U.S. gunman who subsequently fled the country. John Huggins Poster 1969 Copyright 2019 Emory Douglas / Artists' Rights Society, Ars, New York, courtesy of Oakland Museum of California. John Huggins was one of three key leaders of the LA Panthers in 1969 when he and Bunchy Carter were shot and killed at UCLA. What was widely perceived as their heroic martyrdom spurred membership in the Panthers and brought crisis to Karenga and U.S. Charles Britton Photo. Courtesy Getty Research Institute, Los Angeles. Black Panther Funeral, Los Angeles 1971. The LAPD in 1968-69 enlarged its Metropolitan Division from 70 to 200 officers and, with help from the FBI COINTELPRO's Dirty Tricks campaign, went after the Panthers with high-intensity harassment and wild police violence. Police frame UPS and internecine violence incited by the FBI precipitated a rapid decline in the party's membership and influence. Photo by George Lewis via Wikimedia Commons. In 1969 the UCLA Philosophy Department hired Angela Davis, a stellar graduate student mentored by Herbert Marcuse, the most popular Marxist thinker of the era. An undercover agent exposed her membership in the Communist Party, and the regents fired her, but the courts promptly reinstated her. Here she enters Royce Hall at UCLA for her first lecture in October 1969. 2,000 students showed up. At her right, Che Lumumba Club leader Kendra Alexander. Photo by Roland J. Curtis. Roland J. Curtis Collection, Los Angeles Public Library. After the 4-hour LAPD attack on the Black Panther headquarters in South Central in December 1969, the LA Times called it one of the biggest shootouts in American history. Angela Davis led a protest march to LA City Hall and spoke from the steps. Free Angela Davis Poster, 1970, Peace Press, Los Angeles. Courtesy of the Center for the Study of Political Graphics. Angela Davis was charged with murder after guns she purchased were used in a courtroom shootout in Northern California. Her imprisonment and trial made her the most famous black political prisoner in American history. The International Free Angela campaign was the biggest and most successful defense effort of the era. In the end, the jury acquitted her of all charges. Part V. The Great High School Rebellion. 21. Riot Nights on Sunset Strip, 1966-68. A moment in rock and roll dream time, Saturday night on the Sunset Strip, a few weeks before Christmas in 1967. Along that famous 12 blocks of unincorporated Los Angeles County between Hollywood and Beverly Hills, new names blazed in the neon firmament: the Byrds, the Doors, Sonny and Cher, the Mamas and the Papas, and Buffalo Springfield. But the real spectacle was out on the street, several thousand demonstrators peacefully and exuberantly snaking their way west along Sunset, then circling back to their starting point at Pandora's Box Coffee House, 8180 Sunset, just inside the LA city limits. On one side of the boundary between the city of LA and the county territory, several hundred riot-helmeted sheriff's deputies massed; on the other side, an equal number of LAPD, fidgeting nervously with their nightsticks as if they were confronting angry strikers or an unruly mob, instead of friendly 15-year-olds with long hair and acne. The demonstrators, relentlessly caricatured as striplings, teeny boppers, and even hoodlums by hostile cops and their allies in the daily press, were a cross-section of white teenage Southern California. Movie brats from the gilded hills above the Strip mingled with auto workers' daughters from Van Nuys and truck drivers' sons from Pomona. There were some college students and a few uncomfortable crew-cut servicemen, but most were high school age, 15 to 18, and, thus, technically liable to arrest after 10 p.m., when dual county and city juvenile curfews took effect. Kids carried hand-lettered signs that read "Stop Blue Fascism," "Abolish the Curfew," and "Free the Strip." The demonstration had been called but scarcely organized by RAMCOM, the Right of Assembly and Movement Committee, headquartered in the Fifth Estate Coffee House, 8226 Sunset. The coffee house's manager, Al Mitchell, acted as the adult spokesman for the high school students and teenage runaways who clustered around the Fifth Estate and Pandora's Box, a block away. This was the fifth in a series of weekend demonstrations, perhaps more accurately, happenings that had protested a year-long campaign by sheriffs and police to clear the Strip of loitering teenagers. In response to complaints from local restaurateurs and landowners, the cops trawled nightly, after the early curfew, for under-18s. They targeted primarily the long-haired kids in beads, granny glasses, and tie-dyed shirts. It had become the cops' custom to humiliate curfew violators with insults and obscene jokes, pull their long hair, brace them against squad cars, and even choke them with billy clubs, before hauling them down to the West Hollywood sheriff's or the Hollywood police stations, where they would be held until their angry parents picked them up. This evening, December 10th, however, had so far passed peacefully, with more smiles exchanged than insults or blows. The high point had been the appearance of Sonny and Cher, dressed like high-fashion Inuit in huge fleece parkas, waving support to adoring kids. Later, after photographs appeared on front pages across the world, the city of Monterey Park reneged on a previous agreement and banned Sonny and Cher from their Rose Parade float for this gesture of solidarity with rioting teeny boppers. 1. By midnight the demonstration had returned to Pandora's, and a happy Al Mitchell had officially declared the protest over. As the crowd began to disperse, LAPD officers entered Pandora's to check IDs. Eason Monroe, head of the Southern California chapter of the ACLU, complained that they were acting illegally. Pandora's didn't serve alcohol and the curfew ordinance exempted teenagers inside licensed businesses. The response of the cops was to handcuff and arrest Monroe. When Michael Vossi, a PR agent for the Beach Boys who was acting as a legal observer for an entertainment industry support group, spoke up in Monroe's defense, he was pummeled by another officer. The few hundred remaining demonstrators outside Pandora's shouted at the police to leave their adult supporters alone. Riot-equipped police reinforcements converged from all sides. Paul J. Robbins, another adult supporter from the awkwardly titled Community Action for Facts and Freedom, CAFF, whose members were a veritable who's who of the liberal pop culture scene, a few days later described in the Free Press the unprovoked fury of the LAPD's attack on panic-stricken and fleeing protesters. After Robbins himself was hit by a police baton, he watched in horror as police flailed away at a helpless teenager. "I saw a kid holding a sign in both hands jerk forward as though struck from behind. He fell into the path of the officers and 4 or 5 of them immediately began bludgeoning him with clubs held in one hand. I stood transfixed watching him as the officers continued beating him while he attempted to alternately protect himself and crawl forward. Finally he slumped against a wall as the officer continued to beat him. Before I was spun around and set reeling forward again, I saw him picked up, belly down, by the officers and carried away. Later legal representatives of CAFF measured a trail of blood 75 yards long leading from this spot to the point where he was placed in a car. Where is he now, too? The night's peaceful demonstration had been wantonly turned into another of those police massacres for which Los Angeles was becoming justly notorious. 6 months earlier had been the now infamous attack on thousands of peace demonstrators at Century City. The 2 daily newspapers, the LA Times and the Hearst-owned Herald-Examiner, as usual characterized the unwarranted police aggression as a teeny-bopper-inspired riot. 3 gossip columnist Norma Lee Browning, writing in the faraway Chicago Tribune, predicted the end of Hollywood's Great White Way as barefoot bearded boobs, who are more far out than ordinary beatniks, rioted and scared away upscale diners and club customers. She estimated that the Playboy Club's business is off 25% from last year for Mitchell and the other adult supporters, meanwhile, were so appalled by the police brutality that they called off the next weekend's planned demonstration out of fear that the police might yet kill or seriously injure one of the kids. After 2 months of political debate, litigation, and frustrating negotiations, the protests resumed, massively, in February 1967, and continued episodically through the autumn of 1968. Thousands of kids would be arrested for curfew violations, and American International Pictures would immortalize the riots in a camp film, Riot on Sunset Strip 1967, with a haunting soundtrack. From mobsters to hippies. This legendary Battle of the Strip, from 1966 to 1968, was the most celebrated episode in the struggle of teenagers of all colors during the 1960s and 1970s to create their own realm of freedom and carnivalesque sociality within the Southern California night. There were other memorable contestations with business and police over Griffith Park love-ins, beach parties, interracial concerts, countercultural neighborhoods, like Venice Beach, head shopping districts, L.A.'s Haight-Ashbury, on Fairfax, cruising strips, Whittier, Hollywood, and Van Nuys boulevards, street racing locales, and the myriad local hangouts where kids quietly or brazenly defied parents, police, and curfews. 5. Of course, such battles were not a new story. Los Angeles had passed its first juvenile curfew in the 1880s, nor were they unique to Southern California. But post-war California motorized youth rebellion. A culture of cars, high-speed freeways, centrifugal sprawl, and featureless suburbs generated a vast ennui among bored but mobile teenagers. Any hint of excitement on a weekend evening might draw kids from anywhere in the 100-odd-mile radius of local AM radio. Thus, when one rock station incautiously advertised a party at Malibu Beach in 1961, nearly 20,000 teenagers showed up and then rioted when sheriffs ordered them to leave. Nor is it surprising, after the Strip riots were celebrated in song by Stephen Stills in 1966, there's something happening here / what it is ain't exactly clear, as well as in time and life, that the 8,000 and 9,000 blocks of Sunset Boulevard became an even more powerful magnet to alienated kids from the valleys and flatlands. Indeed, decades later, to claim that you had been busted on the Strip in 66 or 67 was the Southern California equivalent of boasting that you had been at Woodstock. But why the Strip? The parents of many Southern California teenagers in 1966 had their own lustrous memories of a night returning from the Pacific War in 1943 or after college graduation in 1951 when they had dined, danced, and rubbed shoulders with celebrity in one of the famed Sunset Boulevard nightclubs such as Ciro's, Mocambo or the Trocadero. The Strip, one of those strange county holes in the Los Angeles urban fabric, was for a generation the major center of movie colony nightlife, and thus the epicenter of tabloid scandal and romance. It was also a city-state run by famed gamblers and their gangster allies in league with the corrupt sheriff's department. During its most glamorous years, from 1939 to 1954, the Strip's informal mayor was the indestructible Mickey Cohen, Prince of Gamblers and King of Survivors. Operating from a haberdashery on the 8800 block of Sunset, Cohen defied all odds by emerging unscathed from an incredible series of mob ambushes and bombings that took the lives of half a dozen of his bodyguards. By the late 1950s, however, Cohen was cooling his heels in the pen, and the Strip was in steep decline. Las Vegas, thanks to Bugsy Siegel, had usurped the lucrative symbiosis of movie stars and mobsters that the Strip had pioneered, and hijacked its star chefs and famous entertainers. Yet precisely as urban decay was taking a huge bite out of its golden mile, the popular television show 77 Sunset Strip generated a new mythology. Ed Cookie Burns, the program's Elvis-like co-star, who played a parking lot jockey who was also a part-time sleuth, briefly became the biggest youth celebrity in the country. The Strip was portrayed as a dazzling nocturnal crossroads for a handsome Corvette and surfboard set. In fact, the Strip, like the larger Hollywood community, was in transition between its golden age and two competing strategies for reusing vacant nightclub and restaurant space. The Times Square option was to reopen clubs with topless or, later, nude dancers. The Body Shop, a burlesque house in the 1940s, was revived and soon became the flagship of the new XXX-rated exhibitionism. The other option, more unconventional, was to cater to juvenile audiences with rock music. Centralizing the youth club scene was doubly useful to rock producers, allowing them to talent scout new bands while developing those already under contract. The success of 77 Sunset Strip, moreover, established a national cachet and name recognition for groups weaned on the Strip. In 1965 the county reluctantly acceded to club owners and record companies' pleas and created a tiered licensing system that allowed 8 to 21-year-olds inside clubs where alcohol was served, while creating special liquor-less music venues for younger 15 to 18-year-olds. The youth club scene promptly exploded. For older teenagers and young adults, the premier clubs were the Whiskey A Go Go, Gazaris, and the Galaxy. The newly baptized teeny boppers favored its boss, formerly the renowned Ciro's, the Trip, formerly Crescendo, and Sea Witch, as well as cheap, atmospheric coffee houses like Pandora's, owned by former tennis star Bill Tilden, and the Fifth Estate, bankrolled by teen magazine mogul Robert Peterson. As the clubs inexorably hiked their cover charges, younger and poorer kids preferred simply to be part of the colorful street scene, wandering in groups down Sunset or hovering near club entrances for a glimpse of Jim Morrison or Neil Young. As the nightly teen crowds grew larger, however, the Strip's upscale restaurant owners and their wealthy adult clientele began to protest about the lack of parking and the increasing sidewalk congestion. Beverly Hills matrons and Century City lawyers recoiled from contact with the beatified throngs. Moreover, at this point, wrote Edgar Friedenberg and Anthony Bernhard in an account of the riots, the good behavior of the teeny boppers had become a problem. Because the kids were generally not hostile, aggressive, nor disorderly, there was no obvious pretext for driving them off the Strip. Eventually, the Sunset Strip Chamber of Commerce and the Sunset Plaza Association, representing landlords and restaurant owners, cajoled the sheriff's department to stringently enforce a youth curfew. During the 1940s, when teenage B-girls were a national scandal, both the city and county had adopted parallel curfew regulations that forbade anyone under 18 from loitering in public after 10 p.m. 6 loitering, Friedenberg and Bernhard noted, is defined as to idle, to lag, to stand idly by or to walk, drive, or ride about aimlessly and without purpose, a definition that may well make the entire solar system illegal. 7. The crackdown begins. The West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, responding to the complaints of businesses and landowners, began its crackdown on Strip kids in September 1965. By the following summer the sheriffs, joined by the LAPD in the adjacent Hollywood and Fairfax districts, were mounting weekend sweeps with hundreds of officers, an effort that far exceeded the attention given to mobsters in the Mickey Cohen era. The sheriffs, in fact, were reputed allies of Cohen. Curfew arrests soared into the thousands, with 300 hauled away from the sidewalks outside Cantor's restaurant on Fairfax on a single July evening. "It was just like shooing ducks in a duck pond," boasted one deputy. When the city's largest newspaper needed a dramatic image for a story about the teenage hordes, the deputies obligingly arrested 10 kids and stood them handcuffed in a line for the direct accommodation of the Los Angeles Times. 8 Throughout the spring and summer, Renata Adler reported in a later New Yorker article, licenses permitting minors to be served anything at all were revoked at one place after another. Several of these places reluctantly went adult and topless, a change that seemed to cause the authorities no distress. Indeed, it was widely rumored that the kids were being cleared off the strip to make way for the return of mob-connected sex entertainment and for more serious, less conspicuous forms of vice than lingering after Curfew 9. Shortly after Halloween, a couple of angry teenagers decided it was time to organize a formal protest against the arbitrary arrests and police abuse of kids on the strip. They printed a flyer: "Protest police mistreatment of youth on Sunset Boulevard. No more shackling of 14 and 15-year-olds," calling for a demonstration the night of Saturday, November 12. It was at this point that Al Mitchell, the leftist ex-merchant sailor and filmmaker who managed the Fifth Estate for Robert Peterson, became their informal sponsor. Cans were soon being circulated around the coffee house to raise money for additional leaflets. Rock stations began to luridly warn that a major riot was brewing, and cautioned kids away from the strip on the 12th. This was irresistible publicity for a demonstration whose urgency was underlined by the arrest of 80 kids for curfew violations on Friday night. The next evening by 9 p.m., according to the FREEP, more than 3,000 teenagers, flanked by adult curiosity seekers and hostile servicemen, gathered in front of Pandora's. Aside from a handful of placards hastily painted at the Fifth Estate a few hours before the demonstration, there was no apparent organization or leadership. In the spirit of the times, the protest had been conceived as a spontaneous happening, or flash mob avant la lettre, and the overwhelming majority of the crowd complied with its peaceful purpose. At one point the police called a fire company to the scene, and some of the kids nervously asked the firefighters whether they were going to hose them. A bemused fire captain replied, "Have a good time and let me go home." The engine left. The overflow of protesters onto Sunset and Crescent Heights boulevards created a traffic jam. Several bus drivers angrily honked and screamed at the kids. In response, demonstrators climbed up and danced on the roofs of the buses. One youth scrawled "Free the 15-year-olds" on a windshield, another broke a window with a fire extinguisher. On the fringe of the crowd, there was a brief scuffle between long-haired protesters and some young sailors and Marines. Shortly after 10 p.m., 100 cops used their nightsticks to roughly clear the sidewalks. Police with drawn revolvers chased kids into Pandora's. Panicky protesters who tried to retreat westward down Sunset collided with a wall of riot-ready sheriffs, and about 50 were arrested. 10. The LAPD declared a tactical alert the next evening, closing Sunset from Fairfax to Crescent Heights. State Highway Patrol officers and private Pinkerton guards reinforced the sheriff's side of the line. Thanks to wildly escalating rumors in the station houses, the atmosphere was irrationally tense, and the FREEP reported that many of the officers seemed to be in a state of panic. While Al Mitchell shot footage for his documentary Blue Fascism, 300 or so protesters jeered, "Gestapo, Gestapo," at the police line and then dispersed after they were declared an unlawful assembly. They vowed to return the following weekend. 11. On Monday morning, it was the turn of the establishment to riot. Although a handful of protesters had been involved in the bus incident, total estimated damage, $158, the Herald Examiner's headline screamed, "Long Hair Nightmare, Juvenile Violence on Sunset Strip." A Times editorial likewise warned of anarchy on Sunset Strip, and blamed the teenagers and their senseless, destructive riot for a sorry ending for the boulevard that was once Hollywood's most dazzling area. The Times also gave much space to the melodramatic claims of Captain Charlie Crumley, commander of the LAPD's Hollywood division, that left-wing groups and outside agitators had organized the protest. Crumley also asserted that there are over 1,000 hoodlums living like bums in Hollywood, advocating such things as free love, legalized marijuana, and abortion. 12. Los Angeles, in the eyes of its establishment, suddenly seemed like a besieged patriarchy. Hollywood councilman Paul Lamport demanded a full-scale investigation into Crumley's charges of a subversive plot, while his county counterpart, Supervisor Ernest Debs, ranted that whatever it takes is going to be done. We're going to be tough. We're not going to surrender that area or any area to beatniks or wild-eyed kids. 13. The Sunset Plaza Association, representing strip restaurant owners, called for a city crackdown on such kid hangouts as Pandora's and the Fifth Estate that offered sanctuary to protesting teenagers across the county/city border. Only the Free Press challenged the Daily Press's characterization of the previous weekend's police disturbance as a teeny-bopper riot, to the editorial writers of the Times, sitting in their bald majesty on First Street, entirely isolated from the events, unable to properly evaluate or analyze them. It is only possible to say, you are stupid old men who make reckless and irresponsible statements that can only make a bad situation worse. 14. The kids, the Weekly claimed, were actually caught in the middle of an economic conflict between the Sunset Strip Chamber of Commerce, with its ties to the adult entertainment industry, on one hand, and the Sunset Strip Association, representing the youth venues, on the other. The police, in effect, have been cooperating with one very wealthy group of property owners on the Strip against a less powerful group of businessmen. 15. The lopsidedness of the battle was further demonstrated when the LA City Council unanimously acceded to the Sunset Plaza Association's request and voted to use eminent domain to demolish Pandora's box. At the same time, Sheriff Peter Pitchess and Supervisor Debs lobbied the County Public Welfare Commission to veto the renewal of the permits allowing music clubs on the Strip to admit under 21s. When the commission balked, the supervisors themselves rescinded the offending ordinance and effectively banned teenagers from the clubs. Suddenly, Los Angeles's celebrated rock renaissance itself was under threat, and this quickly galvanized the younger generation of music producers and agents into unexpected solidarity with the next wave of protests on the Strip. Although the second weekend of protests, November 18 to 20, 1966, again pitted thousands of flower children against huge phalanxes of police and sheriffs, the still leaderless protesters broadcast enough seductive warmth, as well as carnival-like mirth, to take the grim edge off the evening. As they marched down the Strip, they handed out flowers and blew bubbles and kisses. Art students passed out leaflets proposing a series of happenings based on the implications of certain works by Alan Caprow and Wolf Vastel, a continuous environment benediction service, a RIOT band playing in the streets, giving of a temperance lecture, couples kissing, passing out of old photographs, savage chanting of the word art, having tables of clay where passers-by can model male and female genitals, and so on. 16. The cops seemed disarmed by the happy mood, although at 10 p.m. a sheriff's sound truck began warning under-18s to clear the street or be arrested. Hundreds of kids resolutely faced off a cordon of deputies, police, and Navy Shore Patrol around the Crescent Heights and Sunset intersection. Although several score of curfew violators were ultimately arrested, there were no baton charges, and the crowd, still in surprisingly good humor, dispersed by 2 a.m. There were widespread rumors, however, that the business interests were upset with the evening's outcome, and that the sheriffs were under pressure to use more aggressive tactics the next weekend. 17. The music industry responds. To forestall the expected violence against their fans, a group of concerned celebrities and music industry executives went into a huddle the following Friday. The meeting was called by Jim Dixon, manager of the Byrds, who took full-time leave to organize community action for facts and freedom. CAFF's initial membership included Dixon's partner Ed Ticker, the ubiquitous Al Mitchell, the Whiskey's co-owner Elmer Valentine, Sonny, and Cher's manager Brian Stone, television star Bob Denver, millionaire sportsman and Woolworth heir Lance Reventlow, a member of the Sheriff's Aero Squadron, and Beach Boys Enterprises Michael Vossi and David Enderle. The meager political clout of the club owners was now dramatically augmented by support from the top bands and music industry leaders. CAFF decided to mobilize its members and friends to attend the next evening's demonstration as legal observers in yellow armbands. A group of sympathetic Hollywood ministers and the local chapter of the ACLU promised to pitch in as well. 18. In the event, sheriff's deputies ran amok, giving CAFF and some 30 clergy a shocking exhibition of the abuse that the kids had been complaining about all year. People were viciously clubbed and beaten, wrote the Freep's Brian Carr. There was no plan or purpose evident in the beatings or the subsequent arrests. It seemed the handiest people, with no regard given to age, sex or social position, were clubbed, punched, and slashed or arrested. 19. The immensely popular Bob Denver, a one-time mailman and former teacher before becoming a star as Maynard G. Krebs on The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, 1959–1963, then as Gilligan on Gilligan's Island, 1964–67, was left almost speechless by the scene. "Unbelievable, just unbelievable," he mumbled as deputies spat on a woman in his group, then charged down the street to batten some harmless teens. Peter Fonda, who was filming outside the Fifth Estate with actor Brandon DeWilde, was arrested with 27 others, mainly adults, as they watched the LAPD emulating the sheriffs. "Man, the kids have had it," Fonda later told reporters. 20. Meanwhile, inside the lobby of the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, Brian Stone, who was already a legend for his creation of Sonny and Cher as well as Buffalo Springfield, was arrested for refusing a demand to produce identification. His business partner, Charlie Green, was in turn busted for protesting Stone's arrest. Before the night was over, the sheriffs and LAPD together had made enemies of one of the most powerful, if unconventional, industries in Los Angeles. As the mamas and the papas later explained to reporters, even millionaire rock stars could no longer drive down the street with any feeling of safety from harassment. 21. The even more promiscuous police violence at the December 10 protest, described at the beginning of this chapter, solidified CAFF's apprehension that blue fascism posed a direct threat to Los Angeles's billion-dollar rock culture. As the City Council and Board of Supervisors forged ahead with their plans to bulldoze Pandora's and gut the strip club scene, CAFF joined with the club owners and the ACLU in an ultimately successful legal defense of the status quo ante. If the Times-Red baited the long-haired protesters as dupes of the left-wing W.E.B. Du Bois clubs, AM stations fought back with a dramatic recording of a defiant teenager saying, "It's our constitutional guarantee to walk unmolested on Sunset Strip," as he was being bundled into a sheriff's car. 22. And within a few weeks, tens of millions of teenagers across the world were listening to the haunting words "Stop, children, what's that sound?" of the Buffalo Springfield battle anthem of the Strip, "For What It's Worth." Meanwhile, Al Mitchell and CAFF, supported by the Freeps Art Kunken, suspended demonstrations over the Christmas holiday while they held peace talks with county officials. Verbal progress on that end, however, was undercut by what was widely seen as an escalation of police pressure on youth and adult countercultures throughout the Los Angeles area. In mid-December, for example, Pasadena police raided the popular Catacombs Art Gallery and arrested 100 young people on a variety of drug charges, many of them utterly bogus. Then, on New Year's Eve, the LAPD Vice Squad rampaged through the gay bars in the Silver Lake District, roughing up and arresting scores of patrons. The LAPD also increased its illegal harassment of the Freep sales force. Despite a city ordinance authorizing them to sell papers from the curb to passing cars, Freep vendors were systematically ticketed and frequently arrested, especially on the Strip and in front of Pandora's. Since local television and the two dailies had blacked out images of police brutality, the Freep, together with a few rock stations and the local Pacifica franchise, KPFK-FM, were truly the alternative media. Persecution, moreover, only made the freep vendors into heroes and boosted the paid circulation of the paper above 65,000, a phenomenal figure for the underground press. 23. Back to the street. The phony war on the strip lasted until the end of February, when Al Mitchell announced that we must go onto the streets again. Police and sheriff's deputies have again and again violated the terms of a truce Ramcom and other concerned groups negotiated on December 16 with the Los Angeles Crime and Delinquency Commission. Indeed, Captain Victor Risa of the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department humiliated the commission when he publicly renounced the truce or any other constraint on the vigorous enforcement of the curfew law. The county's earlier attempt to outlaw teenagers from rock clubs by ordinance had been ruled unconstitutional, so sheriffs and police were once more under terrific pressure from property owners to use brute force to drive the kids off the strip. Mitchell was particularly outraged at repeated raids on the Fifth Estate and other alcohol-free coffee houses. Some 80,000 leaflets calling for a demonstration on Saturday night, February 11, 1967, saturated the clubs and circulated clandestinely through every high school in the county. 24. For the first time, organizers undertook strategic planning to broaden the base of the protests to incorporate the grievances of gays and people of color. As the Freep noted, one of the most interesting and pace-setting reactions to the call to demonstrate came early this week from homosexual organizations who are currently up in arms about New Year's Eve's police raids on a number of Silver Lake area gay bars. Two leading gay groups, Pride and the Council on Religion and the Homosexual, endorsed the February demonstration and added plans for their own simultaneous march along Sunset in Silver Lake. Mitchell's loosely knit Ramcom group also plotted actions in Watts, East LA, and Pacoima in the hope that angry Black and Chicano youth would be drawn to participate. The self-concept of the strip movement was shifting from an amorphous happening to an all-embracing coalition of outcast and police-persecuted street cultures. 25. A crude attempt was made by the LAPD to frame the movement's principal adult leader. 10 days before the scheduled demonstrations, Al Mitchell, a veteran of harassment for such offenses as allowing singing in the Fifth Estate and obscene anti-police graffiti in its lavatories, was arrested, but not booked, on suspicion of 150 counts of statutory rape. The 40-ish leftist, whom the Times had caricatured as the muezzin of the teeny boppers, was now unmasked as a sinister sex criminal preying on his teenager followers, or so it was claimed on radio and television news. In fact, Mitchell's 17-year-old accuser quickly confessed that her allegations were lies told in anger after she had been thrown out of the Fifth Estate for drug use. The Freep pondered why Mitchell had been so brazenly arrested and demonized in the media before the LAPD had even checked out the teenager's story. 26. In any event, the hubbub around Mitchell did not deter more than 3,000 teenagers, along with unprecedented numbers of college students and adults, from once again assembling in front of Pandora's on Saturday night. For the first time, there was an organized rally with speeches by Mitchell, civil liberties lawyer Marvin Chan, and ACLU counsel Phil Croner, as well as an ingenious tactical plan. Every hour new contingents of protesters were sent west on the county strip, where sheriff's deputies, impassive for the most part, allowed them to march without harassment. The demonstrators, carrying signs that read "Stop beating the flower children" and "Stop blue fascism," were both exuberant and disciplined, vivid refutation of the hoary myth of wild-eyed, drug-crazed rioters. 27. Meanwhile, 500 protesters in front of the Black Cat Gay Bar at the corner of Sunset and Hyperion were making history as speakers urged gays to make a unified community stand in Silver Lake against brutality. But unfortunately, the other protest venues were flops. Only a desultory crowd turned out in Venice, where most residents had preferred to join the main action on the Strip, and in Pacoima a small group of hapless Ramcom kids with good intentions but poor communication skills were set upon and beaten by local gang members. The Freep could find no evidence of any protests in either Watts or East LA. 28. This did not mean, however, that the Strip protests had no impact upon the ghettos and barrios. Black and Chicano flower children were beginning to integrate the Strip in small numbers, despite frequent racist treatment from club bouncers and, of course, cops, and some black leaders, both moderate and radical, were rallying to the idea, pushed by Mitchell and New Left groups, that there really was new ground for a broad, anti-police abuse coalition. In March, after another large protest on the Strip, Georgia legislator and civil rights hero Julian Bond spoke to admiring youth at the Fifth Estate while cops loomed threateningly on the periphery in riot gear. 29 From February onward, every protest on the Strip self-consciously identified itself with the victims of far more deadly police brutality in south-central LA. Radical groups, especially SDS and the International Socialists, began to play more prominent roles in the protests and actively recruited high school-age memberships. But many Angelenos had no inkling that mass protests, larger than ever, were continuing on the Strip. In April, the latest addition to the local alternative media, Los Angeles Underground, bannered the huge headline, "Strip War, News Blackout Conceals Struggle, Police Sabotage Truce Agreement." The paper excoriated the Herald-Examiner, but even more the Times, for their refusal to print a word about the huge, but now disciplined, demonstrations on the Strip. 30 The Times, however, did continue its vilification of youth culture. Teeny boppers had now metamorphosed into hippies, with constant stories and editorials of the ilk, hippies blamed for decline of the Sunset Strip. Furthermore, the Times warned, the bell-bottomed hordes were now poised to invade and presumably destroy Hollywood as well. Much attention was given to a speech that a local real estate appraiser, Robert Steele, had made on May 17, charging that long-haired teens had done more damage than the Watts rioters 2 years earlier. Steele claimed that the under-18 youth had reduced property values along the Strip by 30% and scared away potential major investors, including a large savings and loan company. 31. The Times, at least, was accurate in pointing out new hotspots in Hollywood where property owners were squaring off against new youth venues, notably, Hullabaloo, a vast rock emporium that sometimes featured a dozen popular bands in all-night marathons. On July 28, 1967, the LAPD, using elaborate decoys and commando tactics, had swept down upon the ticket lines at Hullabaloo and arrested 200 fans for curfew violations, although their IDs were only checked at the station. As usual, the incident went unreported in the Times, but it sent shockwaves through the music world and revived CAFF-type interest in defending the industry's local fandom. 1968 was year 3 of the struggle, and the baby sisters and brothers of the original protesters were now on the front line. No one could much recall what a beatnik was, but hippie-phobia was reaching a crescendo, with the Times, as usual, providing a rich diet of innuendo and stereotype. Yet the immense engines of the culture industry were slowly turning the great ship of mainstream taste around. Straight young adults, from secretaries to longshoremen, were quietly letting their hair grow and putting on bell-bottoms. The young sailors and Marines who a few years before had waylaid unwary teeny boppers in the Strip's back alleys were now happily trading drugs with their hippie connections. Store owners and restaurateurs who once had apoplexy at the sight of a Madras-clothed teeny bopper now considered them as familiar as the palm trees. As the mainstream went countercultural, much of the counterculture, including its music, moved, however temporarily, to the political left. The LAPD and the sheriffs had to shift deployments to deal with the new specters of the Black Panther Party in South Central and high school unrest on the East Side. Curfew enforcement on the Strip became a less urgent law enforcement priority. Although police harassment would continue for another decade or more, the Strip War came to a climax on September 28, 1968, the day after Huey Newton had been sentenced to prison. This time the protest was organized by the New Peace and Freedom Party, which gave equal billing to 3 demands: free the Strip, end police brutality, free Huey Newton. Flower power had become all power to the people, and kids boldly shoved "fuck the sheriffs" and "no more murder of black people" placards into the faces of their old tormentors. For the first time the shoe was on the other foot. For an hour or more protesters besieged the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, whose denizens locked inside or on the roof toting shotguns were clueless as to how the lambs had suddenly turned into little lions. 32. 22. The Blowouts, 1966–68. In 1915 the city of Los Angeles annexed a hilly area on its northeastern periphery where sheep ranches and strawberry fields were starting to give way to cheap tract homes. It was known as Bayardstown, but developers and realtors, busy branding the landscape with romantic evocations of a mythic Spanish California, renamed it El Sereno. Many of its early residents were Italian Americans from neighboring Lincoln Heights, but Mexicans were excluded by the restrictive covenants that white-walled new subdivisions. When the U.S. Supreme Court overruled the California Supreme Court in a landmark 1948 case, Shelley v. Kramer, and prohibited racial covenants, Mexican families began to trickle in. By the 1960s, Spanish surname kids were the majority at Wilson High School on Eastern Avenue, which, in addition to El Sereno, served the City Terrace and Ramona Gardens neighborhoods. 1. Unlike the older East Side high schools, Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Garfield, that until the 1950s had long histories of integrated and diverse student bodies, Jews, Mexicans, Japanese, Russians, Filipinos, Okies, and blacks, Wilson, opened in 1937, had experienced a difficult transition from its original Anglo enrollment. Although it was sometimes considered the middle-class Mexican-American II high school, its students confronted the same barriers to graduation and college admission as kids in the three older high schools: the banning of Spanish on campus, a curriculum that excluded Mexican history and customs, impossibly overcrowded classes, low reading scores, culturally biased testing, wanton use of corporal punishment, and the tracking of Mexican students, whatever their potential, into vocational classes, to make them replacements for their fathers and mothers in low-wage jobs. White teachers, the overwhelming majority at Wilson, had little understanding or even sympathy with the students, and some, resentful of the change in the school's ethnic composition, were blatantly racist. The tiny group of Mexican-American teachers and white progressives who saw the need for reform faced the rock wall of an authoritarian school administration. 3. Revolts are often detonated by events that initially seem to be small, or even trivial: attacks on tea, rumors of aristocratic plots, maggots in sailors' food, or refusal to sit in the back of a bus. In the case of the Chicano Revolution, it was a Neil Simon play. In the winter of 1968, Wilson Theater students had poured heart and soul into a production of the hugely popular Barefoot in the Park. At the final dress rehearsal, the school's much disliked principal, so conservative, remembered Lincoln High School teacher Sal Castro, that he wore suspenders and a belt to hold his pants up. Hearing a line that he considered risque, raged at the students and forbade the play's performance. The next day the cast and several hundred other kids, including 12 and 13-year-olds whose junior high shared the same campus, walked out of their first period classes. The principal immediately locked the gates and called the police. The supposed ringleaders were suspended. 4. The walkout, although sparked by an unexpected provocation, was not entirely spontaneous. For weeks small groups of students in all four of the East Side high schools, counseled by Sal Castro and a cadre of college students, had been laying the groundwork for a mass walkout at the beginning of spring. Castro, long active in liberal and Mexican-American causes, had carefully choreographed the protests to minimize harm to students while maximizing the political impact. He wanted school authorities to know about the walkout planning in the hope that the Board of Education might feel forced to negotiate with the community, making the actual protests unnecessary. In the event, Wilson had set the ball rolling, and the following week the other high schools would give it a hard kick. 5 To understand why the blowouts, as they were soon called, were genesis events in the emergence of a new, militant Chicano identity, it's necessary to recall the immense frustrations that the world east of the LA River had experienced in its quests for political voice, equal employment, and successful education. 6. Locked out. The first half of the 1960s were wilderness years for Los Angeles County's largest minority. Mexican Americans, a community that included descendants of native Californians and Californios, as well as 3 generations of immigrants from northern Mexico and the Southwest, especially Texas, had been marginalized in the period's big debates over reapportionment, fair housing, school integration, and police abuse. Without a seat on the city council since Gilbert Lindsay replaced Congress-bound Edward Roybal in 1962, they had no champion for the next 23 years to advocate for their interests in City Hall. Although Roybal had come within a few hundred votes of winning a seat on the County Board of Supervisors in 1958, 33 years would pass before Gloria Molina finally walked through the doors at the Hall of Administration. They were also locked out of the Board of Education, the hierarchy of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, the command structure of the LAPD, and the boards of major area universities and colleges. The Mexican-American situation in LA, at least in its political aspects, more closely resembled that of the disenfranchised black populations of southern cities than that of the black community a few miles away that had dramatically increased the number of its own elected officials since 1962. 3 factors conspired to deny Mexican Americans representation proportional to their population. First, as we saw in the first chapter's discussion of the unsuccessful campaign to incorporate the county island of East Los Angeles in 1960, political boundaries, sometimes drawn as deliberate gerrymanders, fragmented and diffused their voting power. Despite the fact, for instance, that the majority of Spanish-speaking people lived in contiguous districts east of the LA River, the community was divided into 3 parts and allocated to different assembly districts with Anglo majorities. Second, political unity was far more elusive on the east side than on the south side. Although black elected officials and their principal backers were divided by allegiances to the 2 warring camps within the state Democratic Party, Brown and Unruh, they shared a common civil rights program around which they easily combined forces. The east side, in contrast, had a more significant Republican contingent, and, of course, a large share of non-citizens. Its religious culture was controlled by LA's reactionary Cardinal McIntyre, who, as we saw earlier, formed a triumvirate with Chief Parker and Mayor Yurdi. On the whole, the Mexican-American middle class was more conservative and less activist than LA's black bourgeoisie. Moreover, Sam Yurdi enjoyed authentic popularity on the east side, a constituency that he cultivated intensely after his final break with black supporters in 1965.7. Third, liberal Democrats in City Hall and Sacramento were the worst sort of false friends, rhetorically championing Brown empowerment but tolerating rampant discrimination in government hiring, supporting urban renewal in East Side neighborhoods and refusing to invest in Mexican-American election campaigns. When community-backed candidates ran against incumbent Anglo or black Democrats, the party was consistently the defender of the status quo. This was the case, for instance, in a 1963 effort to reclaim Roybal's old council seat from Gilbert Lindsay, and also in a campaign to elect a Mexican-American to the school board in 1965. Likewise in 1965, when the California Senate was reportioned on a population basis, giving Los Angeles County 11 new seats, Democratic leaders ignored pleas to ensure that the boundaries of one of the new districts encompassed a majority of East Side voters. 9. Statewide the situation was little different. For instance, when the legendary Delano to Sacramento March of the United Farm Workers reached its destination in March 1966, Cesar Chavez requested a meeting with Governor Brown. Brown refused and left town for a golfing vacation in Palm Springs. El Malcriado, the voice of the union, warned in response, "If you want to keep your job, Pat, you better not take us for granted. You better prove to us that you care about our problems. Because if we're going to have another 4 years with one enemy in Sacramento, we would rather have an honest enemy like Reagan. At least we would know where we stand." 10. When aides urged Brown to make amends to Chavez and embrace greater representation for Mexican Americans, Brown ignored them. In November he lost to Ronald Reagan. Also voted out of office was the sole Mexican American member of the Assembly, leaving California, on the eve of the Reagan era, as the only state in the Southwest without a Spanish surname in its legislature. In contrast, Texas had 10, Arizona, 4, Colorado, 1, and New Mexico, 33, 11. Voter registration efforts, especially in Lindsay's 9th Council District, had faltered after the high point of the Viva Kennedy movement during the 1960 elections. The Community Service Organization, CSO, which had registered 15,000 new voters to help elect Roybal in 1948, abandoned such expensive efforts in 1960 to refocus on community self-improvement. 12 by 1966, defunded by its adoptive parent Saul Alinsky's Industrial Areas Foundation, it was shedding membership and struggling to survive on the dole of the Office of Economic Opportunity. It was also drifting rightward. Meanwhile, local chapters of the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, the oldest, 1929, and most middle class of national Mexican American organizations, were still great at hosting banquets, conducting award ceremonies and raising scholarship monies, but not at generating mass activism. The same was true of the GI Forum, the veterans organization that had been such an important force in the desegregation of Texas and California schools in the early post-war period. The statewide Mexican American Political Association, newly founded in 1960, had the goal of unifying voters around a common program, but it soon polarized internally between a camp led by veteran labor organizer Bert Corona that wanted to combine electoral mobilization with community organizing, and another camp, led by Eduardo Quevedo, a Brown appointee, that envisioned MAPA primarily as a caucus within the party. In LA, MAPA became a significant force, but it would never be as dynamic or unifying as CSO had in its earlier days. Statewide, despite boasting many large and active chapters, it failed to leverage enough clout in Sacramento to make Brown act on its agenda. 13 The only well-known Democrat to enthusiastically embrace La Causa both in the fields and the cities was Bobby Kennedy during the 1968 California primary, but he, of course, was murdered in the Ambassador Hotel just minutes after delivering his victory speech. Whose War on Poverty? In July 1965, a month before the Watts Uprising, a new federal agency, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, was established by Section 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The commission was universally seen as a concession to the civil rights movement, with a secondary mandate that vaguely addressed job discrimination against other minorities. Sex discrimination cases, however, went unheard for years. Symptomatic of their invisibility in the national debate, Mexican Americans, the second largest minority, were not represented on the commission. When a coalition of major Mexican American organizations protested this lack of voice, the new commission reluctantly agreed to hold a hearing on employment issues in the southwestern states, including California. But the March 1966 conference in Albuquerque barely lasted an hour. To add insult to injury, only one of the EEOC's 5 commissioners, a Wisconsin Republican, had bothered to show up, and he opened the conference with a warning that the commission would not be dictated to and that it would only focus on individual cases, not purported patterns of economic discrimination against Mexican Americans as a group. 14 Incensed, all 50 Mexican American delegates walked out. In a telegram to President Johnson, the group complained that our employment problems are severe and complex, yet we have no one on the commission with any insight into them. Dr. Miguel Montes, representing San Fernando's Latin American Civic Association, pointedly added, "I find it difficult to see how the commission can go out and enforce laws on fair employment when it practices discrimination itself against the Mexican Americans." 15. A few months earlier, the Department of Commerce had released a report that underscored the economic crisis in Mexican American communities. Spurred by the black economist Andrew Brumer, a member of a task force that the White House had assembled to explore the causes of the Watts explosion, the department had conducted a special census of riot areas and minority neighborhoods in LA. It confirmed the earlier warnings from Paul Bullock and his fellow UCLA researchers that while the city's white labor force was thriving in a boom economy, working families in black neighborhoods had lost ground in the first half of the 60s. Median family incomes on the South Side, for instance, had fallen from $5,100 in 1959 to $4,700 to 1965, a statistic widely cited in the national press. 16 less publicized, however, was the report's finding that family incomes in three predominantly Mexican-American study areas, Boyle Heights, City Terrace, and East Los Angeles, had experienced a parallel erosion, from $5,513 to $5,106. Moreover, poverty and unemployment rates were similar in both communities, if slightly higher in South Central. 17. In the abstract, the similarity of their economic plights should have predisposed the two communities to unite under a banner of jobs and equality, as they had at times in the 1940s, but local circumstances led instead to an embittered competition for war on poverty funds. The fires of August, of course, had made youth unemployment in South Central an urgent national issue, and the black community, with its enhanced clout on the city council and in the legislature buttressed by its growing alliance with liberal West Side whites, was incomparably better positioned to press the priority of its claims to federal aid. Moreover, there were few bridges between the communities. The Communist Party, once an important builder of inter-ethnic unity, was still a presence in the black community but had long lost an active membership on the East Side. Of existing Mexican-American organizations, only MAPA, which had participated in the 1963 United Civil Rights Committee campaign, advocated joining the emerging Black West Side Alliance that would ultimately run Tom Bradley for mayor. 18 Other sections of adult Mexican-American leadership, especially the influential group of East Side businessmen and politicos close to Yurdi, were as unsympathetic to black power as white Republicans in the Valley. Although union activists sometimes worked together, especially in sectors like meatpacking that were organized by progressive unions, there were also serious frictions, most persistently in Local 300 of the Laborers, a key construction union where Mexican Americans warily guarded their majority against any increase in black membership. With most of the East Side workforce crowded into a handful of niches in construction, garment, furniture, brick-making, and low-skill assembly work, it was feared that the easiest way for white politicians to create more employment for blacks was through displacing Mexican Americans. Outside forces, meanwhile, were working blatantly to inflame conflicts and sabotage potential black-brown unity. Mayor Yurdi, unsurprisingly, was the prime culprit. As we saw earlier, he had sabotaged the war on poverty in Los Angeles by refusing to give elected community representatives a role in the administration of programs as required by the Maximum Feasible Participation Clause of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. The major contested ground was the newly consolidated City/County Economic Youth Opportunity Agency, EYOA, where Yurdi's intransigence had tied up millions of dollars of federal funding allocated for job training, youth employment, and summer schools in the crucial months before the August uprising. The mayor feared that power sharing with the community would enable the black ministers and politicians organized as the Community Anti-Poverty Committee and led by Reverend Brookins and Tom Bradley to build a competing patronage machine under the protection of the Johnson administration. 19 Although eventually forced to give way on community representation, Yurdi counterattacked the CAPC camp with appeals to the East Side's sense of grievance over perceived black control of local poverty. Programs. 20 Tensions reached a climax in spring 1966 when Yurdi attempted to purge Opal Jones, the dynamic welfare rights activist who directed one of the EYOA's major programs, the Neighborhood Adult Participation Project. NAP, which operated 13 neighborhood outposts, was originally funded by the OEO as an employment program, but under Jones's leadership it refocused on movement-style community organizing, including voter registration activities that Yurdi perceived, accurately, as threats to his power. The executive director of the EYOA, Joe Maldonado, was a Yurdi appointee, and he fired Jones after she refused to stop sending change agents, her term for locally recruited NAP workers, into the neighborhoods to listen to popular grievances and organize protests. The firing quickly backfired as hundreds of Jones's supporters rallied in front of the Knapp headquarters at Wrigley Field, and the city's black elite bombarded the OEO's Washington headquarters with angry telegrams. The head of the OEO, Sergeant Shriver, who had come to despise Yurdi, resolved the problem in a straightforward manner by separating Knapp from the EYOA, making it an autonomous agency under the restored leadership of Jones. On the south side this was savored as a victory, but many on the east side interpreted it as a further power grab by black leaders. 21. There was no question that Knapp's resources were skewed in a one-sided manner. Despite comparable populations and needs, only 3 of the 13 outposts were in Mexican-American majority districts. Jones, exulting in her new powers, unwisely provoked a confrontation in September when she fired Gabriel Yanez, the Knapp director in Boyle Heights, who had become increasingly outspoken about his community's minority role in the poverty program. In solidarity with Yanez, Irene Tovar, his counterpart in Pacoima and a future leader of the Chicano moratorium, resigned her post. Tovar, collaborating with Rodolfo Rudy Acuna, a young professor at Pierce College in the Valley who would soon become the pioneer of Chicano studies at Valley State, campaigned for greater parity in Knapp hiring and leadership. 22 Although both were progressives and took pains to acknowledge the justice of black demands, other forces in the community, cheered on by Yurdi, saw the conflict with Jones in strictly zero-sum terms. So did the media. One contemporary Times article was headlined "Mexican Americans in L.A. called anti-Negro." 23. Such rhetoric was damaging to both communities, especially at a time when Congress, faced with the rocketing costs of the war in Southeast Asia, was whittling away OEO funding. All the teen posts, for example, began closing at the end of 1966, and a dozen other programs were scheduled for extinction. 24 Eventually Ed Roybal, whose career had been launched by a coalition of blacks, Jews, and Mexican Americans, intervened. He set up a summit of sorts with Opal Jones that was also attended by Gus Hawkins, George Brown, a liberal congressman who represented a piece of the East Side, and Bert Corona, now the president of MAPA. They agreed to work together to increase funding for projects and staff in Mexican American areas while fighting to keep the whole anti-poverty enterprise afloat. But amity at the top translated badly at the neighborhood level, where hiring parity was never achieved. 25 Thus, for the next 5 years inter-ethnic tensions within the poverty programs remained at a boil, with episodic firings, walkouts, and unsuccessful attempts at peacemaking. Only amigo Sam Yurdi clearly benefited from black versus brown conflict, defeating Tom Bradley, who had been endorsed by Cesar Chavez, in 1969 by a margin that has often been attributed to angry East Side voters. 26. Failed schools. Schools were the eternal grievance for Mexican Americans. 27 California, whose education code explicitly segregated Asian and Native American students, allowed local districts to categorize Spanish-speaking students with darker complexions as Indians and then force them to attend separate ramshackle schools. A 1928 Saturday Evening Post piece by best-selling novelist Kenneth Roberts exemplified the blithe bigotry that justified Mexican exclusion from white schools. In Los Angeles, one can see endless streets crowded with the shacks of illiterate, diseased, pauperized Mexicans, bringing countless numbers of American citizens into the world with the reckless prodigality of rabbits. 28 When, after heroic campaigns by Mexican American communities, courts finally prohibited local school districts from explicitly segregating their children, the result was seldom different from what followed the outlawing of racially restrictive residential covenants in 1948. Very little actually changed. If realtors and their political allies were the principal force maintaining a de facto color wall around the new suburbs, conservative school boards supported by white parents played a comparable role in the schools. Even where Mexican kids were allowed on campus, they were still segregated for the most part in vocational tracks and were rarely encouraged to go to college. Encompassing most of the largest urban Mexican American community in the country, LA Unified School District, which included some satellite suburbs as well as the city of Los Angeles, was naturally the main battlefield. Ethno-racial isolation in schools had increased during the 1950s as the other traditional ethnic communities on the East Side, such as Jews and Japanese, moved to newer neighborhoods on the West Side. The all-white LA County Board of Education, meanwhile, focused most of its energies and resources on opening new schools in the Valley, rather than maintaining or upgrading older campuses in poor neighborhoods. The separate Catholic school system under Cardinal McIntyre was not an alternative for working-class families unable to afford the tuition, and its reputation for advancing Mexican Americans to college was little better than that of the public schools. 30. One statistic, above all, summarized the school crisis: half of Mexican American kids, especially those who were native-born, routinely failed to graduate from Los Angeles high schools. A 1965-66 survey found that Roosevelt and Garfield were the most extreme cases. At the latter, a 96% Mexican school, the dropout rate was almost two-thirds. 31 board members and their spokespeople usually blamed parents for encouraging their kids to leave school to work, but, as Ruben Salazar reported in the Times in 1962, the number of pupils asked or required to drop out exceeds the number voluntarily quitting, despite the fact that the school records themselves list only half of the total dropouts as being uneducable. This finding was confirmed by UCLA's Paul Bullock. The simple fact is that the Board of Education either does not know or does not publicize the real factors underlying the high dropout rates in many of the schools, particularly in minority group areas. Local school administrators unhesitatingly confirm that a significant proportion of the so-called dropouts are either encouraged or invited to leave school. As a result, the median educational level on the East Side was a mere 9 years, as contrasted with 11 in the black community. 32. In the decade before the blowouts, several major studies highlighted other structural causes of this educational catastrophe in Los Angeles and the rest of the Southwest. In addition to the attitude of principals and counselors with their sinister category of uneducable, the National Educational Association emphasized the refusal of the schools to provide bilingual classes or even allow Spanish to be used on playgrounds for 1.75 million Mexican American children. The NIA called Spanish-speaking children an alienated group totally forgotten in the civil rights drive. 33. Since Mexican migration to Los Angeles was rapidly increasing during the 1960s, the County Board of Education's prejudice against Spanish was taking an ever greater toll on East Side children. In the same vein, a report by the State Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, based on 1967 research and hearings, expressed shock at the frequency with which Mexican American students were put in classes for mentally retarded individuals simply because they cannot speak English. It also spotlighted the lack of Mexican American teachers, as well as the large number of Anglo teachers and administrators who were rejected by other schools and dumped on the East Side. 34. Additionally, UCLA's Mexican American Study Project found that kids had weak incentives to graduate. Since a high school diploma did not correlate with increased income, graduates tended to end up in the same low-wage jobs as friends and siblings who dropped out. Clearly, discrimination in labor markets was part of the problem. 35. Since the Korean War, a succession of groups had tried to address the school's crisis, most notably the Education Committee of the Council of Mexican American Affairs, CMEA. In the mid-60s it had been rejuvenated to some extent by a leadership of younger Mexican American educators and professionals. The Times styled them as a corps of Pancho Villas to lead the Mexican American out of his inferior role in California education. In fact, they were anything but revolutionaries. Indeed, Ralph Guzman, the assistant director of UCLA's Mexican American Study Project, contrasted them to the old firebrands of the 1940s and 1950s. Many of the young people coming up have bypassed the old militant phase. You hear a different language being spoke now, less angry. They're talking politics now. They want to participate. 36. Their mainstream ambitions, moreover, did not connect in any urgent or passionate way with the kids sitting in overcrowded classrooms listening to indifferent teachers droning on about the pilgrims. The real Pancho Villas were teenagers, and their cradle, as Sal Castro called it, was a Jewish retreat on the Malibu coast. Camp Hess-Kramer, opened in 1952, was the first Jewish summer camp west of the Mississippi. Its prime mover, Rabbi Alfred Wolf of the Wilshire Boulevard Temple, had been a Zionist youth leader in Germany and brought to Los Angeles the Wandervogel ethos and love of nature that inspired German youth before the dark age of Hitler. In the 1960s, moreover, Wolf was the city's leading ecumenical figure and the chair of the short-lived Blue Ribbon Commission established to address the demands of the United Civil Rights Committee in 1963. Working with the LA County Commission on Human Relations, of which he became chair in 1965, Wolf made Camp Hess-Kramer available for weekend conferences and retreats, the most notable of which was the annual Mexican-American Youth Leadership Conference. 37 Sal Castro, who had long experience as a playground supervisor, volunteered to be one of the counselors at the first session in 1963. For most of the 150 or so students, nominated by teachers and principals as potential leaders, the conference was a unique experience. There were wall-to-wall Mexicans, Castro later recalled. Mexicans ran it and Mexicans attended 38. Although the first conferences didn't stray far from usual boilerplate emphases on good citizenship and school achievement, Castro encouraged his students to voice complaints about school conditions and explore the history and meaning of their ethnicity. Gradually the annual conversations became more radical, reflecting the impact of the What's Uprising, the fight in the fields, and the rebellions on college campuses. Soon some of the alumni, now in college, were returning as Camp Kramer counselors, while others were founding activist groups at East LA College, UCLA, Cal State LA, and elsewhere. Moreover, the kids getting off the buses after the long drive from the East Side were a different breed as well, more defiant and ready to rebel. They also had started using an old slang term, not only as a synonym, but also as an alternative, to Mexican American. They were beginning to call themselves Chicanas and Chicanos. 39. In 1967 a many-faceted movement began to crystallize out of the Camp Kramer conferences, the trips to Delano, and the skirmishes with school administrators and cops. A striking innovation was the rise of an East Side underground press that included La Raza, edited by Eliza Risco, and Inside East Side, edited by Raul Ruiz and Victor Franco. The latter was specifically aimed at high school kids, with reporters on different campuses. La Raza was published at the historic Church of the Epiphany in Lincoln Heights, which had become and would remain for years the key movement center for the East Side. Its young Episcopalian pastor, John Luce, a veteran of civil rights struggles in East Harlem, kept its doors open to anyone who wanted to make change in the community, no matter how militant or radical. 40 As Sal Castro recalled, Father Luce was a very valuable ally to us, especially since I found it difficult to get Catholic clergy to support our efforts. Because I wanted Mexican parents to think that the church was supportive, I once asked Father Luce if he didn't mind wearing his priestly collar at our meetings and demonstrations. I need you to look like a Catholic priest, I told him. Father Luce took this well and complied. 41. Luce also provided funds for a second movement center, La Pirania, at Olympic and Atlantic in unincorporated East LA. The organizers were a spin-off of the 1967 Camp Kramer Conference, calling themselves Young Citizens for Community Action. Like other East Side groups, young and old, they canvassed votes for Julian Nava, a graduate both of Roosevelt High and Harvard, who won a seat on the Board of Education in November, a victory finally made possible by a united front of community organizations. But it was their involvement in protesting several shocking cases of violence by the Sheriff's Department, including the killing of a 15-year-old boy and the beating of an entire family, that led the group to transform themselves into the Brown Berets, with Kramer alumni and former URD intern David Sanchez as Prime Minister. Inspired by both the Panthers and the iconography of the Mexican Revolution, the Berets cut a striking, audacious figure in the community, one that appealed to tough youth otherwise alienated from vote gathering and demonstrations. In contrast to the Panthers, however, whose Oakland leadership shared a substantial political education in black nationalism and Third World socialism, the embryonic Chicano movement, including the Berets, did not yet have a clear political identity. As Raúl Ruiz remembers, at our meetings at the Church of the Epiphany or at La Piraña there was no discussion of history, of ideology, or of political theories. We talked about community issues, period. In time the movement developed an ideology that came to be known as Chicanismo, or cultural nationalism, but not in the beginning. We were issue-oriented, and if anything was influencing us, it was a sense of pragmatism. Consciousness and ideology would be built on action rather than ideology creating action. Point 42. Likewise on local college campuses, Chicanos were forming groups and debating their identity and purpose. In the beginning, their major concerns were winning representation in student government, expanding recruitment of high school graduates, increasing financial aid for low-income students, ending white fraternities' common practice of racist caricatures, and including Mexican and Mexican-American history in the curriculum. The latter demand soon became a call for full-fledged Chicano studies departments, similar to what black students were fighting for at San Francisco State and elsewhere. In May 1967 the Los Angeles City Human Relations Commission sponsored a Mexican-American collegiate conference at Loyola University that brought together almost 200 students from 14 campuses. The participants, including Roybal's daughters, Lillian and Lucille, voted to create the United Mexican American Students, UMAS, as a regional, soon statewide, federation of campus chapters, with the coordinating centro chaired by Alberto Juarez, a former Kramer counselor and Teen Post director who had recently returned to East LA College. Point 43. Over the next 8 months active chapters were consolidated at Cal State LA, LA City College, and UCLA, with seedlings at Valley State, Occidental, Loyola, Long Beach State and elsewhere. East LA College, which had the largest Mexican American enrollment, already had a group called MASA, Mexican American Student Association, but its leadership resisted becoming UMAS and then, in 1968, refused to support the blowouts. Juarez, Brown Beret Carlos Montes, and others punctually left and formed a more radical group that published the alternative campus paper La Vida Nueva. UMAS's campus organizers in this period were a galaxy of future community leaders and intellectuals: Vicky Castro, Carlos Muñoz, Susan Rocho, Carlos Vasquez, Moctezuma Esparza, Juan Gómez Quiñones, Ramsés Noriega, Phil Castrota, Maria Diaz, Gil Cardenay, Hank Lopez, and others. But in its early months, even as it was studying the examples of SDS and BSU, UMAS was still mostly moderate in its orientation and demands. This began to change at a statewide UMAS conference held at USC in mid-December, which included an electrifyingly radical contingent from the Bay Area dressed in paramilitary garb and quoting Malcolm X and Che. 44. The Northerners emphasized the importance of forming alliances with blacks and working to aid struggles back in the barrios. 2 months later, the elders of the Movimiento Corky Gonzalez, Bert Corona, and Reyes Tijerina along with Teatro Campesinos Luis Valdez turned the heat up another notch at UCLA with an event organized by Student Council member Rosalio Muñoz and UMAS. Buses brought kids from the East Side high schools, and the auditorium was packed. The speaker I remember the most, Muñoz later told Mario Garcia, and the one who had the most impact on me, was Reyes Lopez Tijerina, the militant and fiery leader of the land grant movement in New Mexico. I was particularly impressed because he spoke in Spanish. But it wasn't just his use of Spanish, it was his evangelical style of speaking. I learned later that he had been a Pentecostal preacher, and his speech showed that. It was incredible. 45. No one welcomed this turn toward direct action more than Sal Castro. In the movement centers, underground papers, the Berets, UMAS, and the recent Camp Kramer graduates busy organizing on their high school campuses, he saw a full-scale orchestra ready to play an overture that would shake the walls at the Board of Education. With his confidential student planning group, Castro outlined a sophisticated plan. Each UMAS chapter would adopt a high school to support. The walkouts would be peaceful, but in the event of attacks by the LAPD or Sheriff's Department, the college students and berets would shield the kids, taking whatever blows were rained down. But, in planning the walkouts, writes Castro, I kept to myself a deep, dark secret. Yes, I felt that something like the walkouts was needed to shake things up, and I was prepared to go through with it. But what I really wanted was to bluff the school board and school officials. I wanted to use the threat of a mass student civil disobedience as a way of forcing them to listen to the kids and to change their attitudes and practices about our students. I thought that a bluff would be sufficient to achieve our objectives, but I also did fear that if we carried out this protest, what might happen to the kids and their safety. In the back of my mind was the Watts riots and how the police and the military came down on blacks with unneeded force that killed and wounded a large number. 46. The bluff was an understandable but unrealistic hope. In any event, the Wilson kids preempted the plan and unleashed a revolution. Walkout. The first week of the walkouts, March 4th to 8th, was clouded by the fear that Cesar Chavez was dying. 47 The farm workers' leader, invoking the example of Gandhi, had started a hunger strike 3 weeks earlier, on February 13th. Despite 2.5 years of demonstrations and boycotts, the union had failed to bring the grape growers to the bargaining table, and continuous attacks on the picket lines by sheriffs and private guards had sapped morale. Many of the younger workers, disgruntled with nonviolence, wanted to fight back tit for tat. The hunger strike was thus aimed not at the growers, but at the union base, with the aim of reasserting Chavez's control over the union's direction and strike tactics. By the beginning of the third week, he was unable to walk unaided, and his doctors, who had warned against a water-only fast, began to fear for his life. Bobby Kennedy flew to Delano to give his support. Chavez would end the hunger strike on the 25th day, breaking Gandhi's record. In this generally tense atmosphere, Castro and his UMAS kitchen cabinet, as he called them, went into a frantic huddle on the weekend following Friday's protest at Wilson. 48 The new plan called for a mass walkout on Wednesday, March 6, with staggered starting times in order to maximize news coverage at each school. But Garfield in East Los Angeles jumped the gun, possibly at the instigation of the Berets, and an estimated 2,700 kids bolted classes on Tuesday afternoon. They gathered outside the school, where some of them were roughed up and several arrested by sheriffs. 49 The big surprise, however, was a simultaneous noon walkout at almost all-black Jefferson High School just south of downtown, a campus known for its musical alumni, including a dozen of the country's most celebrated jazz musicians. The Jeff students, angry at the indifference of white administrators and teachers, the wretched quality of cafeteria food, and a bizarre dress code that banned afros, wanted immediate reforms, including a black history curriculum and the replacement of the principal by a black educator. 50 Their boycott of classes, with considerable parental support, continued for a full week alongside the East Side high schools and illustrated the dual nature of the blowouts. On one hand, the official Chicano walkouts, involving an estimated 10,000 kids, coordinated by Castro's student organizers, and on the other, a series of spontaneous and parallel protests on black and even majority white campuses that mobilized another 3,000 or so students. On Wednesday, the protests, and news coverage, finally conformed to plan, and thousands of students walked off all 4 East Side campuses. Chicano students at Belmont High, just west of downtown, were also supposed to participate, but their protest had to be postponed because its guardian angels, UMAS members at LA City College, were delayed in mobilizing. At Roosevelt, cops from nearby Hollenbeck Station declared a tactical alert and then aggressively cleared kids from the sidewalks with prods from their batons. A Free Press reporter observed one particular cop in action, after slamming one young Chicano up against the school fence. Badge number 1191 politely told him, "Listen, fuck ass, when I say move, get your ass out of here." The 250-plus LB officer began seizing prettily dressed Roosevelt girl students who weighed less than 100 pounds and roughing them up. At Garfield, student protesters agreed to attend an assembly called by the principal but warned they would again walk out if their demands were not taken seriously. As students began to fill the school bleachers, 4 sheriff's cars roared into the stadium, discharging helmeted officers with their batons unlimbered. The rally descended into chaos. 51 Meanwhile, Castro was leading most of the Lincoln student body out the school's front door along with a few sympathetic teachers. He was surprised that not only had senior high school students walked out, but also junior high school ones. I had targeted primarily the older kids for the demonstration and not very much the younger ones. I didn't want to put these chavalitos in any jeopardy, but here they were on the sidewalks. As Castro and the Lincoln kids marched to a school district office in Hazard Park, the cops from the Lincoln Heights precinct, in contrast to their thuggish brothers from Hollenbeck, let the orderly crowd pass without interference. With Moctezuma Esparza as their spokesperson, they explained the reasons for the walkout to a skeptical administrator and promised a continuing boycott until the Board of Education agreed to meet with students and parents and hear their grievances. 52. That evening, Castro, who wanted a brief intermission to analyze the day's events and organize more community support, including contact with black schools, convinced kids to postpone the next walkout until Friday. However, Belmont, where frustration was high from missing the Wednesday protests, was given a green light to do their thing on Thursday. Carlos Munoz, then a graduate student and UMass president at Cal State LA, was a Belmont alumni. In his oral history, he fondly recalled the cosmopolitan character of the campus. I was probably one of the very few UMass leaders, if not the only one, that had not had a bad experience in high school as a Chicano. Belmont at that time was the only public high school that was integrated almost completely because it was the only school that was designated as being focused on foreign students. In other words, students coming from all over the world would get automatically placed there. 53. The lunchtime walkout was also well integrated, with many white kids joining their Chicano schoolmates. The principal, an authoritarian ex-Navy captain opposed to mutinies of any kind, immediately ordered a campus lockdown, which prevented many of them from leaving campus, so instead they roamed the halls chanting slogans until the LAPD appeared and started shoving and beating them with nightsticks. Raul Ruiz remembered the bold feat of one Anglo girl. As the cops were trying to prevent the students from leaving the school, she asked the police if she could borrow their bullhorn so that she could try to convince the kids to return to their classes. They agreed, but instead of doing what she said she would, she yelled into the bullhorn, "Walk out! Walk out!" She then ran away carrying the horn, with the cops chasing her. 54. The biggest and most surprising melee on Thursday, however, occurred at majority black Carver Junior High, a campus that would be the epicenter of a second wave of student revolt the following year. According to one of the teachers interviewed by the Times, students had arrived in class Thursday morning highly excited by reports of troubles the day before at nearby Jefferson High School and 3 East Side high schools. They wanted to be involved, too, she said. When the noon hour came, they dashed outdoors and immediately began ripping things up. Through the noon hour and afterward a carnival atmosphere prevailed. Students did not appear angry. The principal, instead of calling in the riot squad as his counterparts had done at Belmont and Roosevelt, simply sent students home. Their frolic left a schoolyard full of debris, broken windows, the top half of the school flagpole bent at a right angle from the bottom, garbage strewn about, and burned bushes. 55. Rain showers on Friday, March 8, scarcely affected the enthusiasm of East Side students or their willingness to climb fences, pull down gates, or do whatever was necessary to leave campus. The Lincoln students, however, once again walked out the front door and trekked down to Hazard Park. Stung by media criticism for their rough methods at Roosevelt and Belmont, the LAPD accommodated the marchers, stopping traffic and even letting Castro ride to the park on the hood of a squad car. As the kids walked on the sidewalks, I passed by on the car with my dark glasses on, waving to the students, who were shouting and happy. I felt like I was the Grand Marshal of the Rose Parade. Waiting at the park were Nava and Roybal, as well as a nervous white board member. This was the first time that most of kids had seen their two elected representatives. Although they expressed sympathy for student grievances, even Roybal, who complimented the students for their discipline and nonviolence, was not yet ready to endorse the walkouts, although he promised to send a statement when he returned to Washington. He never did. Nava, for his part, promised he would try to prevent reprisals against walkout leaders, but he offered no encouragement that the board would accept the students' demand that it hold a meeting at Lincoln High to hear grievances. Superintendent Jack Crowther meanwhile told reporters that if kids wanted to talk to the board they could come to its regular public meeting on Monday night. In so many words, the barrio's two ambassadors to the larger power structures had patted the students on the back and told them to go home. This disillusioning response, however, was balanced by exciting news of spontaneous support actions throughout the city, including a sit-in at Jefferson, a second walkout at Carver, and another on the west side at University High, where a new left group was organizing. In addition, at Belmont 6 girls were arrested, including 16-year-old Fran Spector, whose father, a local communist leader, had in the 1930s been sentenced to San Quentin for the crime of organizing a farm strike in the Imperial Valley. 56 The pressure points on the board were rapidly multiplying, and no one could predict what would happen the following week. Although Castro was elated by the massive turnouts and the soaring spirits of the protesters, he was shocked by the lack of support from fellow teachers and the Catholic clergy. In preparing for the Wednesday blowout, he had met with representatives from the American Federation of Teachers to seek a pledge not to cross the student picket lines. But most union teachers on the East Side did, and some of them, including several outspoken Mexican Americans, became bitter public enemies of the emergent movement. At Belmont and Roosevelt, when the police entered school grounds to beat students, white teachers watched without protest. The situation was even worse at Jefferson, where teachers staged their own 3-day walkout, demanding a crackdown on student organizers and restoration of the status quo ante, that is to say, the restoration of what kids had long referred to as the plantation. 57 At stake was nothing less than white control of minority schools, classrooms, and even kids' self-image. The racism of many white teachers was vividly documented in a letter to La Raza that spring from a white teacher who had supported the walkouts. "I stopped using the cafeteria and teachers' lounge a long time ago. I don't want to listen to teachers discuss your children. I give up on these dumb Mexicans. Felipe is so dirty, I can't stand him. These damn parents should go back to Mexico. These parents are as dumb as their kids. I went to one's house, what a smell. I've never seen such lazy children." 58. The unsupportive, even hostile, attitude of parish priests was more surprising, since everyone expected that at least a handful would rally to the side of the youth they knew so well. But that didn't happen. "I had already attempted to get some of the Catholic pastors in East LA involved, but they avoided me," Castro recalled. "I even told the students to see if the priests in their churches might support them, but they got nowhere. One kid, perhaps in frustration, went to his church and took the banner of Our Lady of Guadalupe from the church and used it in the march to Hazard Park. It was a great image to have and gave the kids a sense that Guadalupe was looking after them. However, when the student returned the banner, the priest had him arrested." 59. The following year, Cardinal McIntyre's paternalistic attitude toward the East Side would be dramatically challenged by a new group called Católicos por la Raza. The churchman who did show up to support the movement was a physically imposing Armenian Baptist who had grown up in Tijuana, Reverend Vahak Mardirajan. He would soon be elected chair of the Educational Issues Coordinating Committee, EICC, a parent community support group organized in the second week of the walkouts as an interlocutor to the board and city hall. Mardirajan was a powerful orator in the evangelical mode, and he had another ability that most of the organizers lacked. "We began to realize that to communicate with parents, we needed Vahak," Ruiz said. "He spoke Spanish better than any of us could. I couldn't speak worth a damn in those days, and especially in Spanish. 60. Another ally whose wholehearted public support was all the more dramatic given the silence of most liberal Democrats, was Bobby Kennedy. Flying out of Lax after attending a ceremony in Delano to mark the end of Chavez's hunger strike, he warmly welcomed a delegation of high school walkout leaders. He shook each of our hands, Paula Crisostomo from Lincoln remembers. He raised his fist and said Chicano power. After an hour-long conversation, Kennedy posed for a photograph with the protesters, which La Raza published with the caption outside agitator, 61. The second week added parents to the ranks of protest. Several hundred of them showed up at a Board of Education meeting on Monday, March 11. The most right-wing member of the board, Robert Chambers, was so unnerved by the boisterous crowd that he reportedly pulled a pistol out of his briefcase. Nothing happened, recalled Castro, and I guess Chambers put the gun away. But it showed me how much we had scared the shit out of the board. After 3 hours of listening to and arguing with the East Siders, the board majority gave ground on 2 demands. They agreed to meet students and community at Lincoln High sometime later in the month, and they agreed to amnesty for the thousands of ordinary protesters. But they rejected parents' pleas to remove police and sheriffs from campuses and release the students who had been arrested. This infuriated the students in the audience, and a beret took over the microphone, while other students, in an eloquent gesture, burned their student ID cards. The meeting broke up in confusion. Nonetheless, Castro felt that the 2 concessions were enough to declare victory and end the boycott. He wanted the UMAS and the high school organizers to start working out formal demands to present to the board at the Lincoln High meeting. EICC, meanwhile, would take the lead in unifying the community around the program. 62. So the East Side kids returned to school, taking with them a proud understanding of their collective power. On Tuesday, moreover, the Jefferson boycott ended in an almost complete victory with the removal of the white principal and the appointment of a black replacement. 63 But the energy released by the blowouts continued to roil other campuses. Kids at Edison, another South Side junior high, emulated Carver and walked out for a day, after breaking windows and setting some fires. At Venice High on the west side, a mixed group of activists, long skirmishing with the administration of free speech issues, led half of the mostly white student body out for 3 days, despite a crackdown by a helmeted, baton-swinging phalanx of cops. The principal suspended 40 students on March 14 for defying authority, although he himself was seemingly defying the board's promise of amnesty. 64. Venice was the last blowout. According to Castro's scorecard, 20,000 students at 15 campuses had participated in protests during the 10 days that shook the LA County Board of Education. Together with the following year's wave of strikes on black high school and junior high school campuses, echoed by solidarity demonstrations at several West Side schools, LA became the uncontested national capital of the 1960s high school rebellion. 65. 66 years in prison. The historical importance of the blowouts was immediately acknowledged. Shortly after the walkouts ended, Julian Nava told Superintendent Jack Crowther, "Jack, this BC and AD. The schools will not be the same hereafter." Crowther replied, "Yes, I know." A Times headline asked if the events weren't the start of a revolution. 66 However, with the revolutionaries back in school, leadership of the campaign was passed to the EICC, the parent community support group that was now endorsed by MAPA and the East LA Democratic Club. As Vahak Mardirajan told the press, "Now it is up to the adults to take over. We are not going to let young people below the age of 18 to do the work that belongs to us." But the reality was somewhat different. In fact, Castro explains, the college kids proved to be the driving force behind the EICC, although they wisely allowed the others to assume more public leadership. Mardirajan, for example, became the nominal leader of the group and its principal spokesperson. Still, the college students, such as Juan Gomez Quiñones, Carlos Vasquez, Jesus Trevino and others, guided the EICC, since they attended all the meetings and had more critical perspective on the schools, in addition to being more politicized. 67. Working with the high school walkout leaders, their immediate task was to formulate demands to present to the board at the Lincoln High meeting on March 26. At the top of the eventual list were reduction in class size, bilingual/bicultural education, Latino administrators in Mexican-majority schools, Spanish language training for English monoglot teachers, more counselors, a new high school on the east side to relieve overcrowding, the abolition of corporal punishment, an end to ethnically biased testing, and a curriculum that included Mexican-American history and folklore. But, unlike parents and students in South Central, the EICC did not demand integration or busing to better schools. They wanted reforms in situ, under community control, with bilingual classes as the bottom line. Although the ACLU's integration lawsuit, which, it will be recalled, arose out of an unsuccessful attempt by black students to attend Southgate High School, across the tracks from Watts, in 1963, had been revivified and now included Chicanos, it had little support on the east bank of the LA River. 68. The 1,000-seat auditorium at Lincoln High could barely accommodate the huge community turnout on the 26th. Castro was elated by the size and solidarity of the crowd, as well as by the forceful presentations by Martí-Rajan, Gómez Quiñones, and other EICC spokespeople. But the board, with its peerless record of stalling reform in minority schools, had not come to make a deal. Although its newly elected Black and Mexican-American members, James Jones and Julian Nava, were genuinely sympathetic, they still sang along with the rest of the board, whose familiar refrain was, "We agree with most of your demands, but we don't have the money to implement them." It was true that school districts all over California were being hit hard by Reagan's drastic budget cuts. He had beaten Pat Brown 2 years before on the promise to clean up the mess at Berkeley and was now fulfilling his promise of reducing middle-class taxes by targeting schools of all kinds. But students knew that this excuse was disingenuous. Many of the demands, including ending corporal punishment, appointing more Chicano administrators, and transferring openly bigoted teachers, required only political will, not bigger budgets. Several hundred students, disgusted with the board's evasions, stood up and left the meeting. "We walked out because we were getting nowhere," one Garfield student leader told reporters. "We wanted to discuss issues and they were not being discussed." He raised the threat of a new walkout. 69. The EICC, however, was willing to test the board's promise of a negotiating process that included regular meetings with its Urban Affairs Committee and future community hearings. Castro, meanwhile, decided to step back from the limelight and let the community take charge of negotiations, through the EICC and the newly formed parents' councils. His recusal was admirable. Others would have capitalized on the celebrity to run for office or seek a higher position. But his leadership was sorely missed, since extracting reforms from the board was a grindingly slow effort, especially without representation on the city council and with only one, very moderate, voice on the board. Moreover, the assassination of Martin Luther King in April, followed a month later by that of Bobby Kennedy, diverted the media's attention from East Side concerns as schools raced toward the summer break. On the other hand, it was an election year, and the blowouts became grist for the propaganda grindstone of the far right. Earlier in February, groups had spread a rumor that the board had secretly prepared a massive busing program, and that white children would soon be forced to go to ghetto schools and vice versa. The near hysteria among white parents, especially in Hollywood and the Valley, was cultivated by gun-toting board member Chambers, who introduced a resolution to immediately and completely discontinue consideration of busing children for integration. 70. After the blowouts, other reactionary figures stepped in. California's ultra-conservative superintendent of education, Max Rafferty, who later moved to Alabama and became a leading campaigner for George Wallace, chastised the law's leaders for their failure to punctually punish the thousands of students who had boycotted classes. "Under no circumstances is it ever justified for students to leave classes for any reason except illness," he declared. "This is the state law and you must uphold it." 71 And, most ominously, a grand jury went to work, secretly investigating the blowouts. The 1968 grand jury was an instrument of the outsized political ambitions of Evely Younger, L.A.'s district attorney. Elected in 1964 and now setting his sights on the 1970 race for state attorney general, Younger was guaranteed a place in constitutional history by his attempts to carpet bomb campus protest and radical speech with felony indictments. During the protests following the killing of Leonard Deadwyler in 1966, for instance, he ordered the arrest of John Harris, the young black organizer for the local Progressive Labor Party, and charged him with violating California's notorious Criminal Syndicalism Act on the basis of some wording in a mimeographed flyer. The case went all the way to the Supreme Court. The year after the East Side walkouts, when BSU members were arrested at Valley State during an occupation of the administration building, he hit them with more than 1,000 felony counts of kidnapping and false imprisonment. 72 The case that he brought against Castro and 12 other blowout leaders in late May, following an undercover investigation led by 3 agencies, was the most Kafkaesque of all. The East LA 13, as they were soon called, were charged with having conspired to commit misdemeanors, disturbing the peace and disturbing a school, that usually did not involve jail time, but since conspiracy was a felony, their maximum sentence compounded on multiple counts added up to a nightmarish 66 years in prison. 73. In the civil disobedience section of its final report, the grand jury revealed the kind of fervid mindset exploited by Grand Inquisitors like Younger in pursuit of legal precedents that would felonize any campus protest. "The concept of peaceful protest," wrote the jurors, "has been discarded as an obsolete tool to be replaced by overt criminal behavior indiscriminately directed against both property and person. Within a relatively short span of time, acts of violence have increased both in frequency and magnitude as a result of concerted efforts which seek to effectively utilize the lever of mob action to attain desired goals. But what evidence of planned violence, other than that by the police and sheriffs, was attributable to the organizers of the walkouts?" Younger's team later revealed that they had presented the jurors with 2 crucial examples of conspiracy: a cop's claim that he was threatened by a protester and an anonymous bomb threat phoned into one high school. That was about it. 74. Nava, at a reception for Cesar Chavez, had warned Castro of the impending arrests, but Castro had discounted the likelihood. He was arrested as he was preparing for Lincoln's senior prom. His fellow conspirators, several of whom were dragged out of their beds, included Eliza Risco of La Raza, Carlos Muñoz, Moctezuma Esparza, and David Sanchez of the Berets. Muñoz was writing a paper for a graduate seminar on Marxism and had left a pile of books on the subject on his desk. The delighted officers thought they found unassailable proof of a communist conspiracy. Muñoz was mortified. Several of the indictees were in Washington for the Poor People's March at the Capitol and had to be arrested by D.C. police. 75 Younger, taking advantage of inflamed accounts in the media that equated the Berets with the Panthers, an exaggeration that the Berets themselves played up, had a subordinate tell the press that all the defendants, except possibly Castro and Risco, were Beret leaders. 76 Later news accounts, however, hinted that Castro was a secret member, even the godfather, of the Berets. Younger, of course, knew from his several undercover informants as well as from police surveillance that only 4 of the 13 were Berets, but he didn't let that fact stand in the way of the invaluable electoral propaganda manufactured from the case. He further bolstered the image of defendants as dangerous agitators by imposing a higher bail than normally would be applied to robbery or burglary cases. A judge quickly ruled the bail excessive and reduced it. Thanks in some measure to the publicity generated by these indictments, as well as 2 other mass felony cases in 1969 involving the BSU at Valley State and Brown Berets accused of disrupting a Reagan speech at the Biltmore Hotel, Younger took office as the state's hard-as-nails Attorney General in 1970. The governorship was his next ambition. 77 All 13 defendants, meanwhile, had to live under the shadow of a prison sentence for the next 2 years until the indictments were finally thrown. out by an appeals court. Castro's ordeal was unique. His was the Dreyfus case of the East Side. After his arrest, the board removed him from his classroom and eventually charged him with 46 counts of unprofessional conduct, mostly arising from his persistent insubordination. After several mass demonstrations and a week-long sit-in by parents, he was returned to Lincoln High, where 40 of his colleagues immediately protested his reinstatement by demanding transfers. Chambers, likewise, mobilized his right-wing base against Castro's return and, in a surreal episode, an elegantly dressed group of white women from the upscale suburb of Marina del Rey sat in at the board offices to demand a policy outlawing such sit-ins. 78 6 months later, Castro was again evicted from Lincoln and rotated through a series of white schools and non-teaching assignments. Community support remained strong, there were more picket lines, civil disobedience leading to the arrests of supporters like Father Luce, a walkout at one high school, and the resignation in protest by the board's Mexican-American Education Committee. 79 At the beginning of the 1973-74 school year, he was finally reassigned to a majority Chicano high school, but Belmont rather than Lincoln. During his years in exile, Castro had received numerous job offers, especially from colleges searching for Latino administrators, but he never wavered from his original commitment to teach and inspire the next generation of La Raza. 23. The Children of Malcolm X. Black High School Activists, 1968-69. The March 1968 East Side blowouts, as we have seen, were both preceded and accompanied by similar protests in South Central schools. From the fall of 1968 through the winter of 1969 to 1970, newly formed black student unions took the lead in a rolling series of protests that included the first and only student-led general strike in a major urban school district in the United States. Simultaneously, Chicano teenagers, now organizing in chapters of United Mexican American Students, continued their own actions but increasingly sought to synchronize their campaign with the more powerful and broadly supported BSU movement. In March 1969, Operational Unity, never formalized but effective nonetheless, emerged between 18 predominantly black junior and senior high schools, 4 or 5 majority Chicano schools, and a half-dozen white or ethnically mixed high schools, as well as 3 junior colleges with significant minority enrollment. State college and university chapters of the BSU, UMAS, and SDS also provided significant support, as did the Black Congress, the Panthers, the Che Lumumba Club, the Brown Berets and other radical groups. At the height of protest, 12,000 lost students, and perhaps 3,000 more junior college students, were on strike against what they regarded as a racist, failed education system, a system, moreover, that answered community demands for change by calling the LAPD onto campuses to beat and arrest kids as young as 12. The resulting turmoil became the backdrop to the most racially charged mayoral election in LA history. The centrality of the BSUs in these events begs a brief examination of the larger national picture of student black power. The first wave of black student activism, of course, arose in traditional black colleges in border and deep South states in the early 1960s and provided the fodder for the organizing campaigns of SNCC and CORE. The second wave, embracing different iterations of black consciousness, was national in scope and led to protests on some 200 campuses in 1968 and 1969. Its chief institutional expressions were the BSUs or, on some eastern campuses, student Afro-American societies. Martha Biondi, in her History of the Movement, writes, "These students constituted the first critical mass of African Americans to attend historically white universities. Deeply inspired by the autobiography of Malcolm X and the charismatic leadership of Stokely Carmichael, yet shaken by the murder of Martin Luther King, Jr., they were engaged in a redefinition of the civil rights struggle at a time when cities were in flames, hundreds of thousands of young Americans were at war in Southeast Asia, and political assassination was commonplace. In this context," she concludes, "student leaders were turning the slogan Black Power into a grassroots social movement. 1. Unlike the first wave that recruited from campuses to launch and sustain struggles in Southern communities, the second wave was for the most part focused on the campus itself, where BSUs and similar groups fought for Black studies programs, more Black faculty, scholarships, and special programs to raise Black enrollment to levels proportional to population, and, especially on campuses with authoritarian administrations, for free speech and the democratization of campus life. The resistance to these demands, especially in the South, was often brutal, leading to the police murder of students at South Carolina State in Orangeburg, North Carolina A&T in Greensboro, Jackson State in Mississippi, and Southern University in New Orleans, with dozens of others wounded by police gunfire at Texas Southern in Houston. Point 2. Outside the South, second-wave struggles grew to epic dimensions, especially in California, where the battle for Black studies at San Francisco State, led in its early stages by 24-year-old former L.A. SNCC organizer Jimmy Garrett, produced the longest student strike of the era in the winter of 1968-69. Before it ended, another, more violent, strike broke out on the UC Berkeley campus in January 1969 after the BSU joined with Chicano and Asian students to form a Third World Liberation Front to demand the establishment of an ethnic studies college on campus. Similar demands had been raised earlier at UC San Diego. Black enrollment in California's university and state college system was shockingly small. At San Jose State, for example, there were only 200 blacks out of a student population of 22,000, while Valley State in Northridge in 1967 had exactly 23 blacks and 7 Chicanos enrolled. Point 3. In Los Angeles, the Black Student Alliance/BSU at Cal State LA was organized in 1967. BSA was envisioned by its founder, sociology professor Harry Truly, as the first step in building a regional alliance of BSUs. Active BSU chapters subsequently emerged at LA City College, UCLA, LA Southwest College, a new community college where the Che Lumumba Club played a leading role, Long Beach State, and especially at Valley State, later Cal State, Northridge, where mass felony arrests produced a crisis. What made Los Angeles unique, however, was the commanding role of students in grades 7 to 12, usually organized in their own BSUs, in a sustained struggle for local control over education. Although the movement recalled to a certain extent the 1963 protests against the LA County Board of Education, it was much more massive, and it sought community control rather than integration. The ACLU's Crawford case had been reactivated but would be delayed for years by the board's stalling tactics and stunning duplicity. The LA protests, while sharing most of the same complaints, unfolded in a dramatically different fashion than the famous New York school battles of the same period. In the latter metropolis, white teachers struck in 1968 against a newly elected community school board in a Black and Puerto Rican section of Brooklyn, while in Los Angeles, Black and brown students walked out in 1968 and 1969 to force concessions from conservative white teachers and administrators. In Ocean Hill, Brownsville, the community side was led by adult organizations, but in LA, students initiated and led the struggle with the support of parents and adult civil rights groups, reversing also the pattern of leadership in the earlier UCRC campaign. Point 4. Political scientist Jean Theo Harris, in an important article on the March 1968 blowouts, has criticized the literature on community control movements for leaving out the ways young people also spearheaded these efforts. Moreover, in the specific LA case, while the walkouts are considered seminal in Chicano history as a founding moment of Chicano power, they have been all but ignored by scholars of African American history, even by those studying L.A.'s Black community. 5. In fact, the 7th to 12th grade and junior college protests were arguably the most original and populist social movement of the entire decade in Southern California, especially when considered in their full multi-ethnic spectrum. The March 1968 blowouts, the mass arrests of BSU members and white supporters at Valley State, and the murder of Panther leaders at a UCLA BSU meeting all receive intensive treatment elsewhere in this book, So this chapter will focus on three important but forgotten protests: Manual Arts High School in fall 1967, Fremont High School in fall 1968, and the police invasion of Carver Jr. High School in March 1969 that led to the general walkout in black schools. Toilers arise. The city's third oldest high school, Manual Arts High, MAHS, at 41st and Vermont, was opened in 1910 as part of a campaign to industrialize Los Angeles. Focused on vocational training, particularly in the metal trades, its tough working-class student body, like the cast in some proletarian novel, were officially called the Toilers. One of its early graduates was a deeply estranged Sicilian immigrant named Frank Capra, whose idol and friend was a daredevil brawler, Jimmy Doolittle. The former would become Hollywood's chief mythologist of small-town America, while the latter would bomb Tokyo and then command the 8th Army Air Force in Europe. Later, MAHS would earn a footnote in the history of modern art for expelling Jackson Pollock and Philip Guston, the foremost pioneers of abstract expressionism, after they circulated a vaguely communistic broadsheet urging students to awake and use your strength. 6 MAHS began to slowly integrate in the 1930s, and after the war there was rioting between black and white teenagers in the neighborhood around the school. When bigoted director Frank Capra went back to his alma mater for the 1950 commencement, he felt scared to death to look into the faces of so many black people. 7. By 1967, the now almost entirely black school had seen years of underfunding, neglect and squalor. Parents were alarmed by the poor quality of instruction, draconian school discipline, overcrowding, 3,700 students, filthy corridors and classrooms, and a shocking dropout rate. Like L.A.'s other predominantly black and Chicano high schools, its teaching staff was full of deadwood, alienated and incompetent whites serving out their time with little affinity for students or their families. The tipping point came in June 1967 when a white English teacher flunked, and therefore prevented from graduating, a girl with an otherwise good academic record. NAACP leader Seals King III attempted to negotiate with white principal Robert Dehany, explaining that the student's family had been the victims of a cross burning. His plea was summarily rebuked. The next group of visitors included U.S. co-founder Tommy Jacquet and 3 brawny members of the Community Alert Patrol. Making their way past security guards, they stormed into Principal Dehany's office and warned him that Angela Bates would graduate no matter what. "We don't give a damn what you or the school board say. If you want trouble, you can have it." For King, Jacquet, many other community leaders, and most of the black parents, the Bateses case condensed years of grievances against the school's administration and its majority white teachers. Eventually the school board, unnerved by rumors of a possible riot, gave in and allowed her to graduate with her class. Far from reducing tensions, however, this initial victory for the community merely set the stage for a much larger confrontation over Dehany. 8. Transferred a year earlier from the Valley, Dehany began the new school term in September by taking disciplinary action against students without notifying their parents. To the outrage of the student body, moreover, he locked bathrooms because he claimed they were being used for smoking marijuana. He also inexplicably refused to allow Manual Arts' PTA to meet in the evening or hold fundraisers. When students attempted to organize an Afro-American study group, he kicked it off campus. Likewise, he permitted an English instructor to accept a book report on Hitler's Mein Kampf while refusing to allow one on Malcolm X's report sick to the grassroots. 9. The girl's vice principal, also white, was equally resented for her authoritarianism and aloofness, as well as her opposition to holding school dances. Both parents and students were primed to revolt. 10. One group protested that Dehany was insensitive, inhuman, incompetent, and hates children. 11. The coalition demanding Dehany's removal was remarkably broad, including the NAACP, the Black Congress Organizations, U.S. Corps, the Panthers, Operation Bootstrap, CAP, and so on, and the United Parents Council, led by the fiery Margaret Wright. In addition, the campaign was endorsed by Congressman Gus Hawkins, Assemblyman Bill Green, School Board member James Jones, and normally conservative Police Commissioner Albert Hudson. Boycotts and pickets were organized, and Margaret Wright, who would be involved in educational activism for decades, was arrested for the first time. Many of MAHS's white teachers, like their counterparts in New York City and elsewhere, were shocked that black power groups or black community groups per se were now claiming a right to intervene in school governance. If the community succeeded in getting rid of Dihani, they reasoned, then some of them might be the next target. Many teachers were particularly outraged when Walter Bremond argued for the inclusion of black history in the curriculum. "You want us to invent a mythology for you?" asked one irate teacher. Another demanded to know, "What about other minorities? Do we teach Chinese and Japanese history too?" And a white male teacher sighed, "When this thing is over, we'll have to put more emphasis on achievements by Negroes, like Nancy Wilson, who, I think, is some kind of actress 12. According to the editor of the 1968 MAHS yearbook, The Artisan, the faculty took matters into its own hands, and instead of reporting to school on Monday, October 21, went to the school board to demand the immediate attention of the board to Manuel's problems, and an injunction against those who disrupted school procedure. Both were promised by the board, so the faculty returned to school. The injunction was granted by the Los Angeles Superior Court, and a task force was sent to Manuel by the board to investigate the problems, of which all complained. 13. The vice principal was removed, and eventually so was Dihani, only to be replaced by another white principal. As always, the board continued its studies of conditions with little actual remediation. Tensions were still high at Manual Arts when the Western Regional Black Youth Conference, welcomed by Ron Karenga and the Black Congress, opened at the historic Second Baptist Church on Thanksgiving Day. The conference call announced, "We must begin to institute programs that speak to the needs of Afro-Americans and not programs that are a reaction to white definitions." The event was memorable for two reasons. First, it was an initial opportunity for BSU organizers and potential members from Northern and Southern California to compare experiences and strike up friendships. Second, it inaugurated a movement to boycott the 1968 Mexico City Olympics unless three demands were met: 1. The restoration of Muhammad Ali's boxing title, taken away after his refusal to fight in Vietnam; 2. The exclusion of South Africa and Rhodesia from the Games; and 3. The firing of Avery Brundage, the notoriously racist president of the International Olympic Committee. The Olympic Project for Human Rights was the brainchild of one of the most compelling figures in the Black Power movement, Dr. Harry Edwards, a sociologist from San Jose State who had been a national champion discus thrower. Edwards told an audience that included a half-dozen world-class athletes, Tommy Smith and Lou Alcindor, among others, it's time for black people to stand up as men and women and refuse to be utilized as performing animals for a little extra dog food. We want to show the world that the United States is just as racist as South Africa ever hoped to be. As a result of this electrifying meeting, the black student movement met the new year with tremendous self-confidence. 14. The puddle at Fremont. Fremont High School at 76th Street and San Pedro was built in 1924 and remained predominantly white until the mid-1950s, when black families began to move into surrounding neighborhoods in large numbers. After the school board liberalized its transfer policies in 1964, ostensibly for the purpose of racial balance, the final contingent of white students bolted to Southgate High, and by 1968 Fremont was 95% black. Like the other South LA schools abandoned by the white working class, its once stately red brick campus suffered physical and educational neglect. Fred Hoffman, the Freep reporter who covered the December 1968 protests, was astounded by the difficulty of simply entering the campus. On rainy days the sidewalks around the school vanish under an enormous lake. The administration, he wrote, had found enough money to build a fence around the faculty parking lot, but no money could be found to deal with the drainage problem in front of the school. 15 For students and parents, the giant puddle was a seasonal reminder that they did not live on the west side. As at Manual Arts, the school's troubles coalesced around the figure of its white principal, Robert Malcolm, and an aging crew of white teachers, some of whom disdained even to go through the motions of teaching their oversized classes. As dropout rates soared and parental demands for reform increased, Malcolm sought to bridge the racial gap by sending a half-dozen Fremont students to attend Chatsworth High School for a week, staying over with local families. The stunt was designed to help improve relations between Negroes and Caucasians without the cost and controversy of busing. Chatsworth's principal, Gertrude Smith, an outspoken opponent of busing, called it a darn good plan where Negro youngsters who live in the ghetto area can find out that white kids are really decent kids and not full of hate. 16 Regaling a handful of kids with the splendor of a modern white suburban high school and then sending them back to their disheveled and overcrowded classrooms was a cruel joke that only rubbed salt into the wounds of the Fremont community. The uprising began over the simple right to be heard. Unlike at Manual Arts, where adult leadership defined the issues, Fremont's newly formed BSU chapter was Principal Malcolm's primary interlocutor, and then opponent. On the night of Monday, December 9, students unsuccessfully attempted to discuss their grievances with the teaching staff at an after-school meeting of the school's Human Relations Council. The next afternoon they made a second attempt. With 200 students waiting outside, 4 BSU leaders entered a faculty meeting called by Malcolm. Most of the teachers refused to hear them out and left. Several dozen, however, stayed to talk with the BSU. As the president of the Faculty Association, Gail Van Meter, later told reporters, the kids just wanted to attend the faculty meeting. They wanted to have the faculty listen to them. Their chief complaint, she said, was the number of bad and racist teachers, and it is true, we do have some. They do not arrive for class on time, they allow students to go early and they do not teach during class. 17. Malcolm, refusing to concede any legitimacy to the BSU, immediately suspended the 4 leaders and gave a lurid account of the event to the Herald-Examiner, whose headline read "High School Invasion," as if the students were outsiders or aliens. The next morning, 1,000 students boycotted classes and gathered in front of the school to debate what to do about the suspensions. While the rally was taking place, a small group lowered and burnt the US and California flags and raised a makeshift BSU standard. A few stones were thrown. The administration panicked and called in the LAPD, which declared a tactical alert around the school. Hundreds more students left their classrooms, and the crowd moved to the athletic field. As the emotional temperature soared dangerously, a vice principal announced that Malcolm had lifted the suspensions. The crowd broke up, and most students returned to their last class. However, the next morning students discovered that the suspensions had been lifted only conditionally. The BSU decided to rally students for a strike. Fred Hoffman described in the Freep what happened next. Most of the students were in the auditorium when police and security guards came in, guns drawn, and arrested 3 students. The kids went wild, and a crowd rushed to the principal's office in protest. Charles Hawkins, a Board of Education security agent who had taken part in the auditorium arrest, tried to push students away from the door of the principal's office. Someone threw a pop bottle and it smashed on the wall near his head, the shattered glass gashing Hawkins across the face. The guard was given first aid treatment in the principal's office while police, again on tactical alert, moved in on the students. Shouting "The pigs are coming," the students fled. 18. The following morning the BSU boycotted classes and announced a noon rally to discuss how to get rid of Mr. Malcolm. The principal had invited concerned members of the community to his office to discuss a resolution to the crisis. When a college BSU member showed up, he was promptly arrested, and as students flooded into the streets in protest, Malcolm closed the school. Meanwhile, BSU students at Jordan High attempted to hold their own rally, both to support the Fremont students and to address their own identical issues of poor instruction and a catastrophic dropout rate. But Jordan was sealed off by its black principal Lionel Joubert, who mobilized varsity athletes to eject BSU members. He refused to negotiate with the group and expelled its officers. At Crenshaw High, meanwhile, 300 students rallied, taking down the American flag and burning it. Margaret Wright, of the newly formed Community Black Board of Education, told a Saturday meeting of students and parents from Fremont and Jordan that to burn a flag is a disgrace to most Americans, but they do not think it a disgrace to burn people. There are many black youth who will not pledge allegiance to the flag. They do not feel they have an allegiance to the flag, and, after all, the pledge is a lie. If it said, "One nation, divisible, with liberty and justice for some," maybe they would say the pledge. 19. On Monday, the LA County Board of Education, fearful of a chain reaction on inner-city campuses and knowing that many teachers were afraid to come to campus, closed Fremont and transferred Malcolm. That evening, at a board meeting called to discuss the urgent need for more school revenue to address the problems of minority campuses, a contingent of parents from the East Side made sure that the members understood there would be more trouble if renovation of Lincoln High School wasn't at the top of the list. When the board agenda turned toward the crisis at Fremont, the school's BSU president, Ricky Ivey, demanded that the next principal be picked through a governing board made up of parents, students, and faculty. The students and parents were sponsoring the candidacy of a popular black vice principal, but the board had already decided to replace Malcolm with Donald Bolton, a respected black administrator. They thus refused to concede a governing board or anything remotely resembling community control. 20. Although no one had particular objections to Bolton, the BSU, acting with considerable political sophistication, refused to back down from their stand on joint governance. Ivey told board officials that the selection of a popular black principal wasn't enough. "It doesn't make any difference, you picked him." He also reiterated the students' central demand for a review of teachers popularly held to be racist or incompetent. The group's faculty advisor, Coach Virgil Grant, warned the board, "We want control of our schools. Until this happens, Fremont will continue to be in turmoil." When the vast majority of the student body followed the BSU's lead and boycotted a school assembly to introduce Bolton, he responded patiently that he understood their point of view and agreed that the board was evading the question of consultation. He also reassured the BSU and concerned parents that he, on the other hand, was completely sympathetic to the larger movement for community control of schools. Having made their point, the BSU soon accepted that Bolton's appointment was at least a partial victory. 21. The Times, beginning to show signs of a liberal turn in editorial policy, also got the big picture. The eruption of student unrest at predominantly Negro Fremont High School 3 weeks ago, it reported, signaled the arrival of local control of schools as a live issue in Los Angeles, which it called the first step in black people determining the way their children are educated in the city school boards or councils. They want power sharing with community boards or councils. The paper described the common feeling, the schools couldn't get any worse than they are now. The high dropout rate, the lack of skills in basic subjects like reading, and the low level of self-image and personal aspirations are facets of school life. Indeed, the paper concluded, failure of schools in minority areas is no longer challenged by most members of the Board of Education and top school administrators. 22. BSU on strike. The return to school in January opened a new period of turmoil. 286 Valley State students were arrested on January 9 during a peaceful rally to support BSU members previously charged with felonies for the occupation of the administration building. A week later, Panther leaders Bunchy Carter and John Huggins were murdered on the UCLA campus by U.S. members, in a struggle over control of a proposed Black Studies program. Sheriffs, meanwhile, occupied East LA College for several days after a confrontation with the BSU chapter led by Melvin X. Yet the BSU agenda was making real gains: a black principal at Fremont, Black Studies at UCLA and grudgingly at East LA College, and most spectacularly, the agreement of the Valley State administration in mid-January to the creation of full-fledged Black and Chicano Studies departments. BSU members and their supporters there, however, still faced trial and possible imprisonment. These precedents made it more difficult for hardline administrators in laws and the junior colleges to deny legitimacy to BSU and Chicano demands, even when students raised the most subversive of issues: funding for new programs, campus renovation, and the hiring of superior teachers. The battle over the quality of inner-city schools, moreover, directly challenged the policy of fiscal retrenchment in education that was a hallmark of the Reagan administration in Sacramento and its conservative supporters in local school districts. The pivot of the struggle in Los Angeles shifted in early 1969 to the unique alliance that had been formed the previous fall between the BSUs at Southwest College and Carver Junior High School. Southwest was the fruit of a generation-long battle, led by Odessa Cox and her South Central Junior College Committee, to open a college in and for the black community. Carla students in Watts and Willowbrook had been forced for years to spend 2 hours each way riding trolleys or buses to reach LACC, a negative inducement to higher education. A site for the new school was purchased in 1950 at the intersection of Western Avenue and Imperial Highway, but 17 years passed before the benignly neglectful Board of Education allocated any funds for construction. Thanks to the Watts Rebellion, $2 million was finally appropriated, and the college opened in a dozen temporary bungalows in fall of 1967. Over the next 2 years the student body expanded from 600 to more than 2,000, but Southwest remained more of a campsite than a proper campus, with the Board of Education claiming that it lacked funds for the next stage of construction. 23 When West LA College opened a year and a half later, however, Southwest students were able to contrast their overcrowded conditions with the idyllic new almost entirely white campus. General dissatisfaction was quickly turned into active discontent with the formation of a large BSU chapter, whose most dynamic components were members of the Che Lumumba Club led by Kendra Alexander. Other black power groups were also represented, but the young communists had the strategic clarity to understand how Southwest could become a counter engine for struggles at all levels of laws. 24. Carver High School, the first school in LA to be named, or rather renamed, after a major black historical figure, was more than 70 blocks north of Southwest, in the Central Avenue community that had been the central business district of Black Los Angeles from the late 1930s until the early 1960s. But many Southwest students lived in the area and had younger siblings or cousins enrolled there. Joseph Jones, a skilled organizer and effective speaker, became Southwest's emissary to Carver, assisting with the organization of its BSU and sometimes acting as an interlocutor with the principal. The Southwest Carver Coalition, he later told the press, is interesting because it is the first time schools at different levels have moved together on demands. Jones was particularly impressed with 15-year-old Ricky Ivey, the mature and charismatic president of the Fremont BSU, whom administrators would soon grow to dread. In a surprising reversal of seniority, the college students would call first upon Ivey and his kids to support their strike at Southwest. 25. In January, after talks over a Black Studies department broke down, Southwest's president, John Grasham, had student negotiators arrested. The BSU organized a strike, and the campus soon became a war zone, with several bomb explosions, widespread vandalism, and more arrests. Later, at the trial of 16 BSU and student government leaders, the prosecutor would begin his case by saying, "Here is Southwest College, a school that is really nothing but bungalows. It was put there for lower-class people who can't go anywhere else. Most of the students don't know what they're doing. Most of the students are Negro or black." As the Carver BSU members got caught up in the excitement of the Southwest strike and the never-ending round of meetings and events organized by other BSUs, they decided to become more confrontational in their own demands for black studies and school improvements. At the end of February, their white principal cracked, bawling like a baby. He fled the campus. 26 The next day the acting principal suspended the BSU and students walked out. A new principal, Andrew W. Anderson, was parachuted into Carver from the Valley purely on the basis of his seniority, without any effort to find a black candidate of the caliber of Bolton at Fremont. Although Anderson rescinded the BSU suspension, that did little to relieve the suspicion that tough disciplinary action was coming. 27. At the beginning of March, the Carver students asked Jones to mediate with Anderson. The two argued for an hour and a half without any result. The LAPD began spreading a rumor that Carver was high on the militant target list for changing from white to black principals. On Thursday, March 8, 500 Carver students walked out of class to attend a BSU rally in support of the Southwest strike. There was an informal rally the next morning as well, and Anderson suspended a BSU leader named Teddy Gibson. The kids immediately phoned Jones and asked him to again intercede with the principal. He arrived at the school at 9 a.m., where he was arrested and handcuffed by campus security, and held in Anderson's office for the LAPD. Some 200 kids, many wearing the fatigue jackets favored by BSUs, crowded into the administration building. Anderson told them they could sit in the hall if they refrained from disruption. A little later, without any warning, more than a dozen Metro Squad cops burst through a door, panicking the students, who fell over one another trying to escape. Gwen Scott, a field director for the teachers' organization, later said, "Many fell down and I did too. Policemen had their clubs up and were saying move. Move." Many were jabbed with riot batons and some were hit over the head. 5 students were hospitalized, including a 12-year-old girl, and a half-dozen were arrested. A rumor spread like wildfire through the city that one girl had been killed. 28. The following Sunday afternoon, 500 or more students, parents, and college BSU members gathered in South Park to discuss what to do. Didani, chairman of the BSU at Southwest, said, "Schools must close Monday because we must move to give power to the students and to the black people so they can control their own community." A large group of parents endorsed the strike and volunteered to accompany students to meet with principals. The quality of education, one father pointed out, is so low that students are not being educated. Anyway, 29. A delegation then went off to South Park, where Tom Bradley was holding an election rally. With the stridently racist campaign of Yurdi chipping away at his white support, Bradley angered BSU members by refusing to endorse the demand to keep cops, particularly Metro Squad, off campus. In the weeks ahead he would be unable to surmount the increasing polarization between middle-of-the-road white voters and insurgent black and brown youth. The school week started with a police tactical alert. From Watts to the Crenshaw district, reported the Times, junior and senior high schools were hit Monday with fires, vandalism, walkouts, picketing, rock throwing and wind breaking. In sympathy, and obviously close coordination, demonstrations also burst forth at junior colleges as far away as Santa Monica. 30 all 18 black junior and senior high schools were on strike, and the Board of Education closed Carver and Manual Arts for 2 days. At Fremont High School, gasoline was poured in the auditorium and set afire. At Crenshaw, creative strikers soldered the locks of classroom doors. Almost all of the student bodies at Washington and Jefferson were out on the sidewalks picketing and chanting. Meanwhile, at battle-scared Southwest, most of the faculty threw in the towel. 47 out of 60 requested immediate transfers. 31. On Tuesday the strike spread across the city, and white and Chicano students became involved. At East LA College, UMass organized a rally calling for the creation of a black-brown-white coalition against the use of police force on school campuses. At LA City College, the BSU/BSA, assisted by UMass, SDS, and a contingent of anti-war veterans, began building barricades in anticipation of a total shutdown on Wednesday. The college's student council, meanwhile, voted to divert all of its remaining budget to a bail fund. The LAPD was quickly called in, as they were at Manual Arts, Crenshaw, Dorsey, Locke, and San Fernando high schools. Fires were reported at Berendo Junior High, Los Angeles High and Taft High in the Valley, while at Maclay Junior High in Pacoima there was a melee between white and black students. Scores of BSU/BSA members moved between campuses, offering support and advising younger students. Parents also mobilized, and that evening at Carver, 700 of them crowded into the auditorium to denounce Friday's police attack and unanimously vote in support of the strike. 32. Wednesday saw a 9-division LAPD tactical alert, the largest since August 1965. The LAFD was almost as busy, with 65 reported campus fires. 4 Shea and Washington Irving junior highs went out, and there was a disturbance at Grape Street Elementary in Watts. At the new campus of Cal State Dominguez Hills, the faculty, in marked contrast to their colleagues at Southwest, voted to support the strike and assist the development of a Black Studies program on campus. But Wednesday's storm center was the strike at LA City College, where a confrontation occurred between BSU supporters and a student group known as the Victory in Vietnam Association. Viva had originated at UCLA, cheered on by the National Review's Russell Kirk and local right-wing television commentators George Putnam and Robert Dornan. Historian Bruce Franklin, in his book on the Missing in Action movement, describes the group's sponsorship. On March 9, 1967, the Victory in Vietnam Association received a state charter from California as an educational institution, and less than 2 months later the IRS granted it tax-exempt status as a charitable and educational organization. Viva was now able to hold the first of its lucrative annual Salute to the Armed Forces formal dinner dances, organized by its Ladies Auxiliary, made up of wives of wealthy business, military, political leaders, which allowed the guests, including Barry Goldwater, Alexander Haig, H. Ross Perot, Bob Hope, Los Angeles Mayor Sam Yurdi, and California Governor Ronald Reagan, to receive tax deductions for their contributions. With brimming coffers, Viva expanded rapidly and planned ever more ambitious campaigns to thwart the anti-war movement. 33. Viva thought it could provoke a violent reaction from the BSU by removing some of the barricades in front of the college while 30 cops waited across the street to intervene. But the strikers ignored the bait. The Viva men, all white, many of them big and husky, and most of them short-haired, advanced on a strikers' barricade at the cafeteria. One of the strikers turned to a reporter and said, "If these freaks want to appease their egos, let them go ahead." The Viva members then furiously dismantled the cafeteria barricade, then moved to the main entrance where the barricading tables lay. The anti-strike group grabbed the tables and started hurling the barricade apart with violent force, bending umbrellas, hurling chairs into Vermont Avenue. For so heroically destroying college property, something that the strikers had carefully refrained